Good morning. Am I echoing?
Yes.
Go ahead and try again.
How about now? Can you hear me?
You're good.
Okay. No echo, correct? Excellent. That's what we want. No echoes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee session for Friday, the 12th of February. Please mute your microphones and stand and join me and the rest of the committee in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Troy Murner.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you and good morning again. As chair of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held at any time. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting, also by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing this meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. We have a staff member with us today. That's Jennifer Four, our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let us start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also indicate whether there is anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So I'll now ask our acting clerk, Troy Murner, to call the roll. Representative Thomas.
Oh.
Here.
Wow. Representative Harrington.
Giant face that talks to us.
Representative Harrington.
I'm texting him.
Okay. Skip. Representative Notter.
Here.
Representative Myrna. Representative Hola.
Here.
Representative Presney.
Here.
Representative Bernardi.
Here in committee.
Representative Kemrose.
Here in committee.
Representative Flaugier. Here in committee. Representative White.
Here in committee.
Representative Somsich.
I'm here at home and I'm alone.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Home, alone.
Representative Meehan.
Home and alone here.
Representative Oxenham.
Present and alone.
Representative Vincent.
I am.
That's an issue.
Representative Vincent.
I can.
Representative McKee.
Present.
Representative McWilliams.
I'm here. My daughter will be in and out.
Representative Treshan.
I am Representative Kate Murray, substituting for Representative Christian. Is this when I should say that I'm here?
Yes, you, Murray.
I am home alone. My husband, or not alone, my husband's in the house. I'm in Newcastle.
Representative Pimentel.
Here, home alone.
Representative Paschal.
Glad to be here, and I'm alone.
Okay, and Chair.
Here in the committee room.
Okay, so we're missing 2, so we have 19 present right now.
So we have a quorum, which is adequate to conduct our business for the day. And before we start that business for the day, I would like to congratulate Governor Sununu on his budget address yesterday and his introduction of the idea of creating a Department of Energy for the state of New Hampshire. Back in 2018 or 2017, I don't remember exactly which day, there was a proposal for a study committee to investigate starting a Department of Energy. And I remember saying at the time that that should be the prerogative of the governor to start a Department of Energy. And then in 2019, a study commission was formed to study that issue, and it came to no significant conclusions because the rightful place, I believe, for starting the Department of Energy is with the executive branch of the government. So I congratulate the governor on his innovative plan to abolish the Office of Strategic Initiatives and merge it with certain portions of the Public Utilities Commission to form the Department of Energy. I'm looking forward to learning more about the details. I would also like to thank publicly Representative Murner for being our acting clerk since the start of our sessions earlier this year. Thank you, Troy, for doing it. I know it's not a pleasant job or a fun job, but we really appreciate you taking on while Representative is out. So thank you for doing that. Representative Platt is fully restored as a member of the committee as of Monday, February 15th, and he will resume or pick up the duties of clerk when he returns to committee work shortly after that. So with that, I'm now going to.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a moment?
Yes, you have a question, Representative Sausage.
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I'd like to join you in congratulating the governor. Democrats have been supporting a Department of Energy for many years. We think it's a great idea. This state needs a Department of Energy to consolidate all the efforts. So I too join with you in congratulating the governor for doing that. I do have a question, however, if you can answer that for me, and that is, are you planning to have any executive sessions today, and on what bills would that be if you do it?
We don't have any plans to have an executive session, but we are opportunistic about executive sessions. If we should conclude a public hearing with time left in the hour, then we may have one. If we did have one, we would exec HB 351. The bill that we would attempt to exec today if we had time, but I'm not expecting that we will have time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Okay, so with that, let's start the day's activity. I will open the public hearing on House Bill 172. And that is a bill that establishes greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the state and establishes a climate action plan. Its prime sponsor is Representative Weston, who apparently is not available. We're going to ask Representative McGee. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to ask Representative Oxenham to introduce the bill to us. Now, before you start, Representative Oxenham, I have to inform the entire committee that we have 15 people who've signed up to speak on this bill. Therefore, we're going to have to strictly limit the time that people are allowed to speak. In addition to that, we're going to have to strictly limit the amount of questions that committee members can ask. So we're going to have to enforce the rule that if you are a sponsor or a co-sponsor on the bill, you're not allowed to ask questions. So with those ground rules in place, we can now ask Representative Oxenham to introduce this bill. And don't forget to unmute Representative Oxenham.
Thank you very much, sir. I have a question before the timer starts. I am now presenting for Representative Weston, who has 5 minutes as the prime sponsor. Then I would have had 2 minutes as the next person up. If I combine those and get them into just a little bit over 5 minutes, will that be possible?
Possible, but you have to be very careful about making sure you don't exceed your time limit.
Could you give me the 30-second warning that you were giving people recently?
Absolutely.
That would be very helpful. And I had another point. Senator Sue Prentice wishes to speak to this bill, but she's not available between 9:15 and 9:30. So if you could call on her outside of those parameters, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Let's start the clock.
Go ahead.
HB 172 is a bill that calls for planning, preparation, and protection for the residents of New Hampshire. If we turn to the bill itself and look at the findings, it lays out the plan very, very succinctly. Scientific evidence for the warming of the climate system is unequivocal. This warming is overwhelmingly attributable to human activity and development, particularly the combustion of fossil fuels. Left unchecked, the climate crisis will continue to have real and possibly catastrophic impacts on New Hampshire's residents, economy, and environment. It will impinge on the health and safety of all our families. New Hampshire will see longer and hotter summers, shorter, warmer winters, more frequent and more extreme precipitation events, more flooding, more drought. Climate impacts will endanger the health of New Hampshire families by facilitating the spread of vector-borne diseases, as well as increasing rates of respiratory and cardiovascular disease, imposing mortality and morbidity burdens on our citizens. Increased warming and more extreme and more frequent precipitation events will also negatively impact key sectors of New Hampshire's resource-based economy, harming agriculture, tourism, and outdoor recreational activities. A warmer and more acidic Gulf of Maine will see increased coastal flooding, harm our seafood production, and endanger lives, homes, and productive properties. Taking proactive measures to mitigate the climate crisis also presents opportunities for New Hampshire. And with proper planning and possibly a Department of Energy, the state should more quickly be able to move to maximize those co-benefits that exist in mitigating the disruption. As renewable resources like wind and solar increasingly replace fossil fuels, manufacturing businesses should be poised to reap the benefits. The state should act to ensure New Hampshire is well represented in any multi-state efforts to harvest those wind resources. In addition to helping reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of our state, replacing fossil fuels with zero emission sources of energy will improve the health of our families by reducing pollution that degrades our air quality and also help with our tourism-based economy. Producing energy from local resources will keep billions of energy dollars in state instead of sending them out of state to fossil fuel producers and sometimes out of the country. This will create a virtuous in-state development cycle. A more renewably based and energy self-sufficient government will save taxpayers money, retain more of that money in the state, and help grow New Hampshire's economy. It is incumbent upon us to take prompt, proactive, and continuing action to protect our residents from the anticipated consequences of the climate crisis, to mitigate those harms to the extent possible, and to safeguard New Hampshire's resources for generations to come. In view of the time constraint, I think I will leave my comments there and take questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative Oxenham. Do we have questions for Representative Oxenham?
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative.
I meant to, at the end of my remarks, inform you that our scientific expert, Dr. Cameron Wake of the University of New Hampshire, will not be able to be here today. So after my questions, could we actually call on Representative McWilliams to read his testimony into the record? It's brief.
Okay, we'll consider that if we have time. Any questions for Representative Oxenham, who did an admirable job, by the way, introducing this bill in 3 minutes and 37 seconds. There you go. Seeing none, we will call on the next speaker, who is Senator.
Representative Bowles, I'm very sorry for interrupting, but I just wanted to bring to your attention that Representative Weston is available now.
Representative who?
Weston.
Oh, okay. All right, well, in that case, why don't we call on Representative Weston to present? Okay, Representative Weston, you are on, and I will give you 4 minutes.
Okay, Chairman Voss, members of the committee, thank you for letting me come on. I'm not sure what the confusion was because I came into the meeting 5 minutes early, but here I am. And I want to thank Representative Oxenham for doing a wonderful job of filling in. She did mention a lot of the points I was going to make. So what I will do is skip to an aspect that I don't think she mentioned, and this is not just a climate action plan, it's also an economic development plan. Oxenham mentioned a lot of the things about the dangers of not paying attention to this and the cost of doing nothing. But I think right now we have to consider the fact that we are in a situation where we have a new administration in Washington. I read a result of a poll just yesterday that stated climate change is the #2 concern of citizens across this country. And with the change in our leadership, we have an administration that's now responding to this concern. I predict that there'll be a lot of programs coming out soon from Washington that could help us with the transition. But if we don't start this process now, we'll not be ready. We won't be able to hit the ground running when these opportunities come through. This bill empowers DES to do that. So this is absolutely the right time to be making this change. In the Senate hearing, there was a lot of discussion about a cost-benefit analysis. In the 2009 task force report, there was an excellent cost-benefit analysis, and these analyses are also being done in states around us, in Massachusetts, in Vermont, and the state of Maine has just filed a terrific report that's available online that has a whole chapter about the benefits of initiating a climate change action plan. So. As I said, I'm a little perplexed because of the mix-up, but I do hope that you'll consider that this would be an economic benefit to the state And I'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for Representative Weston? Seeing none, I thank you, Representative Weston, and I will call next on the next speaker, who is Senator Tom Sherman, who represents Senate District 24. Senator Sherman, are you out there? Senator Sherman there? Okay. Senator Sherman, you're on for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I won't need that much time. So for the record, my name is Senator Tom Sherman. I represent 11 towns along the seacoast. And I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. I'm also a practicing physician, and I was chair of the ad hoc commission on emissions. We were known as the Emissions Commission. We met over the 6 months and finished our report in December. And I bring two slightly different perspectives to this discussion. The first is, as the Seacoast Senator, having all the waterfront from Newcastle down to Seabrook as part of my district, I would like to underscore the concern that we have on a regional impact, which has to do with sea level rise and storm surges. These are well documented. We just had a meeting last week of, actually this week, of the Hampton Beach Area Commission. And that group was talking about how do we respond to sea level rise. And as we're aware, the sea level rise is a reflection of climate change and warming. So that's one concern. But on a public health standpoint, we had a wonderful presentation by Dr. Katie Bush from the Department of Health and Human Services in our ad hoc commission on the public health component. Not only the health side of emissions and pollution, not only is that critical, but the fiscal side is also an important consideration here. Emissions reduction goals have a direct impact on patient safety and on disease burden for the state, especially in patients with asthma, COPD, and other pulmonary diseases or lung diseases. So I would encourage you all to think about that as you're crafting this bill and working on this bill. The other is, I absolutely applaud the governor's decision to start the Department of Energy, and I would think that there may be a need to look at the bill and whether there would need to be any amendments that would dovetail this, not only with DES, but also with the Department of Energy. And finally, I'm offering my full support to work with you all as this comes over to the Senate to make sure that we have a coordinated effort to ensure its passage. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, you did it in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Well done, sir.
Brevity.
Any questions for Senator Sherman? It looks like Representative Somcich is recognized for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Could you elaborate a little bit more about the health impacts that are connected, as you see, to this bill?
Yeah, so I think we've known for a long time the impact of pollution on health, but we tend to think of that as something that happens in the cities, New York, Boston, other big cities. But in fact, in parts of New Hampshire, particulate pollution is critically impactful on people's health. Most of this is on lung disease, but we also see it on, when you think about how the body works, if you breathe something in, that will eventually come back up and will actually, I'm a gastroenterologist, it will eventually impact your GI tract as those particles are moved through the system. So in terms of a cancer impact, pollution has impact on lung cancer, has impact on all of the elimination routes, which would include the GI tract and the kidneys. So decreasing emissions would have real-time impact on pediatric diseases like asthma. There are studies that have been shown through Harvard that actually looked at pregnant women and monitored their air intake by putting basically what's called a nasal cannula by their nose and measuring what they were breathing in. Also looked at the cord blood to the fetus. And those particulate matters, that pollution was getting not only into the woman's lungs, but also passing into the cord blood. So we know that these are impacting even fetuses in development. And so reduction of emissions, reduction of pollution from a public health standpoint is critical. I would be happy to provide the tape of Katie Bush's presentation if that'd be helpful for the for the committee in their deliberations. But it was compelling, not just on the public health standpoint, but also on the fiscal impact if you think of the burden of lung disease and cancer in the state. And I'd remind us that we have some of the highest rates, not only of pediatric cancer in the state, in the country, New Hampshire does, but also esophageal cancer, breast cancer, and other cancers. So we do have a public health imperative, and one component of that is air pollution.
Thank you, Senator Sherman.
Follow up.
I would, no other raised hands. I would like to call on our next speaker, Representative Kat McGee. It's all yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After hearing what's been mentioned today, I think I'll just add around what was said. I actually was one of 2 House representatives who sat on the Emissions Commission with Senator Sherman, Senator Waters, and Senator Bradley. And in addition to the health effects that were covered in that commission, we had a wonderful presentation from Chris Skoglund over at DES. And he basically chronicled for us what our plans had been when we had a Department of Energy. And he talked about how that downward trajectory was going to level off if we didn't have additional policies around our emissions in 2021. So this would be that year. And so I signed on to this bill when I saw it. I asked to be a co-sponsor because I recognized that there was a missing piece in having something to focus on in terms of a plan. My background is as a project and program manager. And so I know that if you're trying to do anything ambitious and you don't have a plan, you're not going to succeed. I'm also very happy to hear that the governor is planning to put a Department of Energy back in place. But I think we've lost 4 years, and that would be my recommendation for HB 172, which is that at least if we have some focus and move forward as a House to say that we would like to get to work on it rather than have further delays in the setup and the funding, et cetera, of having that energy department come into being, then I think we would be that much further along. The bill asks both parties to come together and acknowledge that the planning is the thing that gets us to the right answers together. If we continue to ignore the effects, to discuss what is possible and what is realistic, short and long term, in terms of the trade-offs and the costs, then we're really shirking our responsibility at the expense of those who elected us. So it's our responsibility to figure out what makes sense without anyone in charge of energy policy. So if that's going to change, it's great, but I don't know what the timing is going to be of all that. So I would recommend that we move this forward in order to help us make better decisions and in order to make sure that the conversation is furthered sooner than later. Because I do feel like we've been delaying a lot of this for a long time without anybody in charge. So I was very excited to see this bill come forward to just say it's time for us to put the effort in.
30 seconds.
Yep, I'm good. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Take the 30 seconds.
Representative McGee. All right. Well, I don't see any questions for Representative McGee. So we'll move to our next speaker, who is Suzanne Prentice. You are recognized to speak.
Good morning, Chairman Vos and members of the committee, and thank you for recognizing me to speak this morning. My name is Sue Prentice. I am the state senator for District 5 here in the greater Connecticut River Valley, and Representative Oxenham is one of my colleagues here. And I also want to say hi to Representative Murray. We are Leadership New Hampshire class of 2014, best class ever. So I have briefly, I actually think that Representative McGee covered really what I wanted to talk about in terms of a plan and not waiting. And so I'm just going to add a few extra points to that. And thank you so much, Representative McGee. I introduced this, basically the same bill in the Senate, because I think that this is, and that's Senate Bill 115, such an important plan, putting greenhouse gas emissions, the goals for them into statute, a new climate action plan into statute, giving due regard to the finances, the financial impact as we move this forward, not only to local municipalities, but to businesses, considering that having an annual inventory is a way of being accountable to not just the present, but to the future. And that this is, amongst a number of things, it encourages private and public investment opportunities, talks about workforce development, which is key, and that this engages state agencies who work in this and with greenhouse gas emissions projects in incorporating this and integrating it into all that they do. Some of those are just the key pieces of why I support having a comprehensive plan, putting it in statute, and moving forward. I too am excited and impressed with bringing about a Department of Energy, but as Representative McGee said, the time is now and we can't wait. And I will close by saying that there are parallel pandemics happening, not just in New Hampshire, but in our nation and in our world. And we, in no way am I lessening the impact of COVID-19 and how we face that every day. But climate was here before that, and our vaccination and our strategy to mitigate, the impacts of climate on our families and on our future and our businesses is really a comprehensive plan integrated into state government. So I applaud the work of the sponsors. I'm taking this up in the Senate, and I look forward to getting this work done this year. So thank you very much. Happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you, Senator Prentice, and I apologize for not recognizing you as a senator at the beginning.
It's okay. No problem.
I've never met, and I did not actually recognize you as Senator Prentice. So I apologize.
I look forward to meeting you.
Any questions for Senator Prentice? Seeing
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Somcich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Can you tell us a little bit about how you believe this bill would impact positively your district economically, both from the environmental perspective, but also from the job perspective?
Thank you for the question. And I think I'm going to focus on the job perspective. We have a number of opportunities here in terms of, not just construction, but when we bring about action like this and promoting the building of solar arrays, actually new construction on homes and on businesses, we're bringing about green jobs, and it incorporates a workforce development track, which in this district, in District 5, this has been a conversation that I've had with many who are interested in terms of keeping our youth, developing the trades for our youth, and seeing the green side to that is an incredible value to us economically. So if we can keep the youth here, build the green jobs out, it'll have a positive impact on this area as we're not just building homes, but building out other capacity, and solar would be one of those areas, whether it's on a home or we have a project here in this district. It's over on the Enfield Lebanon line where a a solar array has been put in place, and it provides power to a mobile home park. It's a third-party, not-for-profit project and brought about jobs. So that's how I see it impacting the economy here positively, and it's wanted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no additional questions for the senator, I will now recognize our next speaker, who is Chris Skoglund from the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Mr. Skoglund, you have the floor for 3 minutes. Mr. Skoglund, are you there?
I am. I'm sorry, Chairman Vose. I had myself on backup mute. If I could have Mike Fitzgerald elevated as well, we will be presenting for DES and using only 3 minutes between us. Would that be possible?
Yes, I just elevated Mr. Fitzgerald, so you are both set to go.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this bill. And Chris Skoglund is also our climate programs manager here at DES. So thank you for allowing us both to speak. DES takes no position on this bill, but by way of background context, there has been similar legislation that was presented last year that I believe it died in the COVID situation that affected all legislation last year. But DES has several activities that are required of us in this legislation. And while we certainly recognize the need and the importance of planning to address climate change here in the state, and our agency was the agency that coordinated and ultimately produced the Climate Action Plan of 2009 under Governor Lynch's executive orders and with the 29-member Climate Commission. That plan and the plan that's proposed here would require significant effort on our department. I'd just like to state that DES currently receives no general funds, state funding to support climate activities. All those activities are funded via two mechanisms. One is federal funds, EPA, that funds our general air pollution activities and climate activities that we work in coordination with EPA on. And another is a large environmental settlement that occurred more than 10 years ago, and a national environmental settlement with a major polluter, and New Hampshire benefited from some of those funds, and we have applied those to climate planning. Those fund Mr. Skoglund. He's the only employee in the department that has direct full responsibilities for climate planning activities. Back in 2009, those federal funds funded 20 people. Today, they fund 12 people. We've been level funded by the EPA for more than 10 years, which is actually a cut, given that obviously every year there are increases in salaries and benefits and so on. So that climate plan that we worked on in 2009, we were able to utilize at times more than 10 department staff, that not all at the same time and so on, but certainly the equivalent of 2 or 3 full-time staffers for a significant amount of time. We no longer have those resources. And so I think it's important to recognize that, again, we fully support and understand that this planning is important and needs to occur, that we do not have the resources necessary to implement this plan as proposed right now. And we also feel that we would benefit, this legislation would benefit from funding for a consultant to address economic impacts, planning for climate. The 2009 climate plan did conclude that there was, as was mentioned by Representative Oxenham in the beginning, that there's significant economic benefits that can be realized from implementing climate planning and focusing on renewable energy and other activities here in the state that can address climate. And as was mentioned by Representative Sherman, we do see in the coming years the state of New Hampshire is plateauing in terms of our emissions. We will stay fairly level without any new additional policies or planning. So we think, and also I would just quickly address the issue that was raised with regards to the Department of Energy, and I would suggest that as this legislation goes forward, that there be an addition on page 3, on line 27 and 28, that talks about DES consulting with other agencies, and it mentions PUC and OSI. You might want to consider adding something to the effect of "and other state agencies as appropriate," because there could potentially be a Department of Energy, as has been mentioned, and also probably BEA would be an agency that would be of interest for us to consult with in terms of jobs, economic impact, and that sort of activity. So with that, I will conclude. If there are questions for DES, either Mr. Skoglund or I would be happy to try to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. The chair recognizes Representative Notter for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Fitzgerald. I'm hoping you can find the answer to the question that I have. I should have asked this Representative Dr. Sherman. He said that we have the highest rate of cancer in the country, and I'm wondering where I can find the facts to back up that statement. Quite alarming, and I want to see the proof.
I'm sorry, it was somewhat difficult to hear. I believe you were asking about increased cancer risk. Is that the question?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's a little difficult, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, now he's got the echo. Okay. Dr. Sherman, when he testified, or Representative Sherman, said that New Hampshire has the highest rates of cancer in the country. And I wanted to see, look that up for myself. I want to see the proof of that statement because that's very alarming. And I know you can direct me.
We certainly can. I don't have information right now, but as Senator Sherman mentioned, the Emissions Commission, the Ad Hoc Emissions Commission that convened over the summer and the fall, did address public health impacts to climate change. And received information from Dr. Katie Bush and other representatives from DHHS. That would be their purview, but I'd be happy to direct you to the most appropriate source of that information.
Thank you.
And the chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for taking my question. I'm just curious, since you're with DES, how would you currently characterize New Hampshire's contribution to the U.S.'s carbon emissions presently in terms of percentages? Would you have any figures on that?
Well, generally, I would say we can certainly provide you with some information, but generally, New Hampshire, carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions are somewhat proportional to population because it's an impact of human activities, and so it's cars, it's businesses, and so on. We may have somewhat higher emissions, or did have somewhat higher emissions as a result of significant fossil fuel energy production here in New Hampshire that was actually exported outside the state for many years. That has reduced somewhat. But we'd be happy to try to address that and send you some information. Chris, I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, having looked at that pretty recently due to Senate Bill 71 and Senate Bill 115, which both address greenhouse gas emissions, the per capita emissions for New Hampshire are significantly lower than some states in the US because that accounts for the large amount of coal, oil, and gas extraction that's occurring in those states, such as Wyoming and some of the Midwestern states. Compared to the states in New England, I think we actually are just behind almost all of the other states with the exception of Maine, but I can pass that along. But compared to the rest of the other states on a per capita basis, New Hampshire is probably in the top third in terms of performance.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that information. So what would be your suggestion on how such a climate action plan for New Hampshire would be effective, given information that I'm aware of, at least since the year 2000 up to 2017, it appears that the U.S. as a nation had a 10% reduction in carbon emissions. Europe had a 16% reduction, but at the same time, China had 208% increase in carbon emissions, and India had 155% increase in carbon emissions. So how would you characterize a climate action plan for New Hampshire in terms of its effectiveness for reducing carbon emissions, given that the U.S. has apparently done a fairly decent job so far since 2000?
Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure of the source of the information, and I won't question it certainly. But I think that one of the things that we look at is regional activity and national activity, and we certainly believe that New Hampshire needs to play a role in the United States continuing reduction of emissions. I do believe that the Paris Agreement that the United States was part of until recently, and almost every major country and developing country in the world is part of, does require certain reductions. We may have made reductions sooner than others, but reductions are required of those countries. I think this needs to be looked at as kind of an all hands on deck situation. Every nation needs to do their part, and the United States has been a major emitter for many years, way beyond our, on a per capita basis, so I think that we need to every state, all the New England states do our part. The Northeast as a region represents about the 10th largest economy in the world, maybe even higher than that. So I think it's a situation where everyone needs to contribute.
Thank you. I just might add that data came from the Global Carbon Budget 2018 report, just for your information.
Yeah. Again, we don't question it. I'm not familiar with that particular data.
Okay, thank you. Representative Somcich is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Skoglund. Is it your estimation, based on your knowledge of this topic, that places like China and India that are now big emitters of greenhouse gases are also among the forefront now of developing technologies to reduce those things in the way of clean technologies? Isn't it true that a bill like this would help us focus opportunities, business opportunities here in New Hampshire that we could make use of to address these issues?
Well, certainly the 2009 climate plan that was developed by a bipartisan commission of 29 members from around the state with academic leaders and in business and industry and legislative and government representatives and environmental representatives. It was quite a cross section and very well representative of the state. Came to the conclusion that there were significant opportunities in addressing climate change and the policies, in terms of developing renewable energy, energy efficiency, other types of programs presented significant business opportunities. And I think I would agree. I'm not an expert, and perhaps Chris could address this a little bit more, but I do think that countries such as China are doing significant amounts of work and working towards significant plans for significant climate emissions reductions. We certainly have led the way at this point in time. Chris, did you have any other context for this?
Yeah, and I can do a little bit more digging into this, but it is my understanding that while China did see considerable growth and overtook the US as the largest gross emitter of greenhouse gas emissions, as Representative Thomas mentioned, between 2000 and 2018, it's now currently the growing and largest market for electric vehicles in the world, in part because of the size of their population, but also there's significant investments and innovation occurring there. There's also a great deal of solar deployment occurring there as they're ramping up. So they also recognize that there's a public health component. There's been reporting on the impacts of that growth from 2000 to 2018, which was coal-based, and the impacts that had on air quality, public health, and they're now moving more towards cleaner cars and cleaner energy generation. And I believe their 5-year plan that they released pretty recently is focusing on decarbonization heavily. It does take a while to move an economy that size, but they're moving towards plateauing and then declining.
Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
All right, follow up.
Can you just confirm to me my understanding of, especially China, that China is currently the #1 producer of solar panels, the #1 producer of electric vehicles, and many multi-million population cities now have electric buses?
So the word confirm makes me a little bit nervous.
Sure.
That sounds consistent with what I have been reading, and I can look into that and get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Mann is recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just finally figured that out. I'm going to make a comment, and I guess I would ask Chris about what his feeling is about this. I'm surprised to see the concept of energy efficiency work missing from both the aspect of reducing greenhouse gases and also from the economic impact of so many jobs that would entail. And also, I had thought, hopefully, I guess, that any Department of Energy would be kind of merged with the Department of Environmental Services, since the energy issue, I don't think is about having enough energy. It's really about what source of energy we need to switch to. So I'd be interested in your comments.
Representative Mann, I'll address that. First, I'm not sure the first part of your question. It sounded to me like you were asking why energy efficiency wasn't addressed in this legislation. Is that?
No, I'm just referring to the discussion so far. We haven't had much mention of that.
Well, we certainly see energy efficiency as being a critical part of climate planning, and any climate plan, including the one produced in 2009, certainly significantly addressed that need here in New Hampshire. And relative to the Department of Energy, I think we will not comment on that. That's the governor's, as was mentioned by Representative Vos, that's the governor's purview as to how he wants to organize us. Other states, Massachusetts and Connecticut in particular, have a merged environment and energy department, but that apparently is not the governor's plan, and I assume he'll be taking taking input on that that was an announcement in the budget address, and I'm not sure that everything is fully fleshed out there, but that would be certainly up to the governor's office and how he constructs his budget.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Callie Pitts for a question. Don't forget to unmute.
This is along the same vein, but do you believe that perhaps these goal settings would be better served in an energy commission? That that's where they should be for the time being? I would,
Are you referring to the climate goals that are in this bill?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
I was going to, go ahead.
Again, that would be a policy call for the legislature and the governor if he chooses to, if this bill moves forward and he chooses to sign it. I think certainly there was, as Senator Sherman mentioned, over the course of the fall and summer and fall, there was an ad hoc climate emissions commission, and there is legislation, I believe, over in the Senate that would create a commission to address the adoption of climate goals. So there would need to be some reconciliation between this legislation and that if they both move forward.
And Mike,
Thank you.
if I
Yes.
could I add, in the states like that are just completed their climate planning, such as Maine, they established goals. They undertook a climate planning process as is laid out in, I believe, section 3 and 4. But it was after they released the plan in the past couple months. They're now looking at that plan to determine which policies does their legislature need to put in place to actually move forward. That the plan itself has no teeth, and it's just a process for considering what are the opportunities, what are the costs, what are the benefits, how does it all fit together to benefit the economy, improve public health, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But it ultimately comes back to the legislature for that final implementation in statute to determine which direction they ultimately would like to move on based on what's in the plan.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no more questions that will be allowed for these two speakers, I would.
I had my hand up the whole time.
It's true, but as I indicated at the beginning of this public hearing, if you're a co-sponsor of the bill, you won't be unless we have time. And right now we have 9 other people signed up to speak, and we have 1 minute left in this public hearing. So if we have time, Representative McGee, I will get back to you. But right now we need to call on our next speaker. But before I do that, since the clock just turned over to 10 o'clock, I'm going to officially open the public hearing on House Bill 487, and then I'm going to recess that public hearing.
Mr. Chair, before you recess, may I ask a question? How many people do we have signed up for the next public hearing, the one you just opened?
Signed up to speak on the next public hearing? I think there's 2.
Perhaps we could, with that in mind, we could give a little extra to this hearing and recognize that the next one's going to be short, but just a
That is
thought.
my intention, yes. Thank you. All right, so the next person that I'd like to call on to speak is Karen Luther. She is a member of the public representing her association, which is NEHPBA.org, and I'm sure she will tell us just exactly what that is. So, Ms. Luther.
Thank you very much for having me today. I appreciate your time and attention. On behalf of the Northeast Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association, I'm here to testify in opposition as drafted this House bill. The Northeast Hearth Patio and Barbecue Association is a trade association representing more than 40 individual members, retail and related companies through New Hampshire, supporting 350 families. The vast majority of our members are independent, mom and pop, small businesses who are significant community contributors in the markets they serve across the state. These are independent family-owned hearth shops and there are region's chimney sweeps, installers, maintenance companies, and any other entity having a commercial interest in hearth and patio barbecue. We recognize the changing landscape of the energy and fossil fuel industry, and we're committed to working with government officials and regulators at all levels to increase access to more sustainable and climate-centric fuel sources. However, moving quickly and rationally to net zero that eliminates fossil fuels could result in skyrocketing electric rates and potentially inhibit access to more affordable sources of fuel and power, negatively affecting the most vulnerable around us. NEPA is very concerned with the statement replacing fossil fuels with zero emission sources of energy. Already this season, we've had 3 weather-related power outages that have had homes and business owners relying on gas and wood. More importantly, the elimination of fossil fuels will eliminate the last of these aforementioned mom and pop, family-owned and operated small businesses in the state. The possible new jobs that may be created are not transferable and would not be available to these business owners who rely on the sales and installation and service of gas and wood-fueled heating and decorative appliances. The elimination of home heating oil would be particularly burdensome and expensive to taxpayers. We're concerned on multiple levels about the hyper-focus on electrification. Currently in New Hampshire, 51% of homes rely on fuel oil as the primary heating source, the second largest after Maine. I have that source. 19.8% of homes are heated with utility gas, and many homes in New Hampshire use wood heat as supplemental heating. I also have that source. Allowing homeowners energy choice and energy diversity is important in the Northeast, where below freezing temperatures and power outages as a result of winter weather are very common. Additionally, natural gas, renewable natural gas, and properly burning wood can decrease emissions, allow for energy choice, and keep costs down. I also have the source regarding the electric vehicles that was mentioned earlier today, and Tesla, Volkswagen, and Renault are the 3 largest manufacturers of electric cars in the world. And I can give you guys that source if you're interested. That was just a side note. I thank you very much for your consideration of my comments today, and I very much appreciate your time, and thank you all for what you were doing here.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lasser. Are there any questions? I see Representative Somsich has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Luther, for your testimony. As someone who actually has grill and barbecue equipment that runs on electricity, I don't see this as being that dangerous for a business association affiliated with these things. But what I'm curious about is you mentioned that you expect skyrocketing electric rates to happen because of this legislation. Can you explain why that would happen?
Well, sure. If there's an elimination of fuel source, right? If you go only to one fuel, one seller, that eliminates competition in the marketplace, and additionally, there's an enormous fees of taxes on electricity at this point. But it's basically based on the fact of eliminating competition, right? And also municipalities and states devise their own electric plants and can then control the cost of that electricity without a competitive market.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but our utilities are regulated utilities. They all get their electricity from a wholesale market in New England. Those rates are the ultimate rates are going to be determined by the cost of energy, and that doesn't look like it's going to skyrocket anytime soon. I'm kind of surprised about your comment.
That's a comment. That's a consideration across the country with the concern for electrification. And I would be so happy to give you to be able to send you some resources and some information that we have on that with sources.
Okay, thank you very much.
How can I can find your email address via the website, correct?
That's correct.
I'm happy to get back to you, and thank you so much for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess my question is closer to further your point. Your statement about rising electric costs will be cost prohibitive to certain people. Just like, would you my example that I'm going to give you, is this the type of example that you referred to? For instance, a month and a half ago, I tried to heat my home with more of my electric heaters and electric baseboards to see what would happen. And I came out with a $510 electric bill. Following month, I took them off and went back to my propane heat, and I was paying about $200 for my electric heat. Is this the type of example that you were referring to about the huge cost of electricity that could occur?
That's exactly correct, because it's well known that electric heat is just not as efficient in below 30 degrees. I also have these sources for you if anybody is interested. Below 30 degrees, heat pumps are very inefficient without an alternate and or supplemental source of heat. And it's very expensive to heat a home in New England in these cold temperatures with only electric.
Thank you. Representative Partial is recognized for a question.
Yes, I do need to ask your source for your heat exchange. I got my heat exchange unit works down to 13 below. And it heats my house efficiently for an equivalent of what Representative Thomas has his house heated for. I would also question you lumping wood in with your other fossil fuels, as wood is generally considered to be carbon neutral.
Yeah, it is. I thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that you understand that. A lot of legislature, I did add that in, and you're right. And because a lot of times when this conversation starts, it ends up eventually evolving in including wood. And I'm very happy that you said that. And I thank you for making that point.
And the point about your heat exchanges?
I can't even imagine that heat. So I want to know the manufacturer, but it's well known. I mean, in Burlington, Vermont,
I'm suspicious of well known, I have to say.
No, listen, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. In Burlington, Vermont, they built an apartment building that relied solely on heat pumps. It was all electric. And in December, they couldn't get the interior temperature above 30 degrees Fahrenheit and had to evacuate the apartment building last year.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions for Ms. Luther, I'd like to call on the next speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, could we ask Ms. Luther to send the committee her information? I don't see I have any information.
I actually just emailed you my written testimony. Actually, I did not hit send. House Science Technology Energy at ledge.state.nh.us.
Yes, that's the address.
Perfect. I just hit send. It should be there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate it too. Thank you very much for talking to us today. So we'll call on our next speaker now, who is Justin Cates, a member of the public, who's representing the city of Nashua and the New Hampshire Office of Energy Management. That seems like a lot of folks to represent. But Mr. Cates, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. Just as a clarification, the City of Nashua Office of Emergency Management, not affiliated with the state energy management. So my name is Justin Cates. I'm the Director of Emergency Management for the City of Nashua, and my area of expertise is in dealing with the consequences of the extreme precipitation events, flooding, drought, heat waves, many of the other perils that are discussed in this bill. There's many that are more qualified to discuss the sources and impacts of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as the health and financial benefits of reducing these emissions. But what I want to comment on today is the opportunity to use greenhouse goals in conjunction with a robust climate action plan that invests in strategies to promote a more disaster resilient New Hampshire. In 2018, in the city of Nashua, we led a community-wide Resilient Nashua initiative, which updated our hazard mitigation plan and identified long-term strategies to prepare for future climate risks while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And this plan recommended the adoption of the Nashua Energy and Environment Committee's goals, which included a reduction of school, municipal building, and infrastructure greenhouse gas emissions by 25% by 2025, the reduction of municipal vehicle emissions by 25% by 2025, And the school and municipal system will derive 100% of its energy from renewable clean energy sources by 2050. And these goals were adopted by the Mayor and Board of Aldermen in 2019, and we're now working towards the city's master plan update, which includes an overarching priority to protect the climate. When we look at this topic, we typically break the strategies down into two areas: climate mitigation and climate adaptation. And climate mitigation looks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while climate adaptation looks to adjust and modify our behaviors and built environment to deal with the coming health and safety hazards exacerbated by climate change. Climate adaptation has been and will continue to be very expensive. There are some benefits to adaptation, especially when considering the use of natural solutions such as green stormwater strategies to support our aging stormwater infrastructure. But overall, it's challenging to get an immediate positive return on adaptation investments. When you think about it, you're replacing, retrofitting, and even removing infrastructure and buildings that may function perfectly fine under our current normal conditions, something that many are going to have heartburn over. That's why during the Resilient Nashua initiative, we discovered that the majority of our adaptation investment would likely be on new and end of lifespan construction projects or during reconstruction after a disaster. And the common example is when a culvert has reached the end of its life, we'll see if it needs to be built to pass more water through. Or if it's damaged during a flood, we'll see if that's an opportunity to build it back better. And adaptation is necessary, but we'll continue to build stronger buildings and infrastructure to deal with these hazardous conditions. On the other hand, climate mitigation does have the opportunity to provide significant co-benefits, particularly in the creation of a secure and resilient energy system here in the Granite State. The New Hampshire Climate Action Plan could leverage substantial opportunities to mitigate emissions using distributed renewable energy and energy efficient appliances and services. And when we think about it, if we look at the construction of renewable energy sources plus battery storage, there's an opportunity to create distributed energy so that we're less reliant on the normal energy systems that we see.
Please suspend. Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Cates? I see Representative Somcich, you're recognized for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cates, for taking my question. I'm very impressed by the forward movement that the city of Nashua is doing, and I can understand how you have to make some priorities of what you can and cannot do. Could you explain to us a little bit of how the city of Nashua is funding these efforts?
So it depends on the circumstance and what type of investments being made. For many of the renewable energy sources, solar panels on roofs of municipal buildings, that's being funded through city funding. We would expect that in the coming years, there may be additional federal grant opportunities to pay for some of these types of capabilities. But right now, we're funding this through municipal budget.
Thank you.
Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Homola for a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you for presenting your information. I'm actually a hazard mitigation plan reviewer, so I appreciate what you do as an emergency manager very much. The one question I had is that you had mentioned that Nashua actually contends, obviously, with precipitation issues, I'm assuming flooding issues. Can you tell me if the city of Nashua has been able to utilize any projects through the HMGP program, the grant program, federal grant program?
We have not. We've applied in the past for funding through HMGP, the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, but the challenging problem that we deal with is, in many cases, the areas where we're seeing impacts to culverts and other infrastructure around floodways. The benefit cost analysis doesn't allow for us to replace those components of infrastructure with a significant benefit to the financial impacts of the city. So we never typically are able to receive those grants because there are other projects around the state that are better investments for that grant program.
Follow up.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for answering that question. If you haven't really seen a positive BCA on some of these HMGP grants, I'm just wondering how you see more long-term esoteric mitigation through this bill.
Well, I think the number one area that we would look at when talking about, in my case, distributed renewable energy is there's an ability to leverage, as an example, solar plus battery storage at our critical municipal facilities that have a daily financial as well as resilience impact, those systems would be used every day in comparison to something that might be funded through a hazard mitigation program like a standby generator, which would sit there and not be used unless there's a power outage. So the reason we're focusing on concepts like we're talking about today is there's a benefit daily that we can leverage these systems. The co-benefits are significant in comparison to tearing out a component of infrastructure to replace it with something that'll deal with hazardous conditions in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Somcich is recognized for a question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we thank you, Mr. Gates, for your testimony. We have 6 more people to go. And the chair now recognizes, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Ilinka Drondo, member of the public representing New Hampshire High School Democrats. Ms. Drondo, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you all. My name is Ilinka Drondo. I'm 16 years old and I live in Bedford.
Your volume is very, very low. Is there any chance you could get closer to the microphone or increase your volume?
Is this any better?
Not much. Keep trying.
Let's see. I might try to connect a speaker. Let me see if that will work.
Well, give it a shot. We'll give you 2 minutes and hopefully we can hear some of what you want to say.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, much better, much better.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Ilinka. I'm 16 years old and I live in Bedford. I'm glad to be here to voice my support for HB 172. I'm representing the New Hampshire High School Democrats and my full testimony has been emailed to you. It is extremely concerning for our state that data from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shows New England to be one of the fastest warming regions in the country. New Hampshire's average temperatures have increased by nearly 3 degrees Fahrenheit in comparison to 20th century levels. Changing climates have enabled invasive species to migrate to and thrive in New Hampshire's water and land, disrupting the balance of our ecosystems, and sea level rise due to climate change is posed to ravage our seacoast. The good news is that we have the frameworks, the plans, the technology, and the science to address the climate crisis. I want to emphasize that climate change is more than just a political issue. It is an issue impacting what kind of future I and all other youth will be able to aspire to. The science has been clear for decades. ExxonMobil knew about the severe environmental dangers of fossil fuels long before I was born. They commissioned a study on it in 1979. And yet, though we know it is effectively a death sentence for our planet eventually, we have continued to allow emissions to go unchecked at the unprecedented global rate of 40 billion tons per year. If we neglect to take action, I will be only 25 when it is estimated that the damage from climate change will be irreversible. By the time I am old enough to run for office myself, it could be too late.
30 seconds.
This is my 3rd year in a row testifying for environmental legislation and my 2nd year submitting testimony for a bill creating a climate action plan. I will keep coming back, year after year, however long it takes until I see action, because I know that passing legislation like this, as well as increasing funding to relevant departments, will enable the change we need for our state, my generation, and our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony here today. Representative Somcich, you have your hand up. Is that for real?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for a question.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Drondo, for coming to testify. It's always refreshing and encouraging for all of us to hear from young people testifying and making this effort. However, it's also important that everybody take personal responsibility for these things. So I'd like to ask you what you and your peers are doing to take action on your own, talking to your parents or making improvements in your home or doing other behaviors that will benefit our environment.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. My peers are all very concerned about climate change, and we've been organizing, particularly on the legislative front, to make sure our voices are heard on these bills. I've also organized 2 climate marches in the past years that have brought hundreds of people from across the state together to advocate for the climate. I personally have switched to a lot of zero waste alternatives. I carry reusable alternatives to things like straws and bags with me wherever I go, and have also been discussing with my parents about energy efficiency alternatives for our house in the future. I think one thing that we've all really been focusing on is learning more ourselves, because occasionally the climate crisis is not taught in school. So this is something that many of my peers are passionate about and educating ourselves and others about, and hoping to see action on in the future.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Drondo, are you aware of the fact that everyone, including your parents or any resident in New Hampshire, can now choose to get energy supplied that is 100% renewable by choosing an energy supplier on the PUC's website?
I have heard of that, and I've actually brought it up to my parents. It's something we're looking into.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Mann is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you believe I have 2 grandchildren about probably about Linka's age, and I would just want to make the comment. Would you believe that I take the future for people that have to live in the future, which I do.
Representative Mann, at the beginning of our session, we talked about not allowing would you believe questions. So if you have a real legitimate question, I will allow you to ask it, but would you believe questions are not acceptable. You have to unmute yourself. I can't do it.
I just wanted to say I take, because of my grandchildren, on their behalf, I take this issue very personally. Thank you.
Okay. All right. See no further questions for this testifier. We'll move on to our next speaker, who will be Yes, our next speaker will be Kendra Ford, I'm sorry, a member of the public representing herself. So Ms. Ford, you're recognized to speak.
Hello, thank you for recognizing me. I'm Reverend Kendra Ford, and I serve the First Unitarian Universalist Society in Exeter. That is a congregation that has been working on climate issues for as long as I've been there, which is 19 years. And this morning, as I'm talking to you, the solar panels on the roof of my house are humming along, creating the electricity that lets me talk to you today. And I so appreciate the climate science that has been read into this hearing. It's so important to hear all of that science. But I want to talk about love and how much this bill is about preserving the world that we love, preserving the New Hampshire that we love, preserving skiing in New Hampshire, preserving the beaches that we love in New Hampshire, preserving the apple crop in New Hampshire, preserving the blueberry crop in New Hampshire. All of those things have been harmed already by climate change. We love those things where we need to take this action. I live in Portsmouth, and I walk by a tidal pond many times a week, and I can see as the sea levels rise, the businesses and the homes that will be affected by that rising water. And so this bill says that we love this coast and this town, and that we want to take action to change that. And I think that we need the discipline of and the accountability of shared laws to help us mitigate that damage. In our state and in our world, we're hearing more and more climate events around the world, and we want to be part of solving that problem. I am keenly aware that one of the things that will have to happen for us to meet these carbon goals is that we will have to stop burning coal in New Hampshire.
15 seconds.
Thank you. And that will mean creating good jobs for people for the future. I appreciate your consideration of this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Ward, I see one. Representative Somsitz, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Cool, for testifying. As a pastor, do you think there is also a moral and religious obligation component to this issue that all of us should consider?
Absolutely. I think the moral and religious issue comes down to love, which is why I spoke about love. I think all of the world religions teach us to love our neighbor and to love the world. And if we're going to do that, we have to take good and thoughtful care of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Jackie Kelly Pitts, you're recognized for a question.
I wanted to ask quickly was, I understand your point on stewardship, but what will this do to people who cannot reduce carbon emissions, such as people in apartments and where there's going to be will this have an effect on them, the goals we set?
The goals we set will have to affect absolutely everyone. And that's why we have to do the work together. We can't send people off to solve problems individually. And that's why we make laws, so that we do things together and make the choices together and support people who will have meet more challenges in making this change.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions for Ms. Ford, I will recognize the next speaker.
Kat? Does Kat have her hand up?
Who's speaking?
This is Jackie. Does Kat have her hand up?
All I can see is a big letter J. I can't see.
No, well, that's me, and you know it. But does Kat have her hand up?
I do. I'm leaving it up. I'm a co-sponsor. He's going to let me speak at the end.
Oh, you're just leaving it up. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're ready to move on, I guess. So I'd like to call on our next speaker, who is Judith Somm, a member of the public representing herself. So Ms. Somm, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Voss. Good morning to you all. For the record, my name is Judith Somm. I am a voter in Rumney, and I do not represent any organization. My husband and I consider ourselves climate migrants. We relocated from New Hampshire to New Hampshire from Reno, Nevada in 2018 because of the increasing climate change-related wildfires and because the associated smoke was impacting our health and our quality of life. Sometimes there were weeks at a time when we could not spend any time outdoors because of the smoke. I suffered from sinus infections. We had difficulty breathing. And after living decades in the West, and for my husband, he'd lived his whole life in the West, we decided we had to leave. While we did not expect to escape climate change entirely by moving to New Hampshire, we are alarmed to see climate change happening so quickly here. During last summer's drought, we became aware that wildfires are a significant threat in this state as well. We also understand that the New Hampshire moose population is sadly diminishing due to a tick species that thrives because of climate change. Local farmers who serve our community, such as our neighbors down the road at Longview Farm, now are struggling to grow produce with the climate change related weather extremes like drought, flooding, and the terrible hailstorm that occurred last summer. My husband and I recently viewed the beautiful Netflix documentary called The Life on Our Planet by David Attenborough, the famed naturalist, in which he explores the mass destruction of species during his lifetime in relation to the increase of atmospheric carbon. Mr. Attenborough's take-home message is that the issue is no longer about saving species, saving the planet. The primary issue is about saving ourselves. As he points out, we must take action to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions while we still have time. Therefore, I urge you to support HB 172. I would point out that comparable legislation has been already passed in other states with bipartisan support, including in Nevada, which made it a law in 2019. So again, please support this legislation and move it forward. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll now move on to our next speaker, who is Joseph Kwasnick. You have 2 minutes. You need to unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm today offering oral testimony to in support of House Bill 172. I've also submitted written testimony. My reason for support of the bill are as follows. House Bill 172 requires New Hampshire to establish a climate action plan that will reset public policy, among other requirements, to reduce statewide greenhouse gas emissions. The plan will also set goals and actually inventory greenhouse emissions, which will be key in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Setting these reductions are necessary if there's any chance for New Hampshire to begin to meet the climate change emergency that the state of New Hampshire now and will face into the future. Failure to meet these reductions within the prescribed schedules will certainly present our citizens with a progressively degraded environment. Research by our university scientists indicates that we're currently experiencing climate change with shorter winters, warmer summers, rising sea levels, and unpredictable rainfall and drought conditions. All these factors contribute to a degraded environment here and now. The impact of these changes currently cause adverse impacts, including financial, on New Hampshire's agricultural production, tourism industry, and our seasonal sports attractions. And these adverse impacts will continue to worsen into the future. After a number of false starts over the last decade, it is time for New Hampshire to begin to take meaningful action to meet the challenge of climate change. This legislation is desperately needed, especially in light of the current proposals in the legislature to either delay or dilute rational and worthwhile initiatives such as the Energy Efficiency Resource Standard and the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Thank you for your time today, and this bill is needed now and should pass. Thank you. I will take questions.
Thank you. You succeeded in testifying in 1 minute and 35 seconds. I appreciate it.
Practice makes perfect.
Okay, thank you. Representative Somcich is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Kwasnick, for your testimony. Can you tell us in any way that climate change has impacted you directly?
Yes, from the recreational point of view, it has. I'm a skier, both cross country and alpine, and we're finding that the winters are quite becoming shorter. The ski season is starting later in the year and ending earlier in the year. So that's an impact on me. I also do quite a bit of hiking, and I am terribly concerned about the infestation of ticks and other invasive species that have now invaded our state. As a child, that never occurred or even came across these types of species before. So we're seeing just an incredible migration of invasive species, not only plant, but also animal and insect into our communities. So yes, had a lot of impact on me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we will move to our last speaker of the day, or the last speaker of this bill anyway. There were 2 people signed up, a Sheila Vargas and a Mary Dean, who don't actually appear to be available.
Mr. Chair, I believe Linda Terwilliger is also standing by.
Who?
Linda Terwilliger.
She's not on my list of speakers. So I'll recognize the last speaker of the day. That's Mr. Gage, representing, can't remember the name of the organization, but he'll tell us. And Mr. Gage, you have 2 minutes, and 2 minutes exactly.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, for hearing my testimony in favor of HB 172. I'm here as a private citizen, but I'm also the state coordinator for New Hampshire of Citizens Climate Lobby, a grassroots, nonpartisan organization working to help create the political will to enable Congress to legislate cashback carbon pricing to efficiently and equitably reduce climate pollution in the US and around the world. I'd like to provide some insight into national and global factors that provide support for this bill to help avoid government waste. We ignore the changing global energy market at our peril. We will make bad decisions and poor investments if we don't pay attention to major changes that are happening beyond our control that will affect us. But first, I would like to respond to Representative Thomas's question about what would it matter if New Hampshire goes to net zero or not. While it's true that our emissions are a small percentage of the whole, if everybody thinks the same way, nobody would reduce their emissions. So ignoring your own pollution is called freeloading or free riding. It's just not a responsible way to behave. But even more than that, the US is responsible for 25% of global climate pollution that's in the air right now. We developed our industry burning fossil fuels. The world has paid from our pollution and is paying, but we have a bigger than average responsibility. Per capita, the US is 4 times more polluting than average. Comparing us to climate, China is interesting. The average American pollutes twice as much carbon pollution as the average person in China. And there are 100 million people in China that still don't have any power. So while China plugs those power into the grid, they are trying to reduce emissions, but they obviously have a different problem than we do. The IPCC, World Bank, World Economic Forum all say a carbon price is needed to address this global pollution problem. That is moving forward rapidly. Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, says we need carbon fee and dividend.
Thank you, Mr. Gage. We appreciate your testimony, and we will read your voluminous written testimony as part of the record for this public hearing. And so with that, seeing no more speakers lined up.
Mr. Chairman, I have my hands raised.
Representative Somsich, you recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gage, and thank you for taking my question. If I'm not mistaken, your organization has been affiliated with a carbon pricing plan that is bipartisan on both political sides and economic side. Can you say something about that? Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you very much for your question. Yes, so the organization is 14 years old. They found this policy called carbon fee and dividend with border adjustments about 10 years ago. We've been lobbying Congress to introduce it. It has been introduced as a bipartisan bill with 87 co-sponsors. It will reduce US emissions by 40% in 12 years and 90% in 30 by putting a steadily increasing price on carbon emissions at the source by charging fossil fuel producers.
You answered Representative Somsich's question, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gage.
Okay, so having exhausted our list of speakers for this public hearing, which is now 38 or 39 minutes beyond its end date or its end time, I will close the public hearing on HB 172 and announce to the assembled multitudes here that 296 people signed up to support the bill, 13 signed up in opposition, and 2 were signed up to be neutral. And so with that, we close the hearing on HB 172, and we move to the next bill, whose public hearing I opened at 10 o'clock and then recessed. We will now come out of recess on HB 487, and I will recognize the sponsor of the bill, which is about establishing an information technology supply chain risk authority. Recognize Representative Peter Somsich to introduce the bill.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a point of order, please?
Certainly. What's your point of order?
My question was not to add any testimony to the bill. My question was whether there needed to be an FN on the last bill, which I think I was going to pose that question to the Department of Environmental Services because their testimony included not only a consultant, but 3 FTEs. So my question is really a process or technical one, which is whether or not House Bill 172 requires an FN? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I can't answer that question. Typically, OLS is the agency that decides whether a bill needs a fiscal note or not. Since they did not make that judgment on the bill when they drafted it, I assume it doesn't really need one, but I appreciate the question. So now I'll recognize Representative Somcich to introduce House Bill 487.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee members, for allowing me this opportunity to introduce HB 487. My original intent for the introduction of this bill was based on my concerns regarding the security of our state government's networks, as well as the products and services that the state of New Hampshire is procuring. Approximately 2 years ago, I worked with the state's director for IT, Dennis Goulet, on a bill since passed by Governor Sununu and signed that prohibited the state agencies from using software developed by Kaspersky Lab. Kaspersky Lab software is most frequently used as an antivirus and cybersecurity protection. At that time, many state agencies throughout the country, as well as the US government, were in fact still using that software. Recently, I have become aware of a number of products and services being offered by companies associated with governments that have been accused of cybersecurity and hacking threats against the US government and governments abroad. Such countries include the People's Republic of China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. The main attraction for such products and services has been the fact that they are often offered at a considerably lower price than their competition. I discussed these concerns with Director Goulet, who informed me that his department had been working on these issues and would be willing to suggest elements that they felt were important to include in any such bill. His department worked with the OLS to draft the bill before you today. However, upon closer scrutiny and based on more recent cybersecurity threats, it is the opinion of his IT department that the bill before you today is not yet ready to be acted on. Director Goulet will be testifying and explaining his reasoning for this today. However, based on his recommendation, I'll be asking this committee to vote to retain this bill until further improvements can be made to it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Representative Somcich, for introducing the bill. I have a question for you. You said that you wanted to request that the committee retain the bill. While we haven't heard yet from Mr. Goulet about the bill's shortcomings and what kind of improvements could be made, is it possible that it might be better to ITL the bill and then bring a new bill forward in 2022?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure about that. I'd like to hear also from Director Goulet. He was the one who had suggested the retaining motion, but I can see your point.
Okay, I will ask that question of Mr. Goulet, and I will now recognize Mr. Goulet to speak. Mr. Goulet, you have the floor, and welcome to STE.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's great to be with you virtually. Looking forward to doing it in person soon. I will first want to thank Representative Somcich for his leadership in this important issue. IT supply chain issues are with us and look like they will be with us for the future. The Kaspersky legislation that we worked on together was, a true example of a contained IT supply chain issue. And when Representative Somcich came to us, we talked about what we're doing in the state already in this space. And we have been for about 6 months now working with the Department of Administrative Services and the Attorney General's office to work on changes to our procurement methodologies that would allow us to filter out and manage to against supply chain risk as part of the technology procurement process. And although that's a good step, and we will keep doing that, I think we, in the end, we should have legislation. And I thought that if this time was the right time to do that, and was looking forward to working on said legislation with Representative Somcich. However, since then, the SolarWinds attack has happened. We are still at this moment learning about how that was executed. And, but there are significant parts of it that are not yet public. They're being withheld by the federal government under top secret status. So we're thinking that, the world that we thought we lived in isn't the world we actually are in with respect to IT supply chain risk. So at this time, it's my feeling that we could retain or ITL, that I'm ambivalent on that, whatever the committee would prefer, and that I continue to work with administrative services and the AG's office on language in requests for proposal and final contracts that begin to address this issue, but we also work on language. I will take responsibility for working on an evolving language over the next year or so. So in the next session, perhaps we can have something that we'd be comfortable with that would better address the new realities we live in as it relates to the new kinds of threats we're seeing from foreign actors as it relates to IT supply chain risk. That concludes my formal testimony, and I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. We really appreciate you being here and testifying today. So if I understood what you said correctly, you think that it could take as long as a year to get the language for this bill correct, and therefore you wouldn't object to an ITL motion on this bill for this year so we can bring a fresh bill forward next year?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, well, good. I appreciate you being candid about that. We do have an extremely crowded schedule for dealing with retained bills. We've retained quite a few already, and I know we will be retaining several more. So we have to be very, very careful that we don't retain so many bills that we get totally overwhelmed with work during a fairly short period of time that we have allocated for doing that work. So we appreciate that. And I ask the committee, does anybody have any additional questions that they would like to address to Mr. Goulet or to Representative Somcich? Seeing none, it looks like we can call this public hearing to a close. Before doing that, I'll report that 11 people signed in to support the bill, 2 signed in to oppose it, including Mr. Goulet, and Daniel Wolf also signed in, an elected official. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on HB 487. Since we have approximately 10 minutes before the next public hearing, I would like to take a 5-minute break. So we'll see everybody back here in a few minutes.
Oh, you did?
That's got to be the quickest 5 minutes in the world.
Representative Kelly Pitts. I'm muted. You hear me?
We're unmuted.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, Jackie.
Hi, Jackie. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Last night I ran into your ex-boyfriend and he wanted to say hi to you today. Kirby Richardson. He said, make sure you say hi to Jackie tomorrow when you go in. So I'm saying.
Well, I'm glad I know I have a boyfriend since Valentine's is coming up. Jewelry will do.
Make sure you get that to us. Loxy and jewelry.
Loxy and jewelry.
Nice piece.
Are you okay, Representative Vincent? Everything okay now?
Who's Vincent? I'm sorry. Who?
Vincent.
Is he here?
I had technical difficulties, yes.
You have 21.
Everyone?
Everything okay with the house and then you and?
Well, we're still working on the house.
I gotta tell you what, thank God you came in to fill in.
I had some people come in on Monday and work and they left the door open
Day the guy died. And I ended up, that's why I've been on this committee ever since.
till Wednesday.
Oh, what was his name?
He was only here for like a month. And
He was.
I don't know what he was, but I came
He
in.
died from our committee, remember?
5 years ago. He was only
I
here
know
for-
what he looks like. I can see his
He
face.
just got elected.
Remember his name.
So you're like the committee godfather, is what you're trying to say.
He had cancer and he didn't know when he got elected and he died within weeks.
Oh, that man. What was his name?
Died in a week. What?
From Rockingham County.
I had no idea who he was.
Passed away.
I could die at a meeting.
I forget his name.
Roxman? No. No, Roxman.
Glad you're okay, Representative Vincent.
Then we had Larry Rappaport.
Larry Rappaport, that's what I was thinking of.
Oh.
Yeah, he also, he's the one that passed away, right?
Yeah, he was out of office. So.
And he was our
He
vice
was
chair.
wow.
Wasn't he our vice chair?
Yeah.
Oh, they are popping up in Representative Voces.
Remember when I was here, you started as.
That was the hand of God. I saw it.
What did you see? In November.
The hand of God popping up in your mountain.
Oh,
Oh, the hand.
I can't control that, but
Oh, is that you in the green screen? I see a green screen.
no, that's,
You know what he is? That little Bernie Sanders guy in the screen in the background.
that's
Representative Murner, I went by your house yesterday.
What'd you say?
You went by your
Went
house.
by
Oh,
your
you
house.
did? I wasn't there. I was here.
Must be Representative.
Yeah, I went by your house. I went over to see Sherry Markey's mother that lives down the street.
okay. It is now 11 o'clock. And so I will call to order the public hearing on House Bill 3906 relative to credits for certain energy production not issued renewable energy certificates. That's an awkward sentence. So we would like to call on the bill's prime sponsor, who is Representative Oxendom, to introduce the bill. Representative, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Renewable energy certificates, known as RECs, represent the energy generated by renewable energy sources. One REC represents 1 megawatt hour of electricity generation. RECs can be bought and sold, but once sold, the renewable attributes of that energy production are transferred from the seller to the buyer. Purchasing RECs supports the renewable energy market by providing a demand signal to the market, which in turn encourages greater supply of renewable energy. In this way, RECs not only help towns, businesses, and individuals meet their greenhouse gas emission goals, they also encourage the generation of more renewable energy. However, in New Hampshire, we have enabled a unique, and I would suggest a uniquely perverse mechanism to operate, and that is known as REC sweeping. REC sweeping allows New Hampshire electric providers to seize without payment and without their knowledge the renewable energy attributes produced by other New Hampshire businesses and residents, and to use those RECs to meet the utilities or the generator's own renewable portfolio standard obligations. This practice constitutes a government seizure and transfer of private property without just compensation, and therefore violates the Fifth Amendment of the US Constitution and also Part 1, Article 12 of the New Hampshire Constitution. Passing HB 396 would abolish the REC sweeping provision currently in RSA 362 F6, and it would put an end to this serious infringement of New Hampshire's citizens' constitutional rights. So-called REC sweeping allows the electricity producer to claim the RECs of renewable energy self-generation from those residents and businesses who choose not to register their RECs. This means New Hampshire residents cannot claim or represent their self-produced electric energy output is renewable, not even the portion they physically consume for their own use behind the meter. This deprives the REC markets of their largest source of demand, the utilities and electricity generators who have RPS obligations. So as a result, not only are our citizens, our towns, and our businesses losing their property rights, but we've also wrecked the REC market because we no longer have effective demand. And sometimes these RECs sell for as low as $5 a REC. Whereas in other markets, they've ranged, of course, with market conditions, prices fluctuate, but it's not unknown from them to be in the hundreds of dollars. Depriving private persons and entities of the renewable energy attributes of their own renewable generation deprives them of a property right with real world financial value. Indeed, the Federal Trade Commission regulations make it illegal for businesses to market themselves as using renewable energy if they do not keep control of the renewable energy attributes associated with the REC. This is true even when a business uses the physical electricity from that renewable generation to power its own operations. If that business sells or otherwise loses ownership by sweeping of its renewable attributes, it loses the right to claim it's using renewable energy. So this REC sweeping provision actually exposes New Hampshire business owners to legal jeopardy in addition to depriving them of their property without their knowledge and without compensation. In summary, by seizing the renewable energy attributes of New Hampshire residents and businesses' own renewable generation, the current version of the statute deprives them of their property rights to their own renewable energy and bars them from legally marketing themselves as renewable energy users, a valuable attribute in today's market. Worse, it deprives them of these financially valuable property rights, again, without their knowledge and without compensation. This is an uncompensated seizure of private property affected by state power under the statute, and it's a blatant violation of both our state and constitutional rights. The General Court should pass HB 396 and abolish this unconstitutional practice of REC sweeping in order to protect the property and constitutional rights of New Hampshire residents. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations, Representative. You did it in 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Congratulations.
But the last time was 3.5 minutes.
I wasn't going to cut you off because we have no other speakers registered to speak, but I'm impressed that you did it so accurately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Homola is recognized for a question.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And thank you, Representative Oxenham, for taking my question. I just want to make sure I understand what you said correctly. Were you saying that these unused RECs are available for sweeping because the individuals did not choose to register these RECs. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, indeed. So I personally have a solar array on my roof. I do not choose to register those RECs because I have them, because I want to keep them as my renewable energy. And until I got an electric vehicle, I was able to meet all of my electrical needs from renewable energy. That was something I felt was a worthwhile investment. I have since discovered that my renewable energy attributes have been likely swept up by someone else who's been using them for financial gain without my knowledge, without any compensation. And I am by no means alone. Any person not registering their RECs who seeks to keep them themselves for their own purposes, as is their right, they paid the money, they invested in the equipment, it's theirs. Yes.
Okay, Chair, follow on.
Follow up?
The only other comment I had to that is that if the system is in place where people have to register them, then isn't that when they choose not to, isn't that sort of implicit permission that things can be done with them what they're done?
Let's see, if I had a cattle ranch and I didn't register my cattle and somebody came, took my cattle, would I be remiss in not having registered them?
Well, if there's a program, I'm just asking because we're not talking about cattle registering. We're talking about this. I'm just curious. Again, I'm just trying to understand. So I
appreciate it. Thank you.
But if a part of the program is that you have to register these RECs in order to not have them swept, then people who choose not to do that are in some ways implicitly giving their permission to have them swept.
I hear your words, but I don't, it makes no sense to me.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cambrios is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Oxenham. Is there a reason why you wouldn't register your RECs? I'm trying to understand that. Why wouldn't all the individuals register their RECs?
Again, sorry for falling back on my personal experience. When I purchased my system, I was told that I could register my RECs if I wanted to participate in the REC market. I had no interest in participating in a REC market, so I did not register my system. This is, it was a voluntary, it's open to you to register if you so wish. Why would you do so? To participate in the REC market. If you don't want to participate in the REC market, no one is telling you that you are at risk of losing your property rights to your renewable energy production. There's no government program that's out there telling you, there's no private solar developer that's telling you. You don't find out about this. It's going on without your knowledge, and other people are making a substantial financial gain. The other part about this is that the Renewable Energy Fund is solely funded by the alternative compliance payments. Alternative compliance payments are what the utilities and the electricity generators have to pay if they can't find enough RECs. Well, guess what? They're not finding any problem finding RECs because they're sweeping them and not paying for them. And as a result, our Renewable Energy Fund has been steadily, year after year, diminishing. We have fewer dollars available to provide to businesses and towns and individuals in any incentive mechanisms because we've allowed our REC market to be wrecked by this, as far as I'm concerned, unauthorized seizure of private property.
Follow up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you for, I understand your point, what you're saying. My question to you is there any negative impact to you, using yourself as an example, is there any negative impact to you for registering your own credits?
I know that there's, in fact, if I could hand that question off to someone who I know has sold his RECs and has gone through the process, which is Representative Somcich, to me, it's more of a when I was studying economics, I used to teach economics. We called it a psychic quasi-rent. You have you experience a benefit by, it's like living in New Hampshire. We derive psychic quasi-rents from the beauty and the wonder of living in New Hampshire. Can you put a price tag on that? No, but you receive a value by living in New Hampshire. That's what renewable energy production is for me. That's the value.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll allow Representative Somcich to share his experiences in the REC program in just a few minutes. But first, I recognize Representative Callie Pitts for a question.
Representative, I'm having a hard time understanding. I remember this discussion clearly when we voted that they could aggregate. We call it sweep, we'll call it vacuum, we'll call it whatever you want, the RECs from people who have not claimed them. Do you know now how many RECs your system produces?
Yes, I have a 6.9 kilowatt system, and because it's facing more south, it's facing more west than it is facing south, it doesn't have the world's greatest production. So I would, if I were involved in this market, I would be entitled to about 5 RECs. Even though people with smaller systems are entitled to more RECs. But if we ever get time of use pricing, my system's going to function better because of that westward angle.
Can I follow up?
Follow up.
Sure. Go ahead.
No, I was asking the chair.
Well, he said yes.
I didn't hear. If you haven't, I don't understand how an intangible thing can become property. And that's where I come with the constitutional question. If I decided to suck the oxygen out of your yard, would you say I was taking your property? I wonder how we can say that this intangible REC, and assuming a system or anybody's system operates at top production, can be considered property. And if somebody wanted to follow up with that, somebody wanted to sweep you, how do they know how much your system produces? Those are 2 questions.
If I could take the last question first, the utility knows when my system was interconnected to the grid, what was coming on. So they know. As far as the value, we put a value on reputation. People can sue for millions of dollars if harmed to their reputation. That's an intangible. There are many other things in the business world, copyrights for songs. I mean, there are many things that are intangible. But, somebody's taken your creative endeavor. In my case, I invested real money in that system. It produces value for me. And for somebody to be taking that value and wrecking our market-based system, which provides the funding, the only funding for our renewable energy fund, I think that's outrageous. And I have a legal opinion here that it's also unconstitutional. And as representatives of the state, I think once informed, as we now are, that there is an unconstitutional provision in our statutes, it is our duty and obligation to remove it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I recognize other people for questions, and there are quite a few people here who still have questions, I want to inform the committee that Karen Crampton, who manages the RPS program, here in the state is online, and I have permitted her to speak. And it might be useful at this point if Ms. Crampton could address a couple of issues to help people as they form additional questions. For example, how many wrecks are we talking about every year get swept? If Representative Oxenham has 5 unused wrecks, approximately what would they be worth? If the wreck price was $28, they'd be worth $140. But Ms. Crampton, if you could just give us a quick, maybe 2-minute overview of the wreck sweeping situation and give us some statistics about it, that would be very helpful as we ask additional questions on this issue. So go ahead, Ms. Crampton, and thank you for being here.
Hi, good morning, members of this ST&E committee. I guess thank you for your questions, Representative or Chairman Vose. I will try to, I guess, start with just a quick overview of how this policy mechanism is implemented. So what happens on an annual basis, and this is a calendar year annual basis, so we're actually going through this process right now, is that the commission sends a request to the utilities to let us know all systems that are net metered, and this is both class 1 and class 2. So class 1 is new renewables, although I will tell you that's a very small percentage. And then class 2 is our solar. We send a request to the utilities to understand and get information on all of these systems that are interconnected and net metering in New Hampshire. We then also, because we do this part, the commission does this part, we know all of the systems that are registered for renewable energy certificates, or REC, what we call REC eligible. And what we do is we go through a comparison to determine which systems are interconnected and not registered for RECs. Once we have that then subset of RECs, well, systems that are not REC eligible, we go through and we add up the capacity for those systems, and then we apply the capacity factor. Currently in statute, that's 20. And we apply that to estimate the generation out of those systems. And you'll probably all remember Monday, there was a public hearing on changing that capacity factor from 20% down to the capacity factor that's determined by ISO New England. So we go through an estimation calculation. So we take that subset of systems that are not registered or eligible to generate RECs. We apply the 20% capacity factor. That gives us an estimated generation for the year. We then can divide that estimated generation, which is in kilowatt hours, for example. You divide it by 1,000 and you get your megawatt megawatt hour equivalent. Each megawatt hour, as we know, is equivalent to 1 REC. So it's the commission that's doing that REC estimation. So out of that calculation, we determine there's X number of class 2 RECs that would have been available had those systems gone through the certification process. Then what happens is we convert that into a credit, and that credit is posted to the commission's website, and all electricity suppliers are able to take that credit against their RPS compliance for class 2. So in past years, for example, and I can tell you, give me 1 second, in 2020, which is the most recent year that we've done this for, the class 2 requirement is 0.7% for compliance. And the credit that is given against that compliance mechanism is, and I'm sorry, here we go. It's on a different webpage. The compliance that was determined, or the credit that was determined out of that, was 0.4794. So what all of the suppliers are allowed to do is when they file their compliance reports with the commission by July 1st, they can take that 0.7% class 2 requirement and they can subtract 0.4794%. Now you all know I've never been good at math on the fly, but I think that's approximately their new obligation for class 2 would be approximately 0.22%. So it is a reduction.
3/4 of the obligation is met with the swept recs. 3/4.
So that, yeah, so I mean, I'm explaining to you how it works. The same exact thing happens on class 1, but you will see that the compliance or the credit that's given against the class 1 obligation is 0.0054% out of oh golly, let me go back, out of a compliance requirement of 8.9%. So it's a very small portion of it. Class 2, as Representative Oxenham noted, is a very large percent of the overall obligation. So I won't take any more of your time. I'll just stop talking, but I hope that provided at least an education on how we implement the policy.
Well, thank you, Ms. Kristen, and I would ask that you stand by in case we have other questions that you could shed some light on. I now recognize Representative Bresney for a question.
I think my question was answered.
Okay, Representative Bresney's question was answered. I'll now call on Representative Pimentel for a question.
One of my questions, I think you said that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that Representative Somcich is going to talk later, so I think he's going to answer that question. But the other question I have is, if the electric company is sweeping these reps, do they know who they're sweeping them from?
Representative Oxenham, do you want to answer that, or should we ask Ms.
No,
Crampton?
they don't. As Ms. Crampton said, it's a total times a factor. It's anonymous. They're just dealing with kilowatt hours, megawatt hours, not individuals, names or companies.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. It is all an estimation. We take the total capacity of just everybody as one group. We apply the capacity factor. We are estimating the generation. And yes, as you said, it's all unanimous, or it's all
anonymous.
Anonymous, thank you. And yes, that's how it works.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. I admit you raised an interesting argument. I was curious if you were aware of, or have you attempted to actually take any legal action, or are aware of any particular court cases that other people may have tried to bring this to the attention of the courts? Are you aware of any legal action whatsoever anywhere involving this subject?
This is a question to me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This mechanism only exists in New Hampshire, and it has existed. I'm sure Ms. Crampton can tell us how long it's been in existence, but to my understanding, it's something that's fairly recent. I think it's certainly in the last decade. I think most people are unaware of the actuality of it. I mean, if the FTC was to come in and sue someone for claiming that they produce their product with renewable energy and they're green and they're a good neighbor and people should buy their product, then we'd know about it. Then someone could, raise it as a court action. But at this point, it's in statute. And because it's in statute, it's legal for them to do it. So you wouldn't have any grounds to stand on. They'd say, well, ignorance is no excuse. You're supposed to know the laws of your state. And if you weren't aware of it, that you're out of luck. So I think anyone who would turn to a lawyer would be told, no, it's in statute, that they can do it.
Thank you.
Chair.
Representative Homola is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Representative Oxenham. If the issue seems to be notification so that people are aware, why not put that into statute then?
When I shouldn't assume who brought this statute forward, but those who created this mechanism certainly were not. Again, this is supposition. I don't think they wanted people to know. I think this works very well to their advantage without people being aware of what's happening. So why require people to know about it? Then somebody might actually try to change the statute so it is illegal to deprive people of their private property in which they've invested their money to meet somebody else's legal obligations.
Thank you. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Okay, thank you. Follow-up?
Yes, ma'am. Then why not propose a bill that requires notification?
Because I do not want the renewable energy fund to be depleted. I don't want our rec market to be ruined. When people invest their money, we'll hear a lot about this when we get to HB 213. People invest in renewable energy under the assumption that they're going to be able to gain back over time the benefits. So, the payback period is usually about 7 years for investment in a solar array. But they also are told by the individual or the company that they're buying it from that, hey, there's a rec market and you can also create an income stream from the rec market. And that's part of how businesses and towns, municipalities make their determination to go forward with a renewable energy investment, because they are told they will be able to gain an income stream every single year. Every megawatt hour you produce, there's a possibility of a money back to you. Well, with a wrecked market, you don't have an income stream.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative McWilliams, I notice you have your physical hand raised. And I am going to call on you, but can I suggest that in the future you use the raise hand function of Zoom? Because raising your physical hand is haphazard as a way to gain attention. But I do recognize you now for a question.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I do not have a raise my hand function on my Zoom. I actually logged out and logged back in because I thought it was a bug, but for some reason, I don't see it here on my screen. I can't raise my hand. So thank you for calling on me for the physical hand. This is trying to get around a technical issue.
Before I ask you a question, can I just ask you, did you look at the participants panel?
Did I look at the participants panel? The link that I used was emailed to me from my legislative email. It said 1 hour warning. Science and technology will begin in 1 hour on. That's the link I clicked on.
But straight at the bottom, there's a little symbol for participants. On my screen, anyway. If you move your cursor down to the middle.
Different systems operate differently.
I see
Representative McWilliams hasn't had a difficulty previously.
I just did this because I don't have a raise hand, and I'm sorry. If I did, I would raise my hand.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you can't find it, I'll try to recognize you. I'll try to look at you more often.
I would hate to interrupt, but sometimes it's under reactions as well. Go down to the bottom of the screen, roll
I don't
over.
have reactions on my screen.
You don't? Okay, I'm sorry then. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I use Zoom all the time. I promise you I'm not missing something. This is a technical issue. Okay, so my question here is, I think this is for Ms. Crampton actually, but what I'd like to know is there compensation? Is there some kind of compensation for the utilities using these RECs? And the reason I'm asking this is because it sounds to me like this is money, the RECs equal money that belonged to whoever installed a solar system on their home, and they did not register the RECs, but there's still some money floating around, which sounds like unclaimed property, which technically would go to the state rather than to a utility as a bonus. So I just want to get a sense of what is the compensation for these RECs, if there is some, for the utility.
If I may, Chairman Vose, would you like me to address that?
That question was directed at you, Ms. Crampton.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, Representative. There is no money going back and forth for that credit. So again, it's a computational mathematical function that happens at the commission. So we're estimating that generation, converting that estimated generation into, in a way, theoretical RECs. And we're applying a calculated percentage against the overall compliance requirement. So we're taking that 0.7% and we're saying your obligation is 0.7, but when you file your report, you can subtract out 0.4791% from that from your obligation, and your new obligation is 0.22 ... So then what they do is they take that new percentage against and again, those percent obligations are computed against then the supplier's total sales, right? So instead of saying I sold 1,000 kilowatt hours to all my customers and my RPS obligation is 1,000 times 0.7%, what they can do instead is say I sold 1,000 kilowatt hours, my obligation or requirement to the RPS is 1,000 times 0.22. And I probably should do the math so I can give you the right number, but that's the way it works. So it is just a reduction in the compliance requirement. There is no actual purchase or selling of RECs because these aren't RECs.
But if they didn't meet their requirement, they would have to pay real money in an alternative compliance payment, would they not, Ms. Crampton?
That is correct. So if their obligation, either way, with whatever your obligation is, if you cannot purchase RECs on the open market, then you balance out, you meet your compliance by making alternative compliance payments. So yes, your compliance obligation is met through a combination of two things, a REC and your alternative compliance payment. So yes, this is reducing that overall compliance. So you would, in theory, purchase less RECs or make less ACP payments.
Ms. Crampton, could you, I'm sorry.
Follow up.
Representative Williams has the floor.
Can I follow up on this?
Yes.
So I understand what you're saying in terms of there being a penalty for the utility not meeting this requirement. Can you give me a dollar value as to what that penalty would be if we were excluding these swept RECs?
Yeah, it's very difficult to do because it is a market. So it's all based on supply and demand. What I can tell you is the alternative compliant payment rate for 2020, I think, I got the year right, was $57.61. So this comes down now to it's a market. So it's all about supply and demand. So they would either meet that compliance through RECs at $57.61, I'm sorry, ACPs at $57.61, or by purchasing RECs, which we generally say the ACP is setting the ceiling price, so the RECs would be less. But you're right, that
$0.47,
$0.47,
because I believe this money should go to the state. Fundamentally, I think that there's a cash value that's being left out that the state should receive compensation, and I'm trying to find out what the dollar value is.
and because nothing's actually being transacted, I guess that's where I'm having difficulty.
Ms. Crampton, if you're looking at
Sorry.
the 2020 figures, I believe in your latest report, there's a graph that shows what the payments were for the last decade. If you were just to take, say, 2014 and tell us how much money came into the Renewable Energy Fund in that year, I mean, we're talking millions of dollars here. This is you know, all these little point percentage this is real money which matters to real people and real companies.
Nice try, Representative Oxenham, but 2014 was a particularly high ACP year. In subsequent years, it's been much, much lower.
Because of the wrecked market.
Isn't it true that if the utilities are obligated to buy fewer RECs because they've swept up some of these existing RECs, that their costs are lower and therefore ratepayers' costs are lower?
Nice try. I'm a ratepayer who's been scammed, and I'm not getting a benefit, I'll tell you.
That question was for Ms. Crampton.
It is, again, because we are calculating a percentage based on estimated generation. And again, these aren't RECs. We are literally taking that calculation and subtracting it from the overall obligation. So we're reducing the RPS obligation, which does mean utilities and suppliers have to purchase fewer RECs or make fewer alternative compliance payments.
Which ultimately lowers the cost to ratepayers. So Representative Bresney is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You asked the exact question I had.
Sorry, didn't mean to steal your thunder. I'd like to hear right now Representative Somsich's experience with the REC market. It was alluded to earlier, Representative Somsich, that you've had quite a bit of experience with the REC market. Could you share that with us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Crampton, also for being here. Yes, I had solar collectors installed 5 years ago, and approximately the same size as Representative Oxenham. And when I inquired at the time of my installer about this idea of getting RECs, I was told that it was a very complicated system to sign up for, and therefore for ordinary solar collectors on residential roofs, it was not worth the effort. And so I kind of ignored that, hearing that advice. But then a couple years ago, when I was in the legislature and I heard about this, I looked into it. And it turns out that the main issue is registering your facility as an energy generator and being able to confirm how much energy you're generating and how much, and therefore allowing those RECs to be sold into the REC market. And I found out that it was not that difficult. Once I registered with the PUC, which was a little bureaucratic, but not very, I then had to sign up with an auditor who could confirm the generation that I was having. And either I put a electronic monitoring device on my system at a cost of maybe $300 a unit, or I sign up with an auditor for $10 a year, and I'm required every month to report to him how much, what the reading on my production is, so he can record that. And then that auditor would be a aggregator that passed on my RECs to a company that would be in the auction market to sell those RECs. So I've been doing that now for 1.5 years, and it's working pretty well. And so, like I said, I pay $10 a year for the auditor. I don't pay anything else but that, and I only generate about 6 megawatt-hour RECs a year, and I've received payments between $22 and $38 per REC over the past year, so maybe $130 a year. But to do that, I just paid the auditor $10 a year, and I report every month my recorded numbers. Now, so it is a little convoluted, and I did it because I heard about the REC sweeping, and I felt, unlike Representative Oxenham, who wants to have RECs and wants to keep them for her personal gratification, I felt one way of combating the REC sweeping was to register and stop people from sweeping my RECs. And I'm a little bit shocked to hear from Ms. Crampton that something like 68% of the requirements for Class 1 RECs for the utilities is being met by credits from people who don't register and are being used by the utilities as a substitute. Of course, that will drive down somewhat electric rates. However, it's stealing those RECs from people and having the utilities not have to pay for those RECs that they're obligated to do. So I encourage everybody actually to sign up and register if they're generating renewable energy. So that was my experience.
Thank you for sharing that experience with us, Representative Somcich. Representative Murray, I see that you would like to ask a question, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just as a newbie here and trying to follow all this, can I just get confirmation, and I'm very close to having that with Representative Somcich's remarks, but the crux of the matter here, aside from all these numbers, which really don't matter, they really don't resonate with me, the utility takes up these swept RECs, or they sweep up these RECs for their own financial benefit without paying for them in any way, and they can do this because of the way this law is written. Is that basically the issue that we're talking about here, that you get utilities are taking advantage of unregistered RECs for their financial benefit with no financial cost to themselves? Am I on the right track here?
Yes, not only at no cost to themselves, but at a substantial financial benefit to themselves.
Thank you.
Representative Bresney is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Karen Crampton. At what point do RECs come into existence in the case where an individual generates their electricity?
Ms. Crampton?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Very similar to what Representative Somcich was indicating, is that your solar, for example, is generating electricity on an hourly, minutely basis. On a monthly basis, you report that generation to an independent monitor. And on a quarterly basis, NEPOOL GIS, which is the New England Power Pool, they administer the REC market. What they call mint that generation into RECs. So it happens quarterly. For every 1,000 kilowatt hours that are generated that have been certified, in a sense, by an independent monitor, those kilowatt hours are then minted into a REC. Each REC gets a unique identifier, and then those RECs are traded on the through NEPOOL GIS in that open market.
Follow up?
Thank you for that. My follow-up question is, if you don't register and you don't report the amount you're generating, then when do the RECs come into existence?
Thank you. I guess I would say technically they're not ever a part of GIS. If you're not reporting that production up through GIS, they don't ever, they're not minted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, my follow-up question to that, Ms. Crampton, would be, well, if the RECs are never really created, then how can they be swept up?
Again, we are at the commission calculating a credit against the obligation. I think it's a policy discussion on whether you consider those RECs or not RECs, that estimated generation that we're creating, and how, so I will, I guess, leave my comment at that, my response.
Okay, thank you. Representative Partial is recognized for a question.
Yes, I do understand how when you are estimating the cost of these undeclared energy, I don't care if you call it RECs or not. It seems like it's a matter of semantics, but you are getting a credit by padding your numbers. You're saving your utility money. Now, a statement was made earlier that this money is being passed on to ratepayers. Do you have any evidence that that money actually goes to ratepayers and not to shareholders? And that was for Karen Crampton.
Okay, thank you for the question. From the perspective of the regulated utilities, as part of the PUC's regulatory obligations, we do make sure, and this is done through the electric division, so I'm probably not going to use all the right words, and I apologize for that. But the cost of compliance with the RPS is a cost that is allowable to be recovered through electric rates. And it is the electric division that does take a look at that and make sure that the utilities, at least the regulated utilities, are meeting that obligation in the most cost-effective way possible, which generally means, that they're purchasing the RECs over ACPs, provided they're available. And the cost of compliance is part of rates. And you'll see that when we present to you those pie charts of, what is in the energy cost. You'll see a little sliver that is RPS, and that RPS sliver is, or slice of the pie, is the cost of RPS compliance. So it is the ratepayers that are paying for that compliance, not the shareholders.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Crampton, for taking my question. Just to be clear, as I understand it, to be clear, the RECs that are swept up are used by the utilities that lowers their ACP activities, their alternate payments, the alternate compliance payments, which in effect, when it comes to rate time, effectively lower the rates for all of the people within the utilities area, which in essence benefits all of the ratepayers in their area, in much the same way as when people use solar power, that the solar power by a few benefits everybody in the state, even though people do pay a small percentage from their electric bill, even though they don't have solar power on their house, is the type of benefits can be looked at both ways. It benefits everybody.
I think that was for you, Ms. Crampton.
Thank you for the question. I guess I would say that in that the credit reduces the overall compliance requirement. Yes, it's reducing the overall cost, but again, remember that it's RECs and ACPs, so it's not that they're saving alternative compliance payments necessarily. They could have also purchased RECs to meet that compliance, but yeah, you are reducing the overall requirement as part of this. I think that I answered your question, but if not, please ask again.
Okay, thank you. Representative McGee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. The first is, does the REC sweeping depress the REC market in terms of the cost per REC? Because I know we have a very low cost per REC, and that affects all of the other math. So that's question one. And I think if Ms. Crampton, if you could answer that one, I can put the other question to Representative Oxenham.
Thank you, Representative McGee. The market is a supply and demand market. So you could, in just basic economic terms, say that if the obligation is reduced, there's lower demand. And generally when there's lower demand, that does depreciate the price or make the price of a REC less. Then that's market principles.
Thank you. Yeah. I was making that assumption, but I'm glad you clarified it for me. And then the other question is for Representative Oxenham. We've talked a lot about, the obligation of the person who's doing the generating and creating the value and having to, step forward and maybe say, I want credit for these RECs formally so that they can't be swept from me. That's one way to solve it. But I wonder if you could speak to how HB 396 actually addresses the issue so that we understand what we're voting for in terms of the change to the statute. If you could just tell us how you propose to solve the problem in here. And unmute.
Yes, and unmute. Well, while I try to locate my text of the bill, which was, I believe I have it here. Nope, that's 172. Got too many bills all at the same time. Maybe it's over here. Basically, it eliminates the provision that allows REC sweeping, if I may be, that's 213, which is about to come up. Do you happen to have the bill in front of you?
I do. And that's what I see is that it's not added language except for at the very end where it says the total yearly production for such customer cited sources. The rest is all deletions of the part of the statute that says that REC sweeping can occur. So that's what the bill does.
Right. It makes us like every other state in the United States of America. This provision is unique to New Hampshire, and it has damaged our REC market. It has damaged our ability to finance renewable energy in the state. It damages our ability to deal with things like the climate crisis. We need to remove it from statute so that, like other states, we have a functioning market where supply and demand rules and where corporations that have requirements have to meet them on the terms of which the legislation was originally drafted.
Okay, so
I do apologize. I don't have that in front of me. I know that we did, it seemed, as I recall in the drafting of this, we made sure that a problem that the PUC had previously had was addressed. I know Ms. Crampton had told us that when she goes to the Executive Council and tries to explain the value of her programs, she doesn't have the numbers available to her because of those of us who don't register. And so there is a provision there that meets that issue so that she will be able to have that number available when she does go to the Executive Council.
Okay, thank you. So there are multiple problems that could be addressed, but this bill is attempting to address the intent of the original language of the RPS, that you are either creating value in the system or you are paying for the value that you are, that you're responsible for in the case of the utilities.
Very well put. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question for Representative Oxenham. I'm just trying to get my handle on, besides what this does to the average person who might have solar panels on their house. If I were wanting to produce electricity commercially on a large scale, and I had the option of having that system installed in New Hampshire or Massachusetts, would there be an incentive for them choosing Massachusetts over New Hampshire because of the rec market?
We have a regional rec market, so I believe that at one time Representative Somsich actually sold his recs in Connecticut. So it's my understanding, and it's my understanding that that would not enter into the decision as to where you would locate your system.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Representative Thomas.
I'm sorry, that's over my hand.
Oh, next up is Representative Brezhny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Representative Oxenham. If you do not take the steps to cause the RECs to be created, how can the non-existent RECs be considered your property?
According to case law, I think, I'm not a trained lawyer. I think that there is an issue here as to the severability of property rights. In my case, I have a renewable energy facility and I use renewable energy. Representative Somsich has a renewable energy facility, but he does not utilize renewable energy. He has lost his property right to it because he sold it. Yes, he took affirmative steps to make it possible to sell it, but the two systems are practically identical. He invested the money in that meter and monitoring and pays for someone to take care of it, but he's sold it. My store down the road, which has renewable panels on its roof, doesn't realize that they have been swept, that they can't claim those, and they could actually legally be sued in federal court for misrepresentation because their attributes they no longer are there. They've been taken.
Thank you. We appreciate your speculation. Representative Ploget is
I would call that a conclusion and not speculation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to Ms. Crampton, if she's still available.
Yes, I believe she's still here. Go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Crampton. If I have a system and it's not connected, how many RECs? I'm not sure if she heard me.
Go ahead. Question.
So if I had a system, Ms. Crampton, and it's not connected, how many RECs, if you did?
If you're not connected, you're off the grid. You're not producing RECs.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
This was to Ms. Crampton.
She's not here.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
sorry.
Yes, she still is here.
Still here.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Crampton, if I have a system that's not connected, do I get any RECs eligible to me?
So when we say connected, I guess we'd have to understand a little bit of what that means. But assuming you have a system and it is producing renewable energy, and for every megawatt hour that system generates, you could be creating one renewable energy certificate. The way to get that renewable energy certificate, though, is by registering your system with the Public Utilities Commission and participating in the NEPOOL GIS market. Is that answering your question?
Thank you, but I might have used the terminology wrong. My system is not registered. So what is the RECs I would be eligible for if it's not registered?
So if your system is not registered,
Personally, in value of something I could sell.
right? So if your system is not registered, again, you're still you're producing that renewable energy, and what the commission is doing is the commission is estimating what we think your generation is and applying a credit against the overall obligation for that generation.
Thank you. So there is a number. So I come back in the next annual year and I would like to claim those RECs that you have generated by your calculation. Am I able to for them?
And no, the RECs have to be, again, once we estimate them, and compliance is on an annual basis. So once that calendar year is closed, it's done. And again, that's why the RECs are being minted on a quarterly basis through NEPU GIS and then traded for compliance again on that annual basis. So once that calendar year is closed out from a compliance perspective, those RECs and or that generation is in the past. It's over. It can't be used for compliance again.
Okay, I think that answered my question. Is the way I understand it is if I didn't register the calculated RECs my system producing are only eligible for that 1 year, and only if I was registered. If not, there's no way for me to claim a value I think I have. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you. Representative Somsich, did you have something else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on a couple of things that, first of all, and I have a question, but first of all, Representative Thomas mentioned about the benefits that people induce for everyone when they have solar energy in the grid. And that is true, because basically we're helping to drive down demand on the grid when we have solar installations. Just as a comment to Representative Ploget and Ms. Crampton can correct me, if you are not connected to the grid, then there is nothing that's happening. You don't get credit for your own credits that you generate, and the PUC cannot issue any credits on your behalf because you are not on the grid. Then the other thing is, and let me just make sure I understand Ms. Crampton's calculation here. I think it's pretty simple. Basically, what you're doing is you're estimating the people putting into the grid who are not registered. You're estimating that based on the information you have from the utilities and based on the registration database that you have at the PUC. Then you're taking the difference between the two and you're normalizing that to virtual credits. And they are, in fact, really credits because the utility equates them with the same obligation for credits that they have. So even though they are not the actual credits, they are virtual credits and equivalent in value to those credits because they're being used against their compliance. Is that correct, Ms. Crampton?
Okay. Thank you, Representative Sanchez. First of all, yes, you are correct in that systems that are off grid, in other words, not interconnected, not net metering, would not be part of any of this discussion because the utilities don't have them on their list and they can't be certified or REC eligible if they're off grid. So that is correct. The second part of your question dealt with the calculation of that estimation. And I guess what I do want to make sure that I point out is that we are looking at the percent of the credit is the same for all utilities. So, and for the competitive suppliers as well. So we're not calculating an estimate for Eversource and saying then Eversource gets to take this percentage away. It is one number. So it's total for the state. And we are not looking at actual generation for that percentage. We are actually using that 20% capacity factor. So we're taking, again, the total megawatts that are interconnected but not REC certified, and then using a 20% capacity factor to estimate the generation, to then estimate the offset to the compliance obligation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Crampton. We really appreciate you being here today. And we really appreciate you taking questions. I'm going to call a recess on this public hearing because we have several members in attendance who have obligations during the lunch hour, therefore, including myself. Therefore, we will now adjourn for lunch, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, I will open the public hearing on HB 399 and recess it so that we can continue the public hearing on HB 396. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Turn off the, mute the room.
Yes, please mute the room.
Representative Parshall, I think you should play us a tune. Take yourself off mute.
Oh, sometime, maybe not today, but thank you.
And I'll sing along.
Oh, what do you got? What do you got? I know a few tunes. I think we're probably from the same period. You know what I mean? No, I'm sure that you've heard your father play some of the songs that I would play. How's that?
No. You are incorrect. I am a boomer. I was singing songs in the 80s. I started singing at 11, so I was actually singing in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of old songs.
Yeah. Strange for me to say that I've been playing guitar for a half century now. I'm not getting any better.
That's the best part.
I had a question for Lee. I think she's listening.
He is.
Okay, so or maybe you can answer it. I put a solar station on my roof and I sell RECs. I no longer own that installation. Oh, you're on mute. Sorry, Lee.
You own the installation, but you don't own the renewable attributes of the energy you produced.
Can I sell, but if I'm generating power, can I still sell that power back to the power company as well?
That's selling the energy. It's sort of
selling the
things.
Energy and having the REC generator are two different things.
You have a property right to the renewable attributes, and you have a property right to the actual physical facility that generates energy. So with the REC sweeping, you lose one, but you maintain physical possession of the facility. And if you were actually generating and selling your electricity, you would still be able to sell that electricity. You just couldn't advertise to anyone that it was created by renewable energy.
Yep. Okay.
You've lost the ability to claim that.
I just want to remind everybody that the session's still being recorded, even though the chairman isn't back online yet.
Hey, but incidentally, Lucius, there are companies that will say, we'll build this, we'll build the solar collector on your roof and it's ours. And we're going to generate RECs, but we'll compensate you in some way. And
our church did that very same thing.
They own it, you know, but you're getting some compensation. They also own the RECs usually, so they're giving you some compensation for that. But if you own your own facility, then like Lee's saying, that's your own property. Now, when you generate RECs, whether you use them yourself or not, they're still your property. The question is, do you want to sell it into the grid or not? If you don't have to. Or if you're off the grid, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and right now I had some people from one of the companies here in New Hampshire give me an estimate on a payback for me to install a solar system under the current caps and all that. I don't know if they included RECs that I would receive back as that estimate, but I can't imagine those RECs would add up to a lot under the current system. And
that's because of the depression of having so many of those RECs be real value.
Yeah. Okay. I learned something. This is great. Every day. You have to learn something new every day.
You do.
Well, in some
Chairman
states-
Bose, if you just said something, you're on mute.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Jen, if you could restart the recording so that we could resume our activity for the
You
day.
already did.
You did, okay. Good. In that case, since it is now 1:02, I will open the public hearing on HB 399, which is relative to the energy consumption reduction goal. And the prime sponsor of HB 399 is Representative Harrington, who I will turn the meeting over to in just a minute. But first, I want to point out that we have 4 people signed up to speak on this bill, in addition to Representative Harrington. We have Mr. Fitzgerald, Leslie Anderson from the Propane Gas Association, Mr. Skoglund from DES, and then Karen Luther, who I believe we heard from.
Mr. Chair, you said we would resume the former at 1 PM, the former bill hearing, which was not completed.
I totally forgot about that. Thank you for that reminder. Okay, so we will recess HB 399 and return to HB
396.
Okay. So is there anyone who would like to speak about HB 396? Representative Oxenham, I guess you would like to continue?
I'm happy to continue. I don't want to take up time unnecessarily, but I know there are people waiting to speak. One in particular is my son, Ian Oxenham.
Right. So let me recognize Mr. Oxenham. You are given 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, my name is Ian Oxenham. I'm a practicing New Hampshire attorney, and I have a degree in both energy regulation and law, so I do have some expertise on this matter. And I am of the opinion that Rex Sabine provision is unconstitutional. Now, one thing we want to correct is a misunderstanding I think some representatives have, that this property interest only is created when the REC is registered. That is incorrect. The property interest the REC represents, the renewable energy attribute, exists independently of the REC and is created the moment the energy is created. And the original owner of that property interest is the person who owns the system that created that renewable energy. That right gives you the ability to claim that you are a renewable energy user. So when that right is taken away via REC sweeping, a person loses that right. For an individual, this may just be a quasi-psychic event. For business, this actually matters quite a bit, because if you do not maintain ownership of renewable energy attribute, you cannot legally market yourself as a renewable energy user. This also means that REC sweeping in New Hampshire means that businesses that have installed their own solar arrays cannot claim to be solar powered unless they are to go to the time and expense of registering and claiming RECs. It takes money to, and the idea that notice or is going to cure this problem, or that people can just register and it's okay, I do not think is correct. Is that my time's up?
You still have 20 seconds.
Okay. Sorry. Because you have to spend money in order to prevent the property being taken. That is a big problem in my mind. And you should not have to spend money in order to keep a property interest that you created and that you are the original owner of, in order to be able to claim that you are a renewable energy user, and not face legal action from the federal government for saying that.
Okay, thank you. Time's up. Appreciate your insights. Representative Murray, you have a question.
Maybe perhaps it's better put as a point of order. I see Representative Chrétien is back and I was her substitute. So am I dismissed here? Or am I still substituting for someone else, or am I gone? Because I was substituting for her. I see she's back.
Well, the way I understand the rules of the House work is if you have been dismissed for the day, dismissed from a committee, you are dismissed for the day. So Representative Chrétien may be allowed to listen in to the session, but she cannot participate. You, Representative Murray, are the representative who is assigned to the committee for today.
Thank you for clearing that for me.
And Mr. Chairman, I would agree with you. That's what I have heard too.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Representative Callie Pitts, you're recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute.
Did. Thank you for testifying and for drafting past legislation, and I'm assuming this one as well, or parts of it. My question to you is, do you believe that this is a constitutional question And shouldn't that constitutional question be in court? I believe that all the rules we make or the RSAs we write are screened by OLS. That's their job. However, some things do get through. And again, I would ask, don't you believe that this sweeping issue belongs in court and not in the legislature, whether it's constitution to decide constitutionality?
So can you hear me or am I muted?
No, I can hear you.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. So yes, this is something that could be brought to a court. I think that Representative Oxen may have got mixed up on the question before, that someone could bring a provided they're a person who abstains, they were one of the people being deprived of property rights. I believe they could bring a constitutional action. However, that does not mean that the legislature can't act on its own to use its own constitutional powers to draft and pass new legislation to repeal an unconstitutional provision. And in many ways, there, I think, are advantages to going the legislative route if possible. It avoids the time and expense of litigation that can drag on for years. And that there's also policy reasons independent of the constitutional issue to change it. But just because it's a constitutional problem does not mean the legislature has to wait for a court to say there is. So yes, it could be brought to court, but I don't think that means that it shouldn't be considered by the legislature.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Thompson, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Oxenham, for coming to testify. However, when it comes to any kind of legal action, as we just heard from Ms. Crampton, the utilities don't actually identify who they're sweeping from by name. So, you know, if I knew that they were taking my property, I could say, hey, you're taking my property, I'm going to go to court. I can't say that because it's anonymous. So I guess the only way you could do that would be some class action by a number of people who are being swept, assuming that we assume they are, because you can't identify the person who is the victim here.
I'm not sure that's entirely correct. I don't want to get into giving legal advice to individuals here, but my view is that as I read the statute, anyone who is not registered for RECs is being deprived of their renewable energy attributes automatically. And so anyone who is not registered for RECs can claim to be the victim on that basis. That is my reading of it. I don't want to get into, especially because you are a person who has a similar situation yourself. I want to avoid inadvertently creating attorney-client relationships. So I don't want to get into the details of legal advice on how the litigation might proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oxman, Representative Samsic. Remember, we're not supposed to debate here. We're just supposed to ask questions. All right, so Representative McGee, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Attorney Oxenham, for taking my question. My question goes back to a point that I raised with an earlier speaker on this same bill, and that is one of the depression of the REC market, because I think where the legislative body probably has, maybe the obligation to act here is to intercede in that the RPS and the REC market might not be functioning properly if a large segment of the RECs are not being priced and still being included. So basically that value is diluting the market and depressing the market. At least that's the way I'm just trying to figure out if that's an accurate way of looking at this, because I think the skirting actually ends up hurting the whole system. And so that's what, since you said that you have energy regulatory and legal background, I was wondering if you could speak to that so you could clarify it more for the committee.
Yes, your understanding is broadly correct. I just want to preface this by saying that though that is definitely a policy issue, that by itself is not a constitutional issue. So for the constitutional argument, that's a separate issue, and not one of constitutional magnitude. I think it's definitely a legitimate policy concern, but I would like to stress that even apart from that issue, there's I believe, a serious constitutional issue. With that said, to go directly to your question, you are correct that, as Karen Crampton mentioned, when you, but REC sweeping effectively reduces the demand for electric utilities to reduce demand for RECs in the RPS compliance market. That means utilities don't have to buy as many RECs. That means there's less demand for RECs. If you hold supply equal and demand decreases, Economics 101 tells you the price is going to go down, and that has been observed in the actual market. So yes, we have a situation that as a result of REC sweeping, solar class 2 REC prices in particular have gone down, though I can't tell you off the top of my head by how much. And there's also been less need to make alternative compliance payments in lieu of RECs because of the small amount. So there's also probably been less money going to renewable energy fund.
Right. So it's a cascading problem.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, I'll recognize the next speaker and the final speaker, who is John Gage, representing the organization that he represents, Consumer Alliance or something like that. I forget the exact name. So Mr. Gage, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Bose. First, I don't know why you're having trouble remembering the name of Citizens Climate Lobby, but it's a citizens grassroots group with over 200,000 members worldwide, mostly in the US, and 1,500 of them are in New Hampshire. And we are all not paid volunteers, and we're trying to educate our energy policy leaders about carbon pricing, in particular cash back carbon pricing, which is where the money collected from fossil fuel producers is returned to all American households on an equal basis each month. The reason we prefer this is it protects households from the purchasing power, or it protects household purchasing power. And actually most Americans come out ahead. So it's Citizens Climate Lobby, or if it's easier, CCL will suffice. Thank you for taking my comments. I'm all in favor of this. I've heard of this REC sweeping for years. Didn't sound like a good idea ever for the intent of the purpose of RECs to make sure that our energy providers are using a good balance and working toward increasing clean energy in the mix and collecting money to provide investments in energy efficiency and other things that will help our state. Last week when this topic came up, one of my friends said, "How do I get these energy RECs?" And I just like to give my comments about this stuff as a citizen. This is really complicated stuff, and most people that install solar in their homes have to learn a real lot.
Seconds.
And so I think you ought to allow citizens to automatically get this money. The state should actually help people sign up for these RECs. There needs to be information about it. Right now, Eversource seems to be taking advantage of a hole in the legislation, so I favor this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gage. Seeing no further speakers on this topic and seeing no one having any questions to ask, I will now close the public hearing on HB 396 and report that 82 people signed in support of this legislation, 0 people signed in opposition. Some of the people who signed in included an elected official, Ivy Van, an elected official, Joseph Cubitt, an elected official, Maria Perez, Senator David Waters, Representative Sherry Frost, and Representative Daniel Wolf. Those folks all signed in on the bill. So with that, we close the public hearing on 396 and reopen the public hearing on 399. We do have, as I said before, 4 speakers in addition to the prime sponsor. I'll now turn it over to the prime sponsor, Michael Harrington, Representative Harrington, to introduce the bill. You're on, Mike.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this real easy on everybody, hopefully. This was a bill that came up last session. I put it in at the request of the governor's people, and it kind of got died in the second year turmoil of the COVID and everything. And I've been having discussions with Mike Fitzgerald from DES on this, as well as the governor's people. And to make a long story short, the bill is no longer necessary. I'd coined Mr. Fitzgerald, the greenhouse gas emission goal is on target. And I recommend we just ITL the bill.
Okay, thank you, Representative Callie Pitts. You're recognized for a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up. I'm done. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question for Representative Harrington? Anybody in the room here? Seeing none, I will now call on Mike Fitzgerald of DES. Mike, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. Representative Harrington, I think, characterized everything correctly. We've had some discussions with him, and we support retaining this goal as it is. And I thank Representative Harrington for being willing to listen to us. And given his request to ITL, I don't think we need to go into any extensive testimony.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have a question? I think Representative Somcich might have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, it's not a question, but you may know that I submitted an amendment to this bill, which I will withdraw because if it's ITL, there's no reason for it.
Correct. Thank you for that reminder. Seeing no other questions for, whoops, there's a late question from Representative McGee. Go ahead, Representative.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I don't know where to fit this in, but you've been giving us the numbers of for and against for each of the bills, and I was wondering if we could have that for 172, because I think you skipped that one.
No, we didn't, but
I have them in front of me if that would help you.
Yep.
Representative Mariner has those numbers.
296 in support, 13 opposed, and 2 neutral.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, no questions for Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Skoglund, do you want to testify on this bill? Yes, they typically are together. Mr. Skoglund, do you have anything to say?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I failed to hit the unmute button. Nope, I was merely here in support of Mike Fitzgerald. So I yield our time.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last speaker is Karen Luther. Ms. Luther, you are given the floor to speak.
I apologize. What's ITL mean?
ITL means inexpedient to legislate, and it's a fancy term that means the bill will be killed, essentially.
There's no need to testify.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to come out to testify, and I think you submitted written testimony on this bill as well. So
I did.
And we appreciate you doing that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So we have no more folks who want to testify on this bill. Are there any other questions about the bill, which we're going to probably, looks like ITL? Well, seeing none, I think we will close the public hearing on HB 399. There were 9 people who signed in and supported the bill. 73 signed in to oppose it, and 2 were neutral. So we will now close the public hearing on HB 399, and I will, pardon? And I will now open a exec session on HB 399.
Sure.
And I would entertain a motion on the bill. Representative Thomas,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to ITL this 399.
Is-
399.
is there a second?
Second.
Representative Brezhny seconds the motion to ITL HB 399. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to ITL HB 399. Motion is ITL, right? Representative Thomas made the ITL motion and Representative Brezhny seconded the motion.
All righty, I'm all set. On the bill, 399, the motion of ITL. Representative Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Nodder, Representative Myrna, yes. Representative Homola,
Yes.
Representative Brezny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi,
Yes.
Representative Kimbrels,
Yes.
Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative White,
Yes.
Representative Somsich,
Yes.
Representative Kelly Pitts,
Yes.
Representative Meehan,
Yes.
Representative Oxenham,
Yes.
Representative Vincent,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative McWilliams,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Pimentel,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
20 yeas and 1 not voting.
So with a vote of 20-0 for the motion of ITL, the bill is ITL. And without objection,
Consent?
submit this bill to the consent calendar. No objections? Okay, this bill will go to the consent calendar. Representative Thomas, you will write the majority report.
Okay.
So I now close the exec session on HB 399, and I'll open an exec session on HB 487. And I'll look for a motion on HB 487. Representative Brezhny.
I'll make a motion to ITL House Bill 487.
It's been moved to ITL HB 487. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL HB 487. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Tell us what the topic of the bill is.
HB 487 was the bill that we heard this morning about establishing an information technology supply chain risk authority.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk if when he gets ready to call the roll.
There you go.
I don't know. There we go.
Okay. On Bill 487, a motion of ITL. Representative Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Nada. Representative Murray, yes. Representative Homola,
Yes.
Representative Bresney,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi,
Yes.
Representative Kimbrels,
Yes.
Representative Pluzay,
Yes.
Representative White,
Yes.
Representative Somsich,
Yes.
Representative Callie Pitts,
Yes.
Representative Mann,
Yes.
Representative Oxenham,
Yes.
Representative Vincent,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative McWilliams,
Yes.
Representative Murray,
Yes.
Representative Pimentel,
Yes.
Representative Pop,
Yes.
and the chair.
Chair votes yes.
Okay. 20-0. ITL. That'll
Okay.
go on consent.
By a vote of 20-0, HB 487 is ITL'd. Without objection, we'll send this to the consent calendar. Any objection? Seeing none, this bill will go to consent, and Representative Bresney, you will write the majority report. Okay, so I'll now close the exec session on HB 487, and I will open an exec session on House Bill 351. Representative Thomas, do you have a motion to make on HB 351?
Yes, Mr. Chair, on HB 351, I motion to OTP.
It's been moved to OTP, HB 351. Is there a second?
I second.
Representative Homola seconds the motion. So we have a motion on the floor to render HB 351 as ought to pass. Is there any discussion? It looks like Representative McGee would like to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am looking back at the testimony that we received and heard on the bill. And my understanding, I don't have the numbers in front of me for the numbers for and against, but I know that the consumer advocate was very concerned, asking that we ITL the bill because the changes in the language would severely curb any monies being collected for energy efficiency. So our primary source for funding energy efficiency efforts, which are a 4-to-1 payback, which was also what we heard in that testimony. And so since we have very little chance to do anything once you put these motions on the floor, I would like people to consider the fact that this is going to severely curb the ability for low-income folks to get money for energy efficiency, and also for the investments that program is designed to support, which help all of us by creating permanent cuts in the energy demands that we have. So I realize we have a motion on the floor for ought to pass, but I ask people to consider their vote to just going along with this, because this will have severe implications in terms of the programs as conceived by the states. Basically, our vote against the state being able to offer energy efficiency to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harrington is recognized for a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let's clarify a few things. This has no effect on programs for low-income customers. There's been no change to that in the bill whatsoever. It's exactly stays the same. I'll read it out as may include programs for low-income customers and energy efficiency programs. What it does is it does not change the total funding at all. It just says that energy efficiency programs whose main purpose is to reduce the consumption of electricity and not some other form of energy. And if you look at the actual reports on this, I got to deal with my dog here for a second. Easy wagon. You can see that for the last year, we have figures here, which is 2019, 90% of the kilowatt hour savings took 48% of the costs. 52% of the costs resulted in only 10% of the savings. And that's because when we spend money on insulating houses, we're doing very little to reduce the overall consumption of electricity. And what we're talking about here is the system benefits charge, which means it should benefit the system. And insulating somebody's house has a very, very minor amount of help at reducing the amount of electricity used and hence benefiting the system. So this does nothing to affect low-income customers. It does nothing to affect the total amount of money spent. It just says, let's spend more money where we get the biggest bang for our buck. And like I said, 60% of the dollars spent saved 14% of the kilowatt hours. And we should, instead of spending it on thermal insulation, we should spend it on the things that actually work at reducing electric consumption, where we get a much higher bang for the buck. And that's where, for 48% of the total cost, we received 90% of the kilowatt hour savings. Let's put all the money into that category and really save some money, save some kilowatt hours, and make it be a system benefit charge.
Okay, thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Callie Pitts.
The question I had basically was, I would ask the chair, when we go through these bills, if you could just give the date that they were heard or a brief introduction of the bill. And we got that through the discussion, but it would be very helpful not having been prepared ahead of time. And I admit that.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I apologize to you for not reading the title of the bill, but for some reason, my copy of the bill is no longer in my notebook.
Well, Joy, thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
So next up would be Representative Oxendam.
Yes, we're now in discussion mode, are we not? I don't have to ask a question? With reference to Representative Harrington's remarks, weatherizing a house makes a very big difference if you have a heat pump. So that his distinction about whether the system weatherization helps with electricity costs, yes, it does. And as more and more people are moving away from fossil fuel use to heat pumps, that is going to be a larger and larger percentage. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up would be Representative Pimentel. Don't forget to unmute Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologize for that. All sources of heating use a certain amount of electricity, or almost all. Maybe a wood stove doesn't. But I mean, we had people, even small electric companies like New Hampshire Electric Co-op, who were opposed to this bill. And the reason is that basically the insulating of homes is a very popular use of the SBC. And this pretty much eliminates it unless somebody is also willing to change their heating system over to a heat pump system, which runs on electricity. But since the main beneficiary of this thermal use of the SBC are low-income people insulating their homes, reducing their yearly cost for energy in general, I am opposed to this carving out of electrical use only as the prerequisite for using the SBC fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Representative Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that the preference for saving kilowatt hours and not even care at all about other forms of energy or other expenses by low income or anybody is totally arbitrary. There's absolutely nothing that I know of in prior legislation or anything that would justify this. And clearly, I would also add that anybody that has saving energy on saving kerosene or saving heating fuel is going to have some money left over so that the impact of the electric bill won't be as bad. So I just don't understand the justification for this bill, and I don't think it should be passed. It's basically arbitrary.
Okay, thank you, Representative Mann. Next up is Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is good to go back and look at this stuff because we can't remember it all in our heads. We had some compelling testimony by a couple of different groups that I thought would be important here because I think all of us did not have all of the points in our minds. And one of those pieces of testimony was from Unitil, who said that the legislation seeks to subject the system benefits charge to legislative or fiscal committee approval for the filed plan that runs in 2021 to 2023. As outlined above, we believe that the current process is inclusive, open to the public, and provides a level of administrative efficiency that may be difficult to duplicate in either the legislature or through approval by another body. Ultimately, this has the potential to be detrimental to the program's continuity and efficient administration and could diminish the benefits of that the 3-year plan seeks to deliver to our customers. So again, it helps to undermine that 3-year continuity plan that we have for how energy efficiency is going to be administered, which I think is one of the big detriments that we should consider before we vote to move this along. This is a bill that could be retained and could be worked on, and people have offered to do that. The New Hampshire Electric Co-op has offered to work with us on that. And then there's also the conclusion of the Clean Energy New Hampshire testimony, which brings in another point, which again, I wouldn't be able to pull at the ready unless I was looking at it, which is the language of the bill says such benefits as approved by regulators may include, but not necessarily be limited to, programs for low income customers, energy efficiency programs, and then the bolded language is whose main purpose is to reduce the consumption of electricity and not some other forms of energy. And it says Clean Energy New Hampshire supports a diverse range of energy efficiency programs that benefit New Hampshire residences and businesses and includes fuel neutral weatherization, which significantly reduces energy burdens and improves public health. Clean Energy New Hampshire would like to highlight that all system benefits charge dollars spent on energy efficiency programs are evaluated with PUC oversight by a stringent cost benefit analysis to ensure that even non-participants benefit. Dollars spent on low income weatherizations or other programs, not all of which focus on reducing electricity alone, are authorized under statute RSA 374F:3. No less than 20% of the portion of the funds collected for energy efficiency shall be expended on low energy income efficiency programs. So I go back to what I was sort of trying to say parenthetically at the beginning, which is that passing this bill is going to undo the purposes that we had for planning and working through the Public Utilities Commission, where there is an outlined public process for them to decide whether this stuff is actually cost effective. We're arbitrarily saying not effective, let's do away with it, when that is not what we have in evidence. And I would ask people to consider that when they vote. I think we should either ITL it or retain it and try and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Representative Michael Harrington.
I just make sure I'm unmuted. Yes, I am. Okay. Let me just reiterate a couple of things on what was said previously. I'm trying to undo this here, but not too much luck. You can hear me, I guess. There we go.
There he is.
I think the last speaker missed a comma because it says such benefits as approved by regulators may include programs for low-income customers, comma, energy efficiency programs whose main purpose is to reduce the consumption of electricity, not some other form of energy. So it has no effect on that second, whose main purpose does not affect low-income customers. And if you look to later on in the bill, you will see that that's what still remains in the law is provided that, however, no less than 20% of the portions of the funds collected for energy efficiency shall be expended on low-income energy efficiency programs. That has not changed. So the idea that somehow we're taking this away from low-income people for any purpose is just erroneous. They can still insulate low-income people's houses. What it says is, and I'll get back to, is the efficiency of it. The more money we spend on the programs that actually reduce electric use is what the purpose of the system benefit charge is. If people think we have a need to subsidize insulating other than low-income housing, then put a tax on oil, put a tax on natural gas, put a tax on wood. If you want to be transparent, then let be a tax. That's what it is. Let's not bury this tax inside of our electric rates where no one even knows they're paying to insulate houses. If you went down and asked the average person, said, "Oh, do you know part of your electric bill goes to insulate someone's old farmhouse that they bought for $750,000? They'd say, "What are you talking about? I don't pay for that." Well, you do. And that's the problem. And I think all this says is system benefit charge should benefit the system. And insulating houses doesn't do it at all, a very, very tiny amount. And if you do have a electric driven heat pump, and you can show that the main purpose of that energy efficiency improvement is to reduce the consumption of electricity, then it would qualify under this. As far as the authorization goes, again, this does not prevent the PUC from having hearings or from making recommendations or doing studies. All sorts of departments do that. But the bottom line is, if you want to increase the system benefit charge, the PUC or any other group should come to the legislature and say, here's all the reasons we want to increase the system benefit charge. And then the legislature would make the decision on that. We're not saying the legislature is going to go out and do the study and do the analysis. Someone would bring it to us. But because it's a charge, non-bypassable charge for every electric customer in the state, I think the legislature should retain the authority to say if that's going to be increased or not increased.
Thank you, Representative. Next up is Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to point out to everyone that the blue sheet, the people that signed in to say how much they support this bill, we had 46 who said no and 3 who said yes. The insulation issue is an interesting one because, in fact, insulation helps all energy sources be more efficient. So it's not, electricity benefits from this too. In fact, as a good example, last year I visited former Representative Richardson's home in up in the North Country, and he lives in a trailer park. And guess what? He heats with electric heaters, and he cools with air conditioners. His trailer could benefit greatly from insulation, and that would impact his electricity use. The other thing is we had testimony from our consumer advocate, Don Kreese, who adamantly suggested that this would affect the energy efficiency programs here in our state in a dramatic way. We heard testimony from Liberty Utilities, who said they were opposed to this bill. And finally, the idea that the legislature would be in charge of adjusting the SBC is not a good idea because we are not equipped to do that. The PUC is the best equipped entity to do this. So I think in a lot of areas here, this is not a good bill. We don't need it. And the testimony overwhelmingly opposed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand we don't want to go back and forth, but myself and Representative Thomas were just appointed by the Speaker of the House to the EASY board over at the Public Utilities Commission for Energy Efficiency. And as I think many of us know on this committee, a 3-year plan was just recently put up at the Public Utilities Commission after a long stakeholder process that included the utilities, who agreed to what their energy efficiency 3-year plan would be, which was to provide stability to the markets and an understanding of how the system benefits charge and other aspects of energy efficiency in New Hampshire would go forward over the next 3 years. This bill really puts a roadblock in the way of that being able to happen. So what it does is it inserts the legislature into a process that is at its conclusion and agreed by all parties, including the utilities, and says, if we don't like it, we're going to ace it. And so I take real exception to it, because I think it was Representative Mann who used the word arbitrary. And I think that the legislature should not be responsible for arbitrary decisions when it comes to energy, because it affects so many people downstream. And that's how I view this bill. I think it's not well conceived. And if it has a specific objective, other than taking the authority away from the agency we've given authority to make these decisions, then I would like to understand what it is, because I don't think this legislation achieves anything that benefits the ratepayers of New Hampshire. And so I would like to see us entertain retaining it and working on it with the input of the utilities like Unitil offered, and like the New Hampshire Electric Co-op offered, because the bill is not ready for prime time. It's too disruptive to practices that are already underway.
Okay, thank you, Representative Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just wanted to repeat that, and point out that electricity is used in any form of energy. It's converted to light or heat, or it runs pumps to move fluids and so on. I can't think of any exclusively energy or electric use of electricity that isn't converted or associated with other sources of energy, fuels and so on, except perhaps the electric chair. So I think this whole thing is focus on electric savings and nothing else is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Mann. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the discussion we've heard, and maybe perhaps just a little more time might be needed, I would request that I withdraw my motion for OTP at this time.
Okay, Representative Thomas has withdrawn his motion for OTP. And
Yes, sir.
Representative Homola, do you concur?
I concur.
Representative Homola concurs. So we have withdrawn the motion on OTP, and given the late hour, I think I will recess this executive session. We will resume it. So I encourage you all to take a 10-minute break and then come back at 2 o'clock. And I will just alert you to the fact that there are 21 people signed up to speak on HB 213. And it's going to be a very hectic public hearing. So gather your energy and resources and get ready to go at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Should I bring down some chocolate?
Yeah, chocolate wouldn't hurt.
I'll bring down some chocolate. I think we need it. Yeah, is the room muted?
No, it is not. We're all sliving over here over chocolate.
Everybody's moving. I don't know if can anyone hear me because I can't hear anybody else.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, John. Thank you.
I can hear you too.
We're all muted.
The room was muted. I apologize for that. I didn't realize it had been muted. Okay, so we're back on for HB 13, and we have a list of 21 speakers, but we're asking Michael Harrington, the sponsor of the bill, to introduce the bill. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill does a couple of things. The most important thing it does is it eliminates the archaic provision that we have in here for the old wood burning plants. Right now, it says we have to buy 8% of our electricity has to come from plants that basically no longer exist. We've been told for years and years that I don't know how many the total number is now, there was 6 or 7 or whatever. And we've been told this by senators and by representatives of the business that not only the hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies that they received over the years at above market rates, going back to old QF days, that wasn't enough. They needed more. And there's been bill after bill after bill to give their additional subsidies to these plants. And most of those have failed. And if we believe the people that testified on those bills, they're all going to close if they haven't already. But the fact remains that the law says we have to get 8% of our electricity from these plants that were put online, and I don't even remember what the year is now, prior to 2002 or something like that, a long time ago. So no new plant can be built. No new wood burning plant can be built, no matter how efficient, that could take the place of the Class 3 RECs. So it's time we've got rid of this provision. I've lowered it down to 1% so that it includes methane gas providers, the ones that are still in operation could still get RECs, but there'd be no requirement otherwise, because the way it's going to be with these plants closing or closed, the utilities would have to go out and buy alternate compliance payments up to 8% of their total sales. And that was never the intent of the renewable portfolio standard. It wasn't to force the utilities to buy electricity that you can't purchase. And like I said, not only can't you purchase it because these plants are closed, even if new plants opened up, they don't fill that gap, because this is talk about super special interest group. This is, it says, only can be bought by these plants that were built and went online years ago. So that would eliminate that that super subsidy because it's no longer necessary, because we've been told these plants simply can't run, not only with this subsidy, but they need millions of dollars of more subsidies, which we've repeatedly refused to pass. So, I mean, they had a good run, and I guess they're going to all close if they haven't. The other part about this is on getting rid of what called useful thermal energy, which is been put in here, which has nothing to do with electricity whatsoever. Again, that the renewable portfolio standard was supposedly to force people to buy electricity that they wouldn't otherwise buy, meaning from renewable sources. And I say force because when I was on the commission, some of you may or may not know there's a bill in New Hampshire that says the utilities must provide up to 100% renewable energy to any customer that asks for it. But there was out in the bill, if not enough people asked for that, such that the administrative cost was so high, the utilities could come to the PUC and ask for relief. They did that. And when they came, we found that the people who were voluntarily willing to pay extra money for renewable energy was somewhere a little bit less than 0.1%. So because of that, the PUC granted relief to the utilities and no longer had them have to offer this program because it was costing a lot of money administratively. And let's face it, nobody wanted it. I asked representatives of the utilities, well, what have you done to get this across? They said, we've done bill folders, we've done advertising, we've gone on a website. And I said, why is it? And then they go, well, people just don't want to pay more for electricity than they have to. And that's part of the basic premise of this whole bill, but we don't need to get into that so much today. So the useful thermal energy has nothing to do with electricity, shouldn't be subsidized by the electric users. There's been some companies that make a particular product that are very good at lobbying, and got this bill passed so they can make a lot of money at the expense of the ratepayers. One of the changes I'll be putting an amendment into the bill on this is that, and it was kind of an oversight at my part that's been brought to my attention by a number of people, is that regardless of whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, we told people they could get useful thermal energy RECs, and they invested money accordingly. And it's not fair to pull the rug out from under them. So I'll be changing the bill to say this is a going forward bill, and any project that's been grandfathered in will continue to get their RECs just out of fairness. And that's about it. So I'll be glad to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative Harrington. Any questions for Representative Harrington? Looking around the room here. Don't see any hands up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've got my hand up.
No, I was talking about in the room.
Sorry.
So the first step, I guess, is Representative Partial.
I thank you for considering an amendment to consider.
Excuse me, I can barely hear you.
Oh, well, let me see if I can fix that. Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
I apologize, and thank you for answering my question. I appreciate your considering an amendment to grandfather those in that have made installations independent upon those RECs to make those installations cost efficient. We are speaking mostly of pellet stoves and the like, of which my local school has installed. Would you consider something like that specific technology moving forward in your amendment as well?
Again, what I'm trying to do here is, you might have got a theme here from some of my bills, and the theme is that let's not bury subsidies in the electric bills. Let's make sure we're open and transparent about it. So if we want to turn around and give a subsidy for something, let's go out and put a tax on something, or take it out of the general fund or whatever. But the electric ratepayers should not be burdened with paying subsidies for basically, because some town puts in wood chips or whatever. And like I said, it's not going to be retroactive. Whoever's put one of those wood chip boilers in will continue to get their RECs. But if someone wants to put one in after the enactment of this law, if it's enacted, they're going to have to do it because it was energy efficient and cost effective without the subsidy.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you're very welcome.
Okay, and next up is Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harrington. I have the legal definition in front of me of useful thermal energy. Can you kind of give me your perspective or your layman's view of what useful thermal energy means, examples of it, how you define it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Only how it's defined in the law, and useful thermal energy simply means, for the most part, for an example would be as the previous speaker spoke, a school system, for example, replaces an oil-fired burner for their heating system with a wood chip one. Right now, they'd be able to get credits for that, and they would get the subsidy from the ratepayers for it. My point is that has nothing to do with electric ratepayers, and electric ratepayers should not be the source of that money. It shouldn't be buried in the electric rates where no one even knows they're paying for it. If we want to subsidize the conversion of oil to wood, if you think that's a good idea, then we should have a new tax or bring it out of the general fund and let everybody know what we're actually doing. And useful thermal energy is not the point in my bill. It's the thing. The point is, however you define it, it doesn't have to do with saving electricity, or using greener electricity. And that's the point of the renewable portfolio standard, is to force people to buy more renewable electric energy, not necessarily thermal energy or other types of energy.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So your wood chip is an example of useful thermal energy.
It's useful to the people that install it, sure. I think it's useful. It's certainly not unuseful. It just has nothing to do with electric rates, and it has nothing to do with the point of the renewable portfolio standard, which is to force people to buy certain types of electricity. The fact that someone puts in a wood chip furnace has nothing to do with what type of electricity everybody buys, but nevertheless, the electric ratepayers have to pay a subsidy to that wood chip boiler under existing law.
Thank you. I was just looking for the definition.
Okay, next up is Representative Sumsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Harrington, for taking my question. Actually, I got two questions for you. Are you aware of the fact that the Rockingham County complex just put in I believe it put in a wood furnace system, and part of its financing is dependent on these kind of subsidies, but I think they may have done it to be both clean as well as more domestic source of energy. They could have switched from something else, and that could have been electricity.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm not aware of the specifics there, but again, if they've already done this under what my proposed amendment, they would be grandfathered in. So that's not going to be an issue. The fact that they've chose to go with wood, I assume it's some kind of wood boiler you're talking about.
Yeah.
That's fine if it's especially. I think what I've seen, there's a lot of places where wood's very competitive with oil without a subsidy. So I have no problem with doing that. I'm just saying that we shouldn't be burying the subsidies for these projects in the electric rates. If you think it's a good idea, then come out and propose a tax, propose taking it out of the general fund, but we're supposed to be transparent here. Let's not bury these subsidy costs in electric rates where no one can even find out what they are.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you. So looking at your bill, I'm kind of shocked by the impact of your bill on the RPS. As we know, the RPS is kind of a goal-setting standard for us for renewable energy sources. So if I look at your bill, we originally had in 2015, the total amount for the RPS renewable energy was 15.8%. And that was 2015. It was scheduled to go to a dramatic 18.2% in 10 years in 2025. The result of your bill today is to reduce the total amount down to 8.8%. Don't you think that's a really dramatic drop? And how do we make that up?
Thank you for your question. I mean, I guess it comes down to your basic position on your opinion of the intelligence of the public of the state of New Hampshire. I believe that the people of New Hampshire are smart enough to make a decision on what type of electricity they need or want to buy. And we've certainly been inundated with all sorts of information on global warming and since Earth Day of 1970 with dire predictions that most of which don't come true. But everybody should be able to make the decision for themselves. I would prefer that all the renewable energy companies, rather than spend their time and money coming to Concord and lobbying, and I'm sure we're going to hear from people here, lobbyists who've been paid tens of thousands of, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars over the year to lobby for their particular special interest group. I would rather have them use it like most products do, or used to do in the United States anyway, and use advertising and education as a reason for people to buy their product. If the renewable energy products are even half as good as they claim they are, they won't have to force anybody to buy them. So going forward, we've certainly, like I said, everybody's aware of the climate issue. Everyone's heard of. They can make their own decisions. And if people want to go out, they can go to the PUC website. You can look at companies there. I haven't looked in the last couple of months, but there were ones there, 100% wind, 100% renewables. If people want renewable energy, they can get it. And if they want more of it, the market will be there for it. I just don't believe that the government should turn around and say, you people of New Hampshire are either too stupid or too ignorant to make a decision on what type of electricity to buy, so we're going to tell you what you have to buy. I believe the people in New Hampshire are smart enough to make that decision for themselves.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Representative Callie Pitts. Don't forget to unmute.
The big J.
The problem, I'm looking at the bill and I'm not understanding the part about methane and the source. Will this bill, besides impacting jobs, will this bill impact UNH?
Thank you for your question, Representative. And
I bet.
The specific, it allows the 1% for the methane gas, which I was told is about the amount of the total production. So it will have no effect on the Rochester landfill methane gas provided to UNH at all. That's why the 1% exception was left in the bill. And as far as jobs go, you bring up the subject. We have to note, everybody always talks about the jobs that are created when the government collects a pile of money, and you collect $10,000, $1,000 from 100,000 people. You've got a lot of money, and then you show out and say, "Look at the jobs we created." But all those millions of dollars that are taken out of the economy are jobs that weren't created. They're companies that say the electric rates are too high in New Hampshire, so I'm not going to expand here. There's other things that aren't done, investments that aren't done. People don't take the money and people say, well, it's only $5 a month or whatever. They don't take the $5 a month and bury it in their backyard. They go out and spend it on other things as they determine best. So this idea of job losses, I think you can look towards Spain in the last few decades ago, where they went heavily into renewable energy, and they found for every job was created from renewable energy jobs, which were visible, in the long term, they lost 3. So we never hear about the jobs that weren't created, the jobs that were lost because the electric rates go up. This concept that only the government can create jobs, I don't agree with whatsoever. I think the most efficient way of creating jobs is leaving the hands of the money in the hands of the people who earned it and let them decide how to spend it, because they have skin in the game. And I can tell you, as a former PUC commissioner, when we approve projects, we all did the best we can. But if one of those projects didn't work out, it didn't cost me any money. I wasn't getting fired. No one at the PUC was. But if I had done that when I worked in private industry and I pushed a project and it failed, I probably would have lost my job. So that's a big difference. This whole concept of jobs, you always miss the jobs that aren't created because the money stayed in circulation with the people who earned it.
Can I follow up?
Follow up.
The follow-up is that I remember the discussions well, and they were to help the North Country in particular with development and all the industry and everything that surrounds the plant. I want to go back to this particular lines in this bill and make sure that where it says from a source or sources which began prior to 2006, will that exempt? So we will not allow any new, or we will not subsidize any new methane plants, which is another way to use the landfills. And was Rochester created before 2006? I don't know.
Well, thank you for your question, Representative. My proposed changes to the law has no effect on that whatsoever. It doesn't change it. That whatever was in effect
That
there
was
is
in the
still in
law.
effect. Excuse
But
me?
is that,
It doesn't, what I'm proposing is a change in law has no effect on that portion.
well, I see a new part, excuse me, I see a new part that says from methane gas. So I'm just a little concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd remind people, members, that we're not here to debate. We're here to ask questions and gather information. So seeing no other questions for Representative Harrington, I will call on the next speaker. And I would remind everyone that we have 40 minutes to go in this public hearing and about 20 speakers left. So the next person on the docket is Hunter Carby, a member of the public, representing himself. And Mr. Carby, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to me. I was very interested in Representative Harrington's talk. So I'm Hunter Carby. I'm in the private sector. I've been in the forest industry for over 40 years. And I've watched it change over those 40 years. I guess I have to say that, when we talk about jobs and money staying within the economy, the wood payments that go out to these companies is local money that stays right in our state economy. And it is highly beneficial. These jobs are dependent on the RPS. And not only that, there's great risk of what could happen in the future to our forest in terms of health and productivity. We have insects, we have emerald ash borer issues that we've tried to take care of. There's other threats out there. In 1998, we had a massive ice storm that went across our state, the northern part. We had 2 paper mills then, plus biomass plants, and they could barely handle the cleanup of that wood, which took years. We are at a high risk now of forest fire dangers in the future. So there's much more implications that could happen by eliminating these wood wrecks, whether it's thermal and the biomass plants. The biomass plants also are the foundation of the entire forest industry.
30 seconds.
So there's, 2/3 of our forest is mostly low grade. And so that's forcing the companies now that are struggling to survive to cut the best and leave the rest. We're not able to do the good forestry.
15.
With that, I'd want to give plenty of time for other speakers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Carby. We appreciate it. I will now, are there any questions for Mr. Carby? Seeing none, I will now call on our next speaker, who is Howard Callett, or Calais, a member of the public who is representing the Rye Energy Committee. Mr. Callett, Calais, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I not only represent the Rye Energy Committee, but our select board and Representative Jackie Grody from our local state representative is also on board with our request. We're very concerned about the RPS goal being reduced. New England is well ahead of where New Hampshire is on RPS, and we just keep falling further and further behind, which is a concern. We're just charting a very different course, and that concerns us in a big way. Another item, we are now have a solar proposal on board for approval for our local school system. And we feel that by going backwards on this standard, it not only teaches our students and our parents the wrong goal, the wrong mission, and which way we should be going. We think these projects could be jeopardized. So we're very concerned about this proposed bill.
Well, thank you for that testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Callett? Representative Harrington.
Yes, and thank you for taking my question. I guess I'd go back to what I previously said. So you don't believe that given the ability to choose what type of electricity to buy, that the people of New Hampshire will buy the right type?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that Representative Harrington has the right to question anyone.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking his
I
opinion.
know, but you are the sponsor of this bill, sir.
Oh, okay. You're right, Peter. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're correct. I'm sorry. My bad. You're right.
And my bad as well. I forgot that Representative Harrington was not allowed to ask questions. Is there anybody else who would like to ask a question of this representative or this testifier? Looks like there is no one there. So next we'll call on, hopefully if I can find her. There are a lot of people who apparently signed up to speak who are not actually here, so it's difficult to keep this rolling along. Well, here's somebody I know who's on the list who's here, so I'm going to recognize next Charles Niebling. Mr. Niebling has testified many times before this committee. Mr. Niebling, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Charles Niebling. I'm a partner with the consulting firm Innovative Natural Resource Solutions, which is a forestry, forest economic development and renewable energy consulting firm headquartered in New Hampshire. I'm speaking today in opposition to House Bill 213 in its entirety. I thought it probably would be most appropriate with the time I have to focus on the thermal, or the proposal to repeal the Class 1 useful thermal carve out. I have some knowledge of the history of the enactment of this amendment to the RPS, which dates to 2012, and the passage of Senate Bill 218 that year, which incidentally passed the House 275-6, the Senate 23-0, and the Committee of Conference report was adopted by the House 292-52 and the Senate 23-0. So it had very broad support, and it made a number of changes to the RPS, but probably the most substantive was the decision by the General Court to expand the scope of the RPS to encompass more than just electricity. It's true, and it's a fair statement on the part of the sponsor that the electric ratepayer is being asked to underwrite the cost of incentives for thermal renewable energy in the state of New Hampshire. And that issue was debated by the General Court in 2012 quite extensively. And notwithstanding statements of various people with different perspectives, the decision of the General Court was to adopt the addition of thermal to the RPS quite overwhelmingly. I would add that New Hampshire has been recognized as a national leader for its decision to expand the scope of its RPS to include thermal, and 11 other states have now followed New Hampshire's lead, including most recently the state of Maine, Massachusetts. Vermont now has a comprehensive thermal provision, and a number of other states as well. So little old New Hampshire has shown the way. Other people will speak to the impacts that repeal of this provision will have on their projects, many of which were financed with the expectation of revenue from the sale of thermal RECs.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are 58 projects in the state that now qualify. A number of them are public and nonprofit institutions, as well as businesses. I
15.
would be opposed to, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I would be opposed to the sponsor's amendment because it forecloses on the opportunity for others to invest in a new direction for the state of New Hampshire, displacing our dependence on imported and non-renewable fossil heating fuels with fuels and technologies that we control here in the state of New Hampshire.
Well, thank you.
I would be delighted to answer any questions and serve as a resource to the committee as you determine the fate of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Representative Somsich is recognized for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my first question to Mr. Niebling, and thank you for taking my question, is do you consider wood fuel a renewable energy source?
Absolutely.
Okay. And follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
And looking into the thermal RECs class 1 and thermal class 2, I gotta say I was a bit confused about what they meant. And I understand that those RECs are not equivalent. Can you explain the difference between class 1 thermal RECs and class 2 thermal RECs, class 2 biomass RECs?
I think you're referring to class 3 biomass RECs.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Those are, that class 3 recognizes existing biomass electric generation. Class 1 thermal represents biomass, geothermal, and solar thermal technologies.
But are the RECs equivalent? That's what I'm asking.
So when class 1 was created, it was carved out of the pre-existing class 1 electric obligation. So it effectively reduced the utilities class 1 renewable electric purchase obligation by an equivalent percentage. It did not add any additional obligation on the part of the utilities to purchase anything beyond what was originally enacted in 2008. And importantly, and I think this is another very important part of the history of this, it was carved out and the ceiling price on class 1 thermal RECs was set at $25. So the percentage that was carved out of existing class 1 electric at $55 ceiling price, or ACP, was reduced significantly to $25. The effect of that change of law, and I think one of the reasons the legislation passed with such overwhelming bipartisan support, was to very significantly reduce the overall compliance cost of the RPS, and simultaneously expanding its scope to include heat energy in the state, which is, in fact, we consume more heat energy in New Hampshire than we do electric energy. Another important piece of history that I think the committee needs to be aware of.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no further questions for Mr. Needling, I will call on the next speaker, who is Michael O'Leary, a member of the public, representing himself. Mr. O'Leary, you have the floor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Bowes, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael O'Leary. I am the asset manager of Bridgewater Power Company, 15 megawatt biomass fired generating station located in Bridgewater, New Hampshire. I come before the committee today opposed to 213 and strongly encourage the committee to vote the bill inexpedient to legislate. Title of the bill states the bill eliminates useful thermal energy portion of the RPS. The bill goes beyond that to also eliminate biomass and thus our facility entirely from the RPS by deleting biomass from eligibility in class 3. I have testified many times before the committee, and I'll attempt to be concise in recapping some of the history of New Hampshire small biomass plants for the benefit of the new committee members and to refresh the memory of those of you who have been here for many, many years. While I only represent Bridgewater, virtually all these facts pertain to the other small biomass facilities in the state. Biomass power plants are a critical partner with the timber industry for the management of New Hampshire's forests, as we are the primary market for low-grade wood. By way of background, biomass plants were built in the late 1980s and had 20-year contracts for power. The contracts were based on the projections of utility power costs forecast into the future by New Hampshire's regulated utilities, and they were approved by the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. Contrary to the sponsor's characterization, these contracts were not a carve-out for biomass, nor were they subsidies. In fact, any form of energy that met a certain efficiency or used a renewable resource could qualify.
30 seconds.
Hence, in many parts of the country, these types of contracts were given to facilities firing fuels, other like natural gas and coal. In 2007, New Hampshire passed the Bipartisan Renewable Portfolio Standard Law,
15 seconds.
and we are dependent on this for our operation. These RECs are critical to our supply. The sponsor also discussed the purchase requirements of Class 3 if plants weren't operating. This is an unwarranted concern because under current law, the Public Utilities Commission can adjust the purchase requirement in any given year and has done so many, many times. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Appreciate you being here again. Representative Somsich, did you have a question or is your hand left over from last time?
No, Mr. Chairman, I did have a question.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. O'Leary, for coming to testify. Can you give us a little bit of an overview of the economic impact that the biomass plants have here in New Hampshire?
I can. I mean, there's been multiple studies conducted by Plymouth State University, conducted by the University of New Hampshire. There's the direct benefit from is $254 million was the last one. I think that Jason Stock from Timberland Owners Association will also speak to this. In the case of Bridgewater alone, since our inception, we've purchased more than $160 million of wood fiber from the state of New Hampshire. We've paid out more than $55 million in direct wages and benefits to our employees that have stayed right here in the state of New Hampshire. We have 20 employees. Every one of our employees owns their own home. These are good jobs that would be lost if our facility was closed, and many of them have been closed and are trying desperately to reopen. Thank you for the question.
Representative Oxenham, you're recognized for a question.
I believe it was answered. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. No other questions for Mr. O'Leary. So next up will be Karen Burrell, a member of the public representing herself. Ms. Burrell, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Karen Burrell, and I am the co-owner of Accurate Tree Service located in Hooksett, New Hampshire. Accurate Tree is a residential tree removal company that my brother and I started in 2007. We currently employ on average 35 men and women. I also have been the office manager for Burrell Land Clearing since 2004, which employs on average an additional 22 men and women. Burrell Land Clearing is a commercial tree removal operation also based in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I am speaking today in opposition to House Bill 213. The local wood chip plants are a necessity to our business. Accurate Tree provides services for hazardous trees, storm damaged trees, clearing around power lines, and general tree removal for 11 New Hampshire municipalities to include Hooksett, Auburn, Londonderry, Nashua, Derry, Barnstead, Bow, Dunbarton, Pelham, Atkinson, and Pembroke. Also, numerous cemeteries throughout the state and the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. Accurate Tree also services over 2,000 homeowners and businesses throughout the year in Hillsborough, Merrimack, Rockingham, Stratford, and Belknap County. This work that we do generates, on average, 90 tons of wood chips per week, and on average, 4,600 tons per year, which is equivalent to 153 tractor trailer loads that are trucked to our local wood chip burning power plants. On the commercial end of things, Borough Land Clearing clears over 300 house lots, at least 30 miles of road, in addition to widening roads like we just recently completed for Interstate 93 and Route 106. This operation also mobilizes into numerous town transfer stations, including Bedford, Derry, Newington, Londonderry, Mount Vernon, Moulton Borough, Alton, and Salem to dispose of all the unwanted debris, brush, stumps, and leftover Christmas trees that homeowners bring in, and converts it into a wood chip that can be used to generate power. Borough Land Clearing, on average, generates 900 tons of wood chips per week, equivalent to 1,500 tractor trailer loads per year.
Seconds.
If we lose the wood chip market, we'll be faced with coming up with an alternative to using the product for something good. If just 2 small tree companies like mine can generate such a large quantity of material, imagine the amount of tree waste that is generated from numerous other tree services throughout the state. Right now, this law allows for the convenient, safe, proper disposal of this product. Our business, municipalities, our state, and the homeowners critically rely on this power plant market for the proper disposal of tree waste.
Ms. Burrow, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Burrow? Seeing none, I'll recognize the next speaker, who is Nick Krakoff.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and members of the committee. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
My name
Yes.
is Nick Krakoff. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization working in New Hampshire for healthy communities and a healthy environment, including advancing clean energy policies that reduce pollution and strengthen the state's economy. HB 213 is extremely concerning given its implications regarding public health, the climate crisis, and the development of a renewable energy industry in New Hampshire. Increasing the use of renewable energy in New Hampshire has numerous public health benefits, such as reduced pollution from fossil fuels, which contribute to or exacerbate asthma, other respiratory problems, and heart disease. Increased renewables use is also important for addressing the impacts from climate change that New Hampshire is already experiencing, including increased coastal flooding, severe heat waves, and mild winters. To address the public health and climate change impacts of fossil fuel use, it is critical that we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels for generating electricity today. New Hampshire's current RPS law encourages New Hampshire to transition away from fossil fuel generated electricity to renewable sources of electricity by requiring utilities to produce a certain percentage of power from renewables each year. The RPS has helped New Hampshire begin making progress on transitioning to renewables. It has also contributed to the development of a renewable energy industry in New Hampshire. HB 213 is a massive step in the wrong direction. All of New Hampshire's neighbors have passed laws mandating RPS targets that are more ambitious than New Hampshire's, and these targets are continually increasing. However, HB 213 would move in the opposite direction and severely water down New Hampshire's already limited RPS target. HB 213 would cause New Hampshire to lose out on the development of a renewable energy industry while our neighbors reap the benefits. The current RPS has considerable economic benefit for New Hampshire. The RPS supports increased investments in renewables in New Hampshire and brings local renewable energy jobs to New Hampshire. As we begin exploring the possibility of siting offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine, decreasing New Hampshire's RPS requirements risks shifting offshore wind investments in the Gulf of Maine to Maine and Massachusetts. Decreasing New Hampshire's RPS also risks encouraging solar developers to invest in other states with higher RPS targets instead of New Hampshire. In conclusion, New Hampshire's current RPS is necessary to protect public health and address climate change, and is good for the economy of New Hampshire. CLF urges the committee to reject HB 213 and vote inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krakoff. Any questions for Mr. Krakoff? Representative Partial.
Yes, I have a question. Oh, yes, I have a question as far as what the impact of the by managing our forests, are we not minimizing the impact of invasive species due to our climate change? And if that's the case, would this, if this bill passes, would we be less effective in managing our forest resources, in your opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. You know, it's without a doubt that climate change is affecting the health of our forests. I mean, the longer we wait to address climate change, the greater the impact is going to be to our forest health. And so, were we to weaken this, this is going to make it that much more difficult to address the health impacts to our forests from climate change. So, this is a step in the wrong direction. And yeah, in answer to your question, yes, I think it will, negatively impact our forest health.
Thank you for your answer.
Representative Pimentel recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that the reduction in RPS in New Hampshire was a detriment to the location of commercial power plants in the state, renewable power plants in the state. Could you explain how that works?
Sure. I mean, the RPS, as Representative Harrington acknowledged, essentially works as a subsidy. So by having that sort of subsidy in place, you encourage investments in renewables, whether solar or wind. So, already in our neighbors, you're seeing a lot of investments in Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, in solar and wind. And, the RPS, helps encourage these industries, when in their inception, and already you're kind of seeing, where these industries are cost competitive with other energy sources. But, especially when at the beginning of the growth of these industries, that subsidy really helps their development. And without that subsidy, it's basically just going to encourage, investors in renewables to locate elsewhere.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Seeing no further questions for the speaker, I will call on the next speaker, who is Mr. Tom Christensen, a member of the public who is speaking for himself. Mr. Christensen, you have the floor for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. I'm a tree farmer. My wife and I manage a tree farm in Lineborough, New Hampshire, 900 acres. And we're at kind of ground zero. I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, we had Hardwick Brothers come and do a timber harvest. And a lot of the wood was low-grade wood. And they're going to the power plants. And about 60% of the wood was cut. And then all of a sudden, Joey Hardwick says, I got no place to send my wood. The power plants are full up and they're shutting down. And I just called him this year and I said, is the market getting any better? It isn't getting any better. The landowners have no option to get rid of their low-grade wood. And the low-grade wood is a vast majority of our wood. So what are they going to do? All you can get is somebody that wants to high-grade your wood lot, okay? Forget about electric rates. It's sound government policy to have a place where low-grade wood, the quality of our forest is enhanced by getting a market for this low-grade wood, and especially local wood. All the jobs that are created, I don't care about what the electric rate is, but if you take a California example where they had poor forest management, what happened to California last year? They spent billions of dollars fighting massive fires, okay? We haven't got to that point, but this is going to destroy the landowners to manage their forest. The state government should be encouraging good forest management, not things to destroy it. Thank you very much. I'd entertain your questions, and I hope you find this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any questions for Mr. Christensen? Representative Somcich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Christensen, for coming to testify. Can you tell us a little bit about how long you've been in this business and managing your forest?
We bought our first parcel of woodland in 1973. And we've grown to over 1,000 acres, but now it's cut back to 900 acres.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions for Mr. Christensen, I'll call on the next.
I got a question.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see that. I thought you left your hand up from the last question. Go ahead, Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here to testify. I guess I have a question, and you kind of skirted on this a little bit, that if we don't have this subsidy, which adds value to 60% of the wood harvested, essentially, it has no market. What is the implications to that for the local ratepayer? How is that affecting them?
Well, because of the lack of markets for the wood, low-grade wood, the ratepayer, they may have a lower electric rate, but they're going to have a heck of a lot higher rate in government services, to example, to prevent forest fires, to manage the wood that you have to, aside from electric rates, the money's going to have to come from somewheres to manage the forest. And the way it works now, it's good because it hits it right at the beginning. If we're going to wait till we get a disaster that's aside from the rate, the taxpayers are going to pay anyways. They're going to pay more. California is a good example.
Okay.
Follow up?
Follow up, go ahead.
The additional cost, I guess the other question I'm wondering is not only are we going to pay in some other way to deal with the use of the forest, but if we're coming in afterwards, what is there any value left in what's been left in the forest?
Well, if we have forest fires, you go down to zero value. Plus you spend all the money to fight the fires and the forest landowners left with nothing. I'd hate to see all the forest landowners in California that have gone out of business because the land was, to get a permit in California is so expensive. They basically are not letting anybody work in the woods, and that they're just, the landowners are giving up. Okay. So then what happens? You get the big disaster, then the taxpayers got to pay for the disaster.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Representative McGee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Christensen, for coming in to speak with us today. What I'm hearing you say, I guess what I want to understand is, I am hearing testimony that what we're attempting to do is remove subsidies because people are smart enough to choose their right energy sources. But what I'm hearing you say is that the incentives that the state government was putting in place were actually incenting behavior that is desirable for us,
Exactly.
as well as for the type of state that we are, which is that we have all this forest that we wouldn't otherwise be able to pay to maintain. So maybe you could speak to that, because I've heard you allude to that, but I think that that's a really important point to make here today before.
It's a very important point. For example, our woods roads are all gated. We don't allow cars on the tree farm, but we have hikers come here every day to enjoy the forest. They love the forest. We try to do a good job. We try to find markets for our low-grade wood, which is becoming almost impossible. And it makes it difficult for the forest landowner to maintain their forest if we don't have a market for a low-grade wood. And it's good government policy that we're going to destroy by accepting this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized. Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Christensen, for taking my question. I tend to agree with you on the health of the forest, but my question is, my understanding is that the subsidies that are currently being paid to the biomass plants are pretty much paid for by only certain ratepayers because of the location that they're in. So therefore, only certain ratepayers are paying these subsidies, but the forests benefit everyone. do you think it would be a lot better and add more value to everybody in the state if the methodology for helping to keep the forest healthy were paid for by everybody in the state through some other means other than only a certain rate class, maybe through a state budget or some other method where everybody contributes instead of just a few?
Possibly, but you got to work it out. You can't just eliminate one source of support and just hope that something is going to come in its place.
See no further questions for, sorry, Representative Bresney's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Christensen, for your testimony. I have a simple question. I don't know if you can answer this, but why can't power company afford to burn the low-grade wood without the subsidies? Do you know what the technical reasons are? Or?
I'm just a landowner. I sell wood, low grade, good quality wood, and I don't know what the economics beyond that. But I do know that currently we have good forest policy, and it's being degraded by the eliminating of this, what this bill would create.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The price of the wood to take it out I live in the North Country, and I have two huge logging companies that surround my place. They went in and logged this spring, and it looks like an atomic bomb went off. And the consequence of this, I'll try to be quick. Kids were in their camp in the summer. We ended up having a 50-acre fire because the price they were getting for the low-grade wood went from $1,000 per truckload down to $25 a truckload. Now these guys can't do the labor, the gas, and everything else to get this wood out, the low-grade wood. So we are seeing major problems in the last year since a lot of these biomass plants have closed. I don't know what the answer is. I agree with Representative Harrington. I mean, we just can't put it on the back of the ratepayers, but something has to be addressed with these problems. Maybe not in our committee, but it is a growing problem that Mr. Christensen saw. It's impossible for these guys to log these places right now. They're just taking the good wood and the 60%, it just looks like a bomb went off. It's laying everywhere. You take a walk up the North Country, it's a mess in the last year, so that's why.
Okay, thank you, Representative Murner. Representative Jackie Kelly Pitts is recognized for a question. Don't forget to unmute.
My question is, does anybody, we talk about subsidies and rates. Does anybody know what this particular portion of the subsidy would return back if we eliminate it to the customer's bill? Is it pennies a day, pennies a month, $10 a year? Do we know, or do we have that figure anywhere?
And who are you asking that question of?
I'm asking that question of the last speaker or anybody else who might want to take a stab at it. We keep talking about this lowering the rates, but by how much? I mean, it's not like you're going to take an electric bill and cut it in half. So I'd really like to know. Does anybody know that? And if not, I would like to ask the chairman if there's a way that he could get that information. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think Chris Goglin from DES is still here with us. Maybe he could answer something. I don't know.
I can't see who's there.
I'll tell you what, I will send email to Karen
I would
Grant
think the PUC would.
if she could find that information for us. How would that be?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, we're running up against the end of our hour for the public hearing on this bill. And the next bill is a bill that a lot of people are extremely interested in. So I'm reluctant to start that hearing late. So I'm going to recess this hearing, the hearing on HB 213, and we will resume this hearing at a future date. I don't know exactly what that date will be, probably February 22nd, because it has to be noticed in the calendar. There has to be a time certain for the resuming of a recessed hearing. So those of you who have not yet testified, who want to testify, I urge you to keep your eye on the calendar so that we can, so that you can return with us when we resume the public hearing on HB 213. But for now, this public hearing is recessed. And that will give us an opportunity to open the public hearing on HB 315. We have 26 people who have signed up to speak on this bill. We can continue this public hearing until 5 o'clock. So that gives us 2 hours to discuss this bill. I am the prime sponsor of the bill, so I will introduce it. But before I do that, I have to turn the public hearing over to the vice chairman, because as the prime sponsor of the bill, I can't chair the public hearing. So Representative Thomas, you can take over.
I wonder how this works. Where does he go to sit? Is there a mic over there?
I have a quick question on the last bill, if I could.
Is there a mic over there? Is that where you're going? You'll have to take this one with you.
Do I hear a point of order?
I guess he called a point of order. I was wondering if you could get the blue sheet tabulations for the last bill. Is that possible?
305, 308 opposed and 1 support.
Thank you so much.
Can the chair sit in the chair and not chair the meeting? If there's a mic problem? Representative Thomas,
Yes, Representative Charlie Pitts.
if there's a microphone problem, can't the chair sit in the chair but not chair the meeting? That's all.
That's true, but
I mean, it's,
he's settled right now to talk, so.
oh, they're getting the mic? Okay. I just thought that would be a simple solution. Thank you.
Representative Bowles, whenever you're ready, just, you can start.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm here to introduce HB 315, which is a bill that attempts to address some issues regarding the aggregation of electricity customers. It specifically addresses RSA 53E, which was amended in 2019 after a bill passed in the Senate, SB 286. The bill was amended in the House and introduced some language into the statute that has proved to be a stumbling block for the development of rules to implement community aggregation. Community aggregation is the pooling together of electricity customers to give them group buying power. The overall intent of that is to lower the cost of electricity. It's a good concept. It's a concept that ought to work, and it's a concept that a lot of people favor, a lot of people are interested in. But when the bill was modified in 2019, some additional provisions were added to try to include something called community power. Community power is a set of services that could be provided by a utility such as demand response management, energy efficiency programs, metering, load settlement, billing, customer service, et cetera, et cetera. But community power is, as desirable as those services may be, they are not critical to creating community aggregation. And as a result, they've resulted in an impasse in developing rules for the implementation of RSA 53-E. So HB 315, we're introducing to try to simplify RSA 55-E, 53-E, so that community aggregation can actually be implemented and actually go forward. I had intended this today to introduce an amendment because there were several issues with the bill as originally drafted that turned out to be less than ideal. So I had intended to introduce an amendment today. But I submitted the amendment language to OLS yesterday in the morning, and when I got back the amendment in the afternoon, they had inadvertently missed a couple of sections because there was a space in the Word document, and when they got to that space, they thought that was the end of the amendment language, but there was actually a couple of pages after that that they didn't see. So as a result, I do not have the amendment drafted correctly that I can introduce to the committee here today. But I think what's more important for today's session, and because we have 26 speakers lined up, is to hear just exactly what the issues are that people have with this bill. There's a lot of people who are in support of it, but there are also a lot of people who are opposed to it. Just a little while ago, I received a letter from the governor's office, and that letter, which is hard to read on a phone.
1 minute.
That letter basically says that the governor thinks that going forward with community aggregation is an important energy policy for the state. He wants to see it succeed, and so he wants us to do everything we can to make changes in the existing law that will allow community aggregation to be successful. This is a bill that a lot of people think is important, and therefore we have to get it right in order to make sure that it's implementable down the road. I know there's a lot of opposition to the bill because some people think that it shuts down community aggregation. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
15 seconds.
Our interpretation is that it does not shut down community aggregation. It may separate community aggregation from community power, which is an unrelated set of services, but the two don't need to go together. You can do community aggregation without doing community power, and you can do community power without doing aggregation. So they're kind of two separate concepts, and they don't need to be lumped together. But a lot of people seem to think that if you do put them together, the end result is better. But what the experience with RSA 53-E shows that it is not necessarily better. I would like to read the governor's letter now that I have a copy in front of me that I can read. It says, "Dear Chairman Bose and members of the STE committee, community aggregation provides a unique opportunity for municipalities to lower energy costs and to provide options for their citizens. In 2019, I signed Senate Bill 286 into law with the hope that enhancing community aggregation would lead to increased local control and lower electric bills for ratepayers, especially for seniors and those of lower incomes. Unfortunately, unanticipated complications and technical uncertainties have kept this policy change from moving forward as quickly as it should. These difficulties threaten to bog down the implementation of policy changes to community aggregation for a long time to come. I urge you to use House Bill 315 as amended to clarify uncertainties, remove barriers to compromise, and to bring our communities swiftly, to bring to our community swift access rather to these policy changes. The key for the long-term success of community aggregation will be the stakeholders engaging in constructive dialogue to reach achievable policy goals. The worst result would be to never advance community aggregation because of technical disputes and overreach. Together, we can ensure that state energy policy is sustainable, responsible, and accountable to our ratepayers. And that's signed by Governor Chris Sununu. So because I don't have the amendment to share with you, I will point out a couple of things that the amendment will do. One thing is it implements a purchase of receivables program. Current law doesn't include a POR, so-called POR, and it may not be viewed as necessary by a lot of people, but it's offered as a way to help true community aggregation be established more quickly. I have some text here that goes through some of the sections of the that are added by the amendment, but I think it would be too long to go through them without having access to the amendment itself. So I'm going to forego doing that and cut off my testimony at this point and encourage people to ask questions, and then we can proceed from there. So thanks very much.
Representative Harrington has his hand up for a question.
Thank you. Doug, by the way, we
Recognized for a
really
question.
hear you. You need to get closer to your mic, Doug. I can hardly hear you.
Yes,
That's much better. Much better.
Representative O's, is that what it is? Oh, Representative Harrington, you're recognized for a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Bose, for taking my question. It seems as if we've got a situation here where the law as presently written doesn't work, but everyone wants to fix it to make it work, including the governor. What would you recommend? He talked about getting the different parties together going forward to work this out to get a solution that I think everybody wants. What would you recommend as the best method of doing that?
Well, I think the first step is this public hearing. Let's hear from everybody. Let's hear what everybody has to say. Let's hear what their objections are. Let's hear what their solutions are. From there, we can go forward and craft an amendment to get the job done. Now, we may not be able to get it done right away. I would like to get it done right away if possible, but there just may not be enough time. If that should be the case, we might have to retain the bill and work on it over the summer and the fall to get it right. But depending on whether or not this discussion leads to any kind of consensus, we may be able to do something this spring in time for this legislature to act on it before the end of this first year of the biennium.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
And so to be clear on this, because I think I was wrong, this is not a second committee bill. So what's the date we have to act on this bill?
This is not a second committee bill. You are correct about that. The House calendar deadline, I believe, for action on all committee bills is March 11th. So we would have roughly a month to try to get something hammered out and put together on this bill by the deadline.
Thank you.
Representative Samsic, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Bose, for taking my question. I sympathize actually with the situation of our New Hampshire utilities. After the deregulation of the utility market based on integrated services, those utilities cannot really make money on just transporting electrons anymore. So that leaves them with a couple of options, including providing various types of services to their customers on which they can make some profits. However, it's also true that there are lots of companies out there that want to compete for those services. And I can see how utilities are trying to protect their turf by saying, we don't want all these other companies competing with us on these services. So it's a dilemma I see for them, but the answer is not to shut off competition. It's to figure out a way that that competition could be made beneficial for all residents in New Hampshire. So I want to kind of follow up on the question that was just asked. How do you envision the role of the utilities in this community power situation, where they don't feel threatened on the one hand, and on the other hand, that residents can have an opportunity to aggregate and bid for services that they are not getting right now?
Thank you for that question, Representative Somcich. I guess my answer would be to that question that the utilities have been parties to the informal rulemaking discussions that have been ongoing since the passage of Senate Bill 286 in 2019. And amongst the parties, there has been broad disagreement about what the rules should look like and how the behavior of these aggregation entities should go forward with. So the utilities have a stake in approving whatever rules get written to protect their own financial interests. They want to prevent, for example, any kind of activity, aggregation activity that could shift costs to non-aggregation ratepayers, especially if they couldn't recover those costs in their rates. So, because that would be a violation of the takings clause of the Constitution. So there are issues here that the utilities object to because they not only could it affect their ability to provide services to customers, but it could actually cost their existing customers money. And they want to avoid that. So the parties have to come together and figure out a way to do this without imposing unnecessary financial risks on anybody and without shifting costs to anybody else.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
One follow-up.
Okay. Would you agree with me that considering that this is an act labeled community power, the last thing we want to do is dampen the enthusiasm and engagement of local towns and municipalities to try to do something to control their own energy costs?
No, I wouldn't agree with you about that, because I think the problem here is the conflation of community aggregation and community power. The two are two different things, and they don't have to go together, and attempts to make them go together have just muddied the waters with regard to how to make the aggregation piece work. So I think the essence of HB 315 is to try to remove community power from community aggregation and to focus strictly on community aggregation so that that piece can get done, because community power can be done independently of aggregation. It could also be done in conjunction with aggregation, but it doesn't have to be.
Representative McGee, you have your hand up for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. I am happy to see the governor's letter that, supporting local control and also supporting a stakeholder process. And I think that from what I've seen of the copious testimony that we've received from various experts in the community power sector, it appears that we have people with great expertise who are very interested in how this moves forward here in New Hampshire. So my question is, who was involved in the crafting of the definitions in this bill and its amendment on what true community aggregation is?
I'm not sure exactly who was involved. The utilities asked me to file this bill on their behalf. I can't say for sure who the parties were that
Was it
drafted.
all three regulated utilities?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay, so you weren't involved in it. You were just, it was given to you?
Yes, correct. Mhm.
Because I think that that is probably why you're seeing so many people speaking up, is that the people who are most affected by this weren't really involved in the crafting of it. And I think the governor's letter also sort of indicates that that would be the process that would get us where we need to go in terms of who's defining what is needed, rather than just one segment of the industry defining it, especially the attributes of another segment of the industry. That's how I see it. I'm sorry. I'm always trying to make connections. And it just appears to me that the bill is being filed by one competitor versus another set of competitors. And that's why it's maybe not inclusive of all the things it needs to be a good bill.
Okay, next with his hand up is next with his hands up is Representative Pimentel for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Bose, for taking my questions. My question involves timelines. And you made a statement that this bill was removing barriers to compromise. And I have a sense that it is actually putting up barriers, preventing compromise. And I guess my question on timelines is, you said that you wanted to do this so that we could move forward. And I understand that. I would like us to move forward. And I guess what is the timeline now that you see, just allowing the parties to continue with their negotiating to find a solution? And what do you think the timeline would be if we rush this bill through and essentially have only one side of the parties basically write the bill? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. So the way to answer that question is this. We know that the process has been stalled at the Public Utilities Commission because they haven't even gotten to formal rulemaking yet. The informal rulemaking process was taking very, very long and not being particularly productive. So the utilities decided to put a proposal on the table. HB 315 is a proposal. It's on the table. It's open for discussion. So this public hearing will give people a chance to respond to the proposal on the table. And we'll see if it has enough merit to go forward with some changes, or if it needs to be scrapped and so that the process can start anew. The bill that was passed in 2019 and signed into law is already like 18 months from implementation, 18 months away from having been an attempt being made to make it implementable. And it hasn't gotten there yet. So this is an attempt to see if we can put something on the table to move it forward. And the response we'll get today, I think, will tell us whether or not that's possible.
Okay, Representative, no, Bernardi is next, not Representative Bernardi, you have a question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chairman Bowes, just to get a scope of this issue, do you have feeling or is there an understanding from working on this bill? How many communities are interested?
Excuse me, can this be a little louder? We can barely hear you.
Mike, sorry. Approximately how many communities are interested in community aggregation and how many communities are interested in community power? Do you have a sense for that at all?
That is a good question, and my sense is from the research that I've done that there may be a few communities who are interested in aggregation and a very few who might be interested in community power.
Representative Shea, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Volz, in the discussion of 315, you mentioned two separate issues. So there is no problem per se with the idea of communities, municipalities providing aggregated power to customers. Is that correct? That should be, as the governor says.
Sure, I think a lot of people think it's a good idea, yes.
Okay, now, is it possible that municipalities can also produce and provide power? This is a separate now, not combined. Would there be a problem with that?
No, if they can figure out how to do it, there's no issues
Okay.
there either.
A follow-up with third question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, one follow-up, please.
So if community municipality can aggregate and wants to, got a plan, and that same municipality has a energy production for electricity, providing electricity, is there a problem you would see from them to use that municipalities provided power in for the aggregates?
Well, I think that's one of the issues under dispute here, is how would that happen? And is there any rulemaking that would be necessary to allow that to happen? And that's kind of part of the impasse that I think we're trying to address by putting this proposal on the table to get people to talk about whether or not this is an acceptable way to try to solve this problem.
Thank you.
Representative Mann, I see you have your hand up for a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to confess to being, having read the bill and so on, and everything I can, but I'm very confused as to what the objectives are. It's a very complex system, seems to me. Why does a town or a municipality want to take over solving all the problems in all the houses in their municipality related to electricity, when the utilities have a tremendous amount of expertise? That is not, I'm not objecting to the idea of aggregation, but I don't understand it well enough to understand what the point of it is. What are the advantages to a town other than perhaps having some generation of their own and adding it to it? Where does the savings come from when you aggregate all the customers in Lebanon, say, and somebody has got to deal with all of that complexity? And what is the role of the utility in this whole situation? So I think maybe it's, I'm not afraid to say I have no idea. I just can't get a handle on the how this thing is something that's useful to try, or that even is reasonable to try to operate. So that's a pretty general question, but I can easily just drop out and just listen. But I thought that might be a useful question to ask, frankly.
That is the the crucial question, and that's what I started with, by explaining that there is a difference between aggregation and community power, and mixing the two together can lead to a lot of confusion. And that's what we're trying to find a solution for by putting this proposal on the table and getting reaction to it. Might I suggest at this point that we let some of the other 26 people who want to testify on this bill testify, so that other perspectives can be heard.
Representative Kelly Pitts, I see you have your hand up. Is it up or did you forget to put it down?
It's up.
Great. Go ahead.
The question I had was a technical question. I think I'm 53E says in the revised from 315 that the utilities would be the administrators of the program. But I would like to know if anybody can tell me if the process leading up to rulemaking and the rulemaking process is available anywhere, if you can see it or read discussion or testimony. That's what I was interested in, and I couldn't find it anywhere.
That's because formal rulemaking has not begun yet. The only rulemaking discussions that have happened so far have been informal discussions. And apparently they haven't been able to achieve enough consensus to proceed to formal rulemaking. There is some question about whether that may start imminently, but it has not started yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Rose. I see no other questions, so I think we'll move on to our next speaker, which I believe on the list is a Mr. Shelby Linden Kitty from the Edison Electric Institute. And I apologize for, this is a different computer, so I'm not quite sure how to promote him. He will come on. So stand by.
Hello, can the committee hear me? And I apologize. Well, I don't want to apologize, but I am a she, not a he.
You're quite soft.
Okay. Is this better?
Much better.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Bose, Vice Chairman Thomas, and the rest of the committee. My name is Shelby Keddy, and I am Senior Director of State Regulatory Policy for the Edison Electric Institute. We respectfully submit these comments to the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee in support of the House Bill 315. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on this piece of legislation that's designed to enhance that electric aggregation, and through this process, consider other suggestions to strengthen the bill, which would open the state's retail market while providing more options and functionality for customers. EEI is the association that represents all U.S. investor-owned electric companies. Our members provide electricity for more than 220 million Americans and operate in all 50 states as well as the District of Columbia. EEI's members include all investor-owned electric companies that serve customers in New Hampshire. Retail electric choice and the ability for customers to actively choose from whom they want to receive electric generation is nothing new for the state of New Hampshire. In fact, the ability for customers to make an affirmative choice has been in effect for over 2 decades. As with other restructured electric states, New Hampshire, both through legislative and regulatory proposals, periodically considers refinements designed to enhance the retail electric market, such as House Bill 315. It's with this desire for New Hampshire's customers to have more options and greater functionality that EEI submits comments regarding this bill. Community aggregation, which is what you just heard, which is available in a handful of states, including New Hampshire, is a program that allows localities and municipalities to procure power from alternative suppliers while still retaining their local energy company for distribution, transmission, and other associated regulated functions, including billing, electric assistance, and net metering. House Bill 315 is an important piece of legislation because it ensures that these customer protections remain intact. In addition to the bill that's before you, We do have some suggestions to strengthen the bill's impact for customers. The first would be more guidance around the procurement timeline and the amount of load associated with aggregations to better coordinate and avoid stranded costs for default service. While the aggregation program is contemplated, must have commission review, House Bill 315 is silent as to the interplay with or overlap of default service procurements. In order to resolve this absence and to better protect customers and energy companies from procuring power that they may not ultimately need, the Commission should be given the authority to determine whether aggregation enrollment should conform to default service schedules. The second is the creation of a purchase of receivables program. Under this construct, the local electric company would purchase the receivables of suppliers minus a discount rate that's approved by the Commission. These programs are common and longstanding in other restructured states, such as Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and New York. When these programs are in place, there's both more shopping and more customer satisfaction. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on these issues. EEI remains available going forward to work with the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee as it builds on its experience and refines its retail electric market programs and policy for the state. We look forward to working with both the committee and other interested stakeholders as you set a pathway for access to the retail electric market that benefits all of New Hampshire's citizens. I know you have a lot of other people, but at this time, I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
I just have one question. Do you have a written testimony with your proposals in it sent to us already?
We do not, but we will be following up. We understand from listening to the chair's testimony that there's going to be an amendment. So if possible, we were hoping to wait to see the amendment and then submit something electronically to the full committee.
Okay, the sooner the better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm with for a while. I need your list. Number 3 is Mr. or the Honorable Bart Frommuth from himself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
10-4.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Bart Frommuth, and as Representative Thomas, or the Chairman Thomas, I should say, I mentioned I served 2 terms in the State House from 2014 to 2018. I am also the Chief Operating Officer of Freedom Energy Logistics. We are a energy consulting firm here in the state of New Hampshire, and I was very much involved in the progress and eventual passage of SB 286, which was the enabling legislation for community choice aggregation. And I come before you today because I'm in opposition to HB 315 as it is currently written. Now, I am open and hopeful for some changes that can help to move this market forward. I have been an active participant in the informal process that's taking place at the PUC surrounding the rules promulgation. One thing I can assure you through that process is that we would have active CCAs in place right now in the state of New Hampshire, but there is a disagreement between many of us stakeholders and Eversource in terms of whether or not they would be in violation of utility privatization statutes in terms of furnishing account level information, which is needed by aggregators to move forward with a community choice aggregation. So that's really been the crux or the largest holdup we've had so far. Now, in terms of what's in HB 315 that we are so opposed to, it breaks down on 3 different levels. So in terms of how the bill was introduced and some of the language that was put forward, first is the PUC oversight proposal. PUC oversight is utilized by our neighbors to the south in Massachusetts, and that process can take upwards of a year in terms of hearings and reviews of these plans before they get final approval. Now, Eversource has asked or has put this forward. I would ascertain because of their longstanding request at the informal PUC process that each aggregation start and stop in line with the standard offer cycles. Eversource and the other utilities have asked us to agree in the rules that any community that wanted to move forward with CCA would have to essentially agree to sending out their price notifications and opt-out notifications to their communities 4 or 5 months prior to when a standard offer cycle begins. The problem with this, and why this is completely unworkable from our vantage point, is because you're asking community leaders to take significant risk by moving forward and offering a price to their constituencies without knowing what the price to compare is going to be. The other issue that we have with this is the fact that by getting on and off during the standard offer cycles, it takes away one of the greatest advantages for a successful CCA in any marketplace, and that is the ability to move forward and to contract based upon market signals. One of the big issues with the standard offer procurements that we have in the state is that they start and stop at predetermined times, irregardless of what the market is doing at that point. If we take that away from these CCAs, that will be a huge burden in terms of them being able to be price competitive with the utilities, to answer one of Representative Mann's questions. The other issue is that some of the wording that they put in the bill is rather sneaky in terms of how they've said that they wanted to work with us and find compromise, and that this bill was presented to Chairman Vose and others in the context of how can we move forward. If you take a look at the bill, Eversource puts in a strict prohibition on any incidental costs to be borne by the tax base of any community, even in the investigation of moving forward with the CCA. So when they put forward the proposal that the PUC review these CCA plans, a community based upon this law, if it were to pass as written, would not even be able to hire counsel to represent them during the PUC process because all costs have to be borne out of the CCA program itself. That needs to be dealt with. On another issue is that 286 was enabling legislation for opt-out aggregation. We've had opt-in aggregation on the books for quite some time. Opt-in aggregation is basically when the customer comes and makes an affirmative decision, signs a contract and says, yes, I'd like to be part of your plan. Opt-out is when a notice is sent out to the entire community and the community is given 30 days to respond. If they do not respond, they've deemed to have accepted the program. This has significant benefit in that it reduces costs for customer acquisition and really puts us on par as an alternative default supplier, if you will, or alternative standard offer. One of the problems presented by HB 315 is that as written today, it calls on communities to use public records to send out those notifications rather than any cooperation by the utilities. Well, the problem with that is even if we send out the notifications through our tax rolls or other mechanisms, we don't have any account level data that was necessary to A, price that customer, or B, enroll that customer in the program. So there's data that's needed. In a
Judd, that's Judd. Hi, Judd.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Frumma?
Where'd he go?
Yes, Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I'm glad you're someone who is actually sitting at the table as far as trying to figure this out. And the previous person who testified, Ms. Linton Ketty, said that there are quite a few states that are already doing this community aggregation. They're doing it, and you know I'm a person that doesn't like reinventing the wheel. Has your group spent much time looking at how they are doing it and trying to use those things as a template for what we do in this state?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. And yes, we have taken a look at how this has been brought forth in other states. I can tell you that by looking at every other state that has an active CCA marketplace, no other state requires their CCAs to start and stop on the standard offer cycle. That requirement is nowhere to be found in the United States in the 8 active markets that currently exist.
Thank you. Representative Harrington, do you have a question?
Get unmuted here. Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman or Vice Chair. Mr. Farmer, my question is, no one's been mentioning the thing about meters on this thing, which is kind of like a little pain in my butt on this, because we've had a lot of discussion on it with other people. And we have to, if you're going to go to the community aggregators, then someone has to have the meter on the house. And I don't think the utilities are going to allow the community aggregators to have a meter there unless it undergoes the multiple pages of regulations that the PUC requires a utility meter. So then there's possibility of double meters. But so how would you, what's the solution to the meter issue?
I thought there was a rather elegant solution in the current law under SB 286. So that calls for either community-owned meters to be jointly applied with, or a second meter, if you will, to be put on top of the utility meter, or co-ownership with the utility. It gives the communities an opportunity to invest themselves or invest with the utilities. The bill also called for a review process by the PUC. Which was helpful in that regard to make sure that that the meters were the quality that they needed to be. One thing that's really important from a community choice aggregation, and one of the things that was a kind of a big success, I thought, from 286 was it allows, through this additional metering upgrade opportunity, to bring opportunities such as demand side management to the residential user. That's something right now that all of our C&I customers in the state have an opportunity to partake in, because they have specialized time of use meters. Time of use meters will tell you obviously when you use your power, and that's helpful for these demand curtailments, which can not only help the individual user in terms of their capacity obligations, but can be a net benefit to all regional transmission costs. And that's a big reason why Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty support them and have their own individual demand side management programs. But again, unfortunately, those are only offered to commercial industrial customers. So in keeping with the mission of 286, bringing these opportunities finally to the residential and small commercial customer, metering is a big component of that. And I think, without the metering language staying in there, we won't have that opportunity.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to get down more basic. Is the meter on the side, if you have a community aggregated house, so who owns the meter on the side of the house? And if it's the community aggregator, to what standards that they have to calibrate that to, and so forth? It's going to be an issue, I think, because the utilities are not going to go along with any meter results that don't meet their own standards. So I'm just trying to think, how would you resolve that issue?
Well, we see that actually, again, somewhat right now in terms of these demand response programs, and outside vendors are hired to implement these programs, and they have approved revenue grade meters that they install on any building that participates in these programs, specifically the ISO New England programs. And so I would expect that would unfold in a very similar fashion for the residential customer. And again, if you take a look at the original language in 286, it enables the community to go and take on that cost while working with the utilities and with PUC approval in order to get there. So I think we do have that covered. It's not as though a community or an aggregator can just go and throw on a meter and hope for the best. There is significant oversight already built into 286.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Representative Nodder has her hand up, please, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And hey, Judd, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Who would pay for these extra meters?
So a great question. And so as part of the PUC process, there can be an agreement between the utilities and the community where they share payment. Again, they both have to meet mutually acceptable terms. The community can also offer to pay for the meters outright. And one thing that we see in other jurisdictions that have community choice aggregation is that they'll typically go and put that cost for the cost of those meter upgrades into the base rate for that community choice aggregation plan. So when I hear some of you mention the fact that you don't want anybody not involved in the aggregation to bear the costs of these programs, this is a great solve for that, because only people that will be involved in the community choice aggregation will be paying for those meter costs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kelly Pitts, your hand is up for a question.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that really bothers me is the data mining. Once the data leaves the utility, what are the protections for the customer that it is not going to go elsewhere? And are there any?
That I can tell you, Representative Kelly Pitts, I am not an expert in that, and I'd be the wrong person to answer that question. There might be a few people behind me that could answer that one for you.
Okay, we'll leave that on the table. Thank you.
Representative Samsic, you're next on a question.
Unmute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Farmer, for taking my question. Since it was mentioned a couple times in passing, it sounded like people were saying aggregation is already happening now. Would I be correct in assuming that, in fact, I, as a resident, if I am able to pick my power supplier, which I can now, that's kind of a form of aggregation of one. You know, I chose to select the supplier. That's the price. I chose that. And the same is true for businesses. However, businesses are dramatically involved in commercial and industrial are already involved dramatically in getting their own source of power. I think it's something like 80% of them have chosen not the default rate, while only 18% of residents choose it. So is that, in fact, kind of the model for aggregation, where now a town can get together and say, I want to do the same as a business that goes out to bid, and that is not happening right now? I mean, I don't think it's happening right now, is it?
Well, as you pointed out, your numbers are accurate. Yes, it's about 18% of residential customers are taking advantage of the current competitive marketplace. The commercial industrial numbers are probably a little bit closer to 90% in terms of who are choosing third-party suppliers. A big reason for that is because of the fact that on the residential side, everything is largely take it or leave it. There's no negotiating. There's no differentiation of contracts. There's kind of a mass market offer, and if you like it, great, take it. And if not, stay with standard offer. One of the big benefits of aggregating lots of users like yourself and going through the community leaders that are making the decision to move forward with community choice aggregation is that the overall load that they represent is on par with some of the largest users that we have on the commercial industrial side in this state. So your buying power and your negotiating power, your leverage, if you will, is much more significant than the average resident on their own. So there's a lot of benefit in that.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So, because, I hear from a lot of constituents of mine, when I mention that they could choose their own power supplier, one of the biggest things, reservations they have is they're not sure about this system. Can I depend on this? Is this fraudulent or whatever? And it seems to me, and I don't know if you would agree with this, that aggregating in a municipality would give a lot of people more confidence that this is a process that they can trust.
And I would agree with the fact that there's a lot more oversight and, again, leverage to get better contractual terms. So when I hear a lot of people complain about how the residential marketplace has unfolded over the last 10 years or so, the biggest issue is that people will sign up for one rate. It looked good at the time. They were doing better than Eversource. 12 months went by, and next thing they know, their bill doubled on them. With the community choice program, that's not going to happen because of the fact that the community elders are the ones negotiating the contracts. They're not going to let the contract lapse. They're going to have provisions in there to either return to the utility at the end of the deal or seek out a new vendor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Do I have any other hands left for questions for Mr. Frommuth? Anybody at all? Anybody here in this room? Okay, next on the list is Mr. Clifton Belo from Lebanon. Mr. Belo, you're on.
No.
Okay, it had to reset me. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I want to thank the sponsors for their good intentions. I appreciate the fact that they see that they're trying to help move this along. And there's certainly a couple good things about this bill, including the POR language. But overall, I think there's a lot of problems in this bill. Let me back up. I am the assistant mayor of the city of Lebanon, and I am here testifying on behalf of the city of Lebanon. I have provided you very extensive, detailed critique of the bill, as well as a couple of suggested amendments that you should all have. I would strongly urge you to take the time to review that. I know it's dense and complicated subject, but it is, there's a lot of important details to get right here. And I'm certainly open to working with the sponsors, the utilities, the PUC, other parties to see if we can find some common ground that will actually help move this forward. But I got to say at this point that, I think just the introduction of the bill is the thing that has held up the PUC moving ahead with formal rulemaking. I'm just speculating. I have no knowledge of that, except that back before the end of the year, they expected to be proposing, doing an initial rule proposal fairly soon. And quite honestly, I thought we were about 95% of the way on the rules in the informal process. There was certainly an openness for the utilities and any stakeholder to propose a rule language. And we just didn't see the rule language that would perhaps close the gap, if you will. We've probably been at the city of Lebanon 4.5 years ago, designated our Lebanon Electric Aggregation Committee, our Energy Advisory Committee, as its Electric Aggregation Committee. And that was in the context of the development of new net metering tariffs, where the city proposed in its testimony that we actually pilot using real-time prices as a mechanism with regard to net metering, both for buying and selling electricity at the retail level. Translating the wholesale market price directly to customers. New Hampshire's laws actually called for that since 1996 in the restructuring statute that says customers should have choices such as access to real-time pricing. Generally, that's just not an option for smaller customers because they don't have the metering capacity for that. The bill does not, the current law does not change a lot of things about the way anything that the utilities work without a process that would have the PUC finding that it's for the public good, whether it's with regard to metering or billing or anything else of that nature. And in fact, the bill actually repeals or modifies quite a bit of language from the original statute going back to 1996. It doesn't simply undo things from 2 years ago. And I do want to say I think it's important to recognize that I don't see any difference between the terms municipal and county aggregation, community aggregation, community power or community choice aggregation. Those are all terms that are interchangeable. And they're simply about what the law attempts to enable. And what I think at its core attempts to enable is a more market-based approach to our energy supply, one that gives small customers the similar opportunities that large customers have today in the competitive market. And that allows for innovation and adaptation to local conditions. And a lot of what this bill would undo would get rid of those things. It would get rid of a lot of the opportunities to provide value-added benefits to both local customers and the grid as a whole, I would argue. I know you've got a lot of folks who want to testify. I do want to, I could go ahead and address Representative Callie Pitts, one of her concerns about customer data. The current law very expressly says that municipal and county aggregations, and I use the term community power just as a shorthand for that, have the same obligations that utilities have as a service provider, because they would be serving people's electricity supply needs as the utilities to protect customer data. And it goes a step further and also says that any of that data is not subject to disclosure under 91A, just because there's a historic court case that said information about C&I customers would have to be disclosed if it's held by the PUC, for instance. So we wanted to make clear that this would also be protected confidential data.
Thank you, Mr. Beal. Time is
Okay,
up.
thank you. Happy to work with the committee.
No.
Yeah, Representative Oxenham, you recognize for a question?
Thank you very much. Mr. Bilo, could you go back for a moment to your statement that community aggregation and community choice, and there was a third term, that they all actually refer to the same thing? Could you just flesh that out for us, please?
Sure. I will say the term community power came very in the early days of our committee talking about this and say, what would we call it? And we played around with Lebanon Light and Power. There's a Cape Light and Power. CCA is kind of obscure. Lebanon Municipal Aggregation didn't sound good. So we just said, let's call it Lebanon Community Power, because we would be supplying the power to our customers. That's what aggregation is. The aggregation is the responsible entity for providing the power supply, not delivering it. And so that's why I don't really think there's a distinction. We did discover that municipalities cannot reserve trade names. So we wrote into the law that communities could reserve the term Lebanon or Plainfield or Nashua Community Power, just so that people could have a name that they could use reliably and consistently.
Follow up? Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? Okay, I'll take the follow-up. Could you explain why, when we were presented with this bill by the sponsor, we were told there are two separate things and it's possible for community aggregation to go forward and we should not be held up by all these other issues that are holding things up?
Well, I'm afraid the bill is introduced, and I'm sure this was not the intent of the sponsors, but the effect of some of the language that was provided to them by Eversource was to make basically community aggregation, municipal and county aggregation, impossible to do. You might as well repeal the whole statute. And if you wonder why, you need to read through my detailed explanation of this in my written comments. I guess that's it.
Well, I have read all of your comments twice.
Representative Oxenham? What?
She asked for follow-up.
Oh, you already had your follow-up. Excuse me. Okay, I'll go on to Representative McGee, please, for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Bilo, for coming here today. I did read through your notes, but I wanted to refer to when you were testifying, you mentioned that there's already an existing process through which the PUC oversees the billing, the metering, the pieces of the process that seem to be redefined in the bill language. And I was just curious if you could say a little bit more about that so that we could understand that piece better.
Well, the bill would strike, for instance, some of the authority that has existed since 1996 for a municipal aggregation to provide customer service or meter reading or other related services or conservation and demand side management. It takes those the last two I just mentioned and says you can only do it through the utility or ISO New England programs, which makes no sense because today third-party providers do all kinds of demand side management. I point to one that Freedom Energy Logistics has helped the city save tens and tens of thousands of dollars. We'd like to be able to continue to do that in working with these vendors. you know, even meter reading, you know, right now, there's two forms of meter reading that third-party vendors can do. You have your independent monitors for reading the production meters for rec production. That is something we would like to be able to offer to smaller customers. This language would prohibit that. All suppliers, competitive suppliers, many of them provide their own customer service when customers have questions about their supply. Why wouldn't a community power aggregation be able to provide customer service, particularly if we're doing something innovative like offering customers access to real-time pricing? The utility may not know anything about our real-time pricing program. We should be the ones who are able to answer customer questions about that, not apparently have to contract. Oh, we couldn't even contract with utility because it wouldn't even allow us to contract with anybody for customer service. So we just couldn't do customer service. There's just many things about what the bill does that I just don't understand why. And when you look at the bill itself, they're not obvious because many sections of the bill are a repeal and reenactment. And so that is why I've provided you attachment A, which goes through the entire RSA 53E and shows how it would be changed. And you can also go back to my attachment C and see how it changed 2 years ago, including detailed explanation for the why of each of those changes.
Well, thank you. I would like to thank you for all the work that you did because it is really difficult. You do need a decoder to figure out changes. And to that end, I think, you know, it brings me back to the question of the objectives, which I think for us as policymakers, we should probably have a clear understanding of what we're trying to achieve with changes and start there and then understand whether the changes that we're making achieve those objectives. And I don't see that clearly laid out here either. I think it's really hard for us to say, sure, go do this when it has such significant implications apparently to people's planning. But thank you. I appreciate your wealth of knowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If I may remind the members to please request a follow-up instead of just talking, please. Thank you. I'm going to recognize Representative Bresney right now for a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Vila, for your testimony. You mentioned meter reading and customer service as some of the services that Community Power would offer. Can you explain any other services that Community Power would provide to the ratepayers? And also how that squares with it being duplicate services that the utilities can also provide, or how the Community Power can provide those better or more efficiently. Thank you.
Sorry, I muted myself. I think a basic sort of criteria in terms of thinking about these things is are these natural monopolies that should only be provided by the electric distribution utility, or are these things that can be or should be open to competition and market options, customer choice and community choice? And so there's a whole range of possibilities there is a piece of this that we want to be enabled to provide customers with interval metering so that they can access temporal price signals. I think that's kind of long overdue in New Hampshire. Unitil and the co-op already have that kind of metering in place. Our utility is moving in that direction. We've been engaged in dialogue with Liberty as to how we could do that. And one option that just was a natural is we pay for the additional cost to upgrade the meters. They have meter options to provide an upgraded meter that could do this. Once you do that, then the customer, there's this thing called capacity tag, and that is part of the underlying charge in energy electricity supply. It's based on each customer's, theoretically, their share of the coincident peak demand for the highest demand hour of the entire year. And right now, people get their capacity tag based on their class average load shape, unless they have interval metering. So for the city, we only have two accounts. Our two largest accounts, about 40% of the total city electricity consumption, are our water treatment and our wastewater treatment plants. So we had fairly high capacity tags for those. And working with Freedom Energy Logistics, we put them on a real-time pricing product, which is saving money just in and of itself. And then they also helped us do load management outside of any utility program to say, okay, we think there's going to be a coincident peak demand between 3 and 6 o'clock this coming, tomorrow. Try to curtail your load. So we have done that for 3 years in a row. This year, because we had some fairly modest sized solar systems that mostly serve the load behind those plants, the plant operators had gotten pretty sophisticated about how they could turn down the power consumption at those large industrial sized loads. And we managed to zero out our capacity tags for next year. Between the hour and 5 and 6 p.m. on a July afternoon, we reduced our energy consumption at our water treatment and wastewater treatment plants so that we were serving 100% of that load by our on-site solar that late in the afternoon, and we are exporting power to the grid. That benefits everyone because it means we don't have to buy as much capacity in the future to meet peak demand. And the whole grid has to be sized to meet the highest load. So if we can shave the peak, take some of that load off peak, it actually means we're spreading the costs over fewer costs over more kilowatt hours and help lower the price for everyone. We want to be able to do that for smaller customers who don't have access to that now. But the way the bill's written, it wouldn't even allow us to do it for the large customers, our own city account. So if you hear some frustration from me, it is because I have been down in the weeds on these issues for a quarter of a century, and there's so much opportunity to produce value and savings. Just an example of that is helping customers think about battery storage for the same kind of purpose. And we see this as an opportunity to make communities and the citizens in those communities real partners with the distribution utilities in terms of doing the kinds of grid modernization and the kind of new options for customers that can actually produce value and savings for the whole system.
For asking the question, thank you very much. I'm going to move on now to Representative Miller has a question.
He just answered it. On the question I was going to ask was who was paying for the customer service and the meter reading that he talked about. He just given the answer in his last little spiel.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands raised anywhere around, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Belo.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next speaker, which would be Mr. Don Kreis from our Office of Consumer Advocate. Mr. Kreis, you're on.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you all know, I am the head of the Office of the Consumer Advocate. I represent residential ratepayers.
No, we know.
I'm not going to take up very much of your time. I agree with everything I heard Assistant Mayor Belo and before him, Mr. Fromuth of Freedom Energy Logistics say. I oppose House Bill 315. I think the most sensible thing to do with the bill is to retain it because I agree that there are certain discussions that ought to take place that would lead to perhaps the refinement of community power aggregation as a concept. I was very gratified to hear Assistant Mayor Belo say that he doesn't understand or recognize a distinction between community power or community aggregation and community power, because I don't think I understand or discern any distinction between those two things either in law or in fact. I want to use my limited time to ask you to think, and I suggested this in my written testimony, about what the real purpose of electric industry restructuring was in 1996 and what it remains today. The question that I think the legislature needs to ask itself is, do you want to protect default service or do you want to protect and help consumers? If you want to protect and help default service and make sure that residential customers are perpetually tethered to default service as provided by the utilities, then you really shouldn't like community power aggregation because it really does posit or present itself as a legitimate rival to default service. And it really does have the potential to cause lots and lots of residential customers to migrate away from total dependence on the utility into combining their demand with their neighbors and being part of a very potent and compelling alternative to default service. But as I suggested, even the New Hampshire Supreme Court has misunderstood the purpose of the Restructuring Act as essentially protecting default service and trying to make sure that default service is as cheap as it possibly can be. I will deem restructuring to have been successful when I see residential customers migrating away from default service in droves so that they can rely on the non-regulated market to get them the best deals that they can. And that would tend to cause default service to wither on the vine. I actually think that's a sign of success of restructuring. And so for those reasons, I urge you not to nurture default service. I urge you to nurture community power aggregation. I think that's all I'm going to say, because I'm sure there are lots of witnesses who have more substantive and useful things to say than I do.
Thank you, Mr. Crease. I see Representative Samsic has a hand up for a question. Representative Samsic?
Yes, sorry. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Crease, for taking my question. My question is pretty simple. Why do you think that the industrial and commercial users have migrated away from default service and ordinary residents have not?
Thank you, Representative Samsic, for that question. I think the answer is pretty obvious. Commercial and industrial customers are bigger than residential customers. And so if you are a major manufacturer or a major employer or a major business entity, you are far more attractive to competitive suppliers than you or I are as individual residential customers. So you know, we've seen this in every state, I think, that is restructured. The C&I, the commercial and industrial customers, they sought restructuring because they knew they would benefit. They have benefited, and the benefits have not yet accrued to residential customers here in New Hampshire. In fact, if anything, they have fared worse because the non-regulated competitive providers that have reached out to residential customers tend to be the bottom feeding entities that like to take advantage of people.
Thank you very much.
I don't see any other hands up. Anybody have a question for Mr. Crease? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Crease, for your testimony. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the speaker, which is Mr. James Dunches from Nashua. Mr. Dunches, you're on.
That Mayor Donches?
Mr. Dunches is not on the list anymore. Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, well,
His email's there.
moving on. I will.
He's there.
He's there.
Nashua Mayor. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, he's there.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't able to get in. I was on, but I didn't get the unmute button. So here I am. Thank you very much for hearing us. I want to say that Nashua is one of a whole series of communities and counties that are interested in community power or aggregation. We are actively working with Cheshire County, Rockingham County, Lebanon, Hanover, and other communities, and formally, and talking with cities across the state about this opportunity. So there are a lot of people interested in this. And as is already stated, the underlying purpose is to promote competition. Now, I want to second what you've heard from, I think, Mr. Fromuth, the consumer advocate, Mr. Belo, that the concept of separating community power from community aggregation is creating more confusion than help and is causing delay, not moving the matter forward. We don't see the difference. It is the same thing. Certainly different little bells and whistles could be included within aggregation community power, but there is no distinction between the two. Second, I want to second what Mr. Belo said, that 315, if you pass all, and even the amended version, at least the way we look at this, you pass that and you might as well just, eradicate all the efforts that have been made in the past, because this will essentially kill community power or aggregation, both of them, same thing. So I have been on these calls with the PUC. I'm not an expert in this, and have just been mostly listening to the discussion. But there are, I think, several main issues which seem to be stumbling blocks. Number one, as you've already heard, the window when community power organizations can buy power. The aggregators, community power organizations, the communities want to be able to buy power when it is best in the market. I think the utilities, Eversource, has taken the position that they want to require that we go into the market at the same time they do. Now, of course, that would have the effect of, basically, undermine the competitive aspect of allowing us to be nimble and try to get power at the cheapest possible price. Number two, there's this issue of the billing. We need, anybody who's going to embark on aggregation is going to need customer information from the utility. And of course, the confidentiality of that would be protected, just like the utility protects it. But we're going to need it to figure out who the customers even are and determine, who would be in the program. For example, there are apartment complexes with hundreds of residents. We have no idea who lives there. The city doesn't have a record of who lives in apartment 203. We might know who the owner of the complex is, but not the individual residents. And even if we were required for single family homes to rely on tax information, that's possible, but still far more difficult than just getting detailed information from the utilities. And third, the opt-in, opt-out issue, which Mr. Fromuth discussed, is very important. If you have an opt-in, if you change this system from opt-out, in other words, community power comes, customers have to opt out. If you change that to opt-in, then you greatly reduce the ability of the aggregation organization, community power aggregator, to attract customers, because of course residential customers would be skeptical about any change. And we need the opt-out approach that's already been adopted by the legislature. That's what has been enacted already. That's the approach that makes the most sense. I think those are the major issues, but I'm just trying to give the committee a little more perspective of kind of a layperson's understanding of all this, because Mr. Belo, Mr. Fromuth, the consumer advocate, have far more technical knowledge than I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and if you have questions, of course, I'd be glad to answer them.
I see Representative Kelly puts his hand up for a question.
Yes, Mayor Donchis, thank you for taking my question. Would your program, as you're thinking about community power aggregation, would your program be exclusive, or would you exclude customers perhaps who had late bill pays or hadn't paid their bills? Or would it be anybody in the community who wants to get into the program?
Well, again, let me start by saying that the city's energy manager, whose name is Doria Brown, is on this call as well and is lined up to testify later.
Okay.
On technical issues, very detailed issues such as the one you've raised, I think the questions are better directed to those who are very enmeshed in the details of exactly how billing would take place and that kind of thing. So I'm more trying to just advance the idea of competition and trying to offer alternatives to residents and also give communities the opportunity to buy green power if they wish.
Can I follow up? I don't know who I'm asking.
Follow up, please.
What, Mayor, the opportunity to buy green power and to choose a supplier right now is out there. And what it doesn't have is enough, I think, stability because customers have been burned in the past. So do you think perhaps an education program about what's out there would be very important?
I think community power aggregation would be much more effective. I mean,
Okay.
Because as has already been testified to, the aggregation itself creates the bargaining power necessary to create many more options in terms of price and mix. Number one. Number two, I just know as a consumer that when you get these solicitations, you're on your own. You don't know who this is you're dealing with. Who is this? Is this a scam? Who knows, right? So, so I think customers who would be confident in an aggregation program, a county, a city, would be much more comfortable in working with this alternative than people would be trying to deal with the issue on their own.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question from Representative Resnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mayor, for testimony. You mentioned that you support an opt-out and also having access to the customer list. Would you agree that if it was an opt-in program, then as customers sign up for it, you would also get the customer list? So that would solve both of those problems?
But the problem that it would create is, let's face it, I mean, the reality is most customers are not going to really make an opt-in, opt-out decision. Most will just go with what they're given because they're not going to understand, they're not going to know, so they get a letter in the mail, they don't really, I mean, I've gotten these letters, what do they mean? So if you have opt-in, if you have an opt-out system, as the legislature has already adopted, then most people will end up in community power just because they're already there. And then if they are dissatisfied, they can opt out. If it's an opt-in program, then most people will never opt in because, it's just would be very hard, to just, people will just go with the path of least resistance, which is just to stay with what you have. So the whole point of opting out is to introduce people to community power, to show them to firsthand, not try to persuade them, but to demonstrate the advantages through lower prices, through maybe a different mix of energy. And then when, if they find that it is unsatisfactory, we don't deliver on the promise, the price goes up or whatever, they can opt out and go back to the utility.
Believe I see Representative Oxenham's hand is up for a question.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking my question. You're the first speaker who's spoken about green energy or a different mix of energy. When I first encountered community power aggregation, that was the advantage that caught my eye. That, we weren't going to be dealing with large, stodgy utilities who just keep doing things the way they've always done them. This, as you said, was going to be a more nimble organization that could make choices that were locally advantageous.
Question is in your dissertation. Do you have a question?
It makes it way harder when you interrupt and I have to listen to your question and figure out what my answer is, because now I was talking about green energy and a different energy mix.
Well, I think
And
I think I
My
get.
point was that I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're ahead of me. Go ahead and answer the question.
I think I understand the intent of the question. I mean, a community is much more experienced in reaching out to citizens and getting input. I mean, we do that all the time. Like right now, the city of Nashua is doing a master planning exercise. We're getting the input of people as to what they'd like to see. So in addition to developing alternatives, I think an advantage of community power aggregation is that we could seek a consensus of customers as to, you know, what mix of these different alternatives, you know, these different ideas do you like? Would you rather us to go just as cheap as we can? Would you rather us to introduce green power, or maybe a mix? It would also potentially be possible to maybe offer several
Oh dear.
What happened?
some bargaining power. Here's a portfolio with less green energy that costs less, but here's the one that cost, you know, more green energy costs maybe a little more. And people could select. I mean, we could work with our residents to come up with these alternatives that and give them the kind of input and involvement, which really is not realistic when you're dealing with a national publicly traded utility.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see a hand raised by Representative Samsic, please, for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to hear from you, Jim. This is Peter Samsic.
Hi, Peter.
Number one, it was mentioned before that there was not a really big demand by a lot of people in the state for community power and aggregation. You listed a whole bunch of towns and cities that you thought were involved in serious interest in this. How would you assess how big the demand is right now that you know of?
Well, so we've been working closely with Cheshire County, Rockingham County, Hanover, and Mr. Belo could give you the more details, but Hanover, Lebanon, and I think other communities. Formally seeking to actually formalize an agreement between us as to how to service customers if this thing ever gets off the ground, things like that. But I've been talking with other communities that are certainly interested as they begin to learn about it. For example, I had a conversation, this is just one example, but with the mayor of Dover, and we've discussed this on a call with mayors from about 10 cities all at the same time. But in the follow-up, I talked with the mayor of Dover, who's named Bob Carrier, and he says, you know, that sounds pretty good. I would like you to, we have an energy advisory committee here in Dover, and you know, this is pretty technical. Could you get together with, you know, virtually, of course, with our energy committee and brief them on this so that they can give me their thoughts on whether this makes sense for Dover. And we've got that kind of in the works. And we've had other similar discussions with other communities who I think as they learn more about it, become more and more interested.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, one last follow-up.
Jim, as I understood it from what Nashua is involved with right now with their hydro dams and so forth, how would your capability of providing your local city power as part of this program, how does that integrate into this community power equation?
Check was taken home.
I think we would need to get, I think we'd need to get someone with more technical knowledge than me to answer that question.
Okay.
But that does remind me of another issue, which is that under 315, the default utility would retain all solar customers, meaning people, residential solar users, solar panels on their roof, even those that went solar after the switchover, And that doesn't seem like it makes sense either. So that's another issue with 315.
Thank you.
Mr. Anxious, we've spent a long time and we have a lot more people to speak. In the interest of moving on, I'm going to thank Mayor Donchis for his testimony and the questions. And I would call on a member of the public, an Amy Farham, if she's on, a member of the public, you're on.
All right, thank you. Thanks for taking my call. Thank you to all of you, especially who are staying home and staying safe. I am one of those people that has solar on my home. You were just talking to the mayor about. And I, my family wants to be a part of this community power, but under HB 315, we would not have the ability to do that. So 315 eliminates, the ability for my solar power to participate in the community power aggregation. So that's an issue for me personally. I was able to afford a solar array. Not a lot of people can. And that's been an issue. It's not accessible to everyone. And another problem with HB 315 is that it prevents low to moderate income folks from receiving the benefit of solar power and from participating in community power. So, the governor's letter is saying, sure, that he's very interested in helping low to moderate income families, but the truth is 315 is not going to allow them to be part of this. So, I also work on an energy committee in Exeter. We've worked with Mr. Below and Mr. Herndon, and our energy committee has been very excited about this project. And we've formed committees, we've worked, we've spent a lot of hours on it. And so I guess just from their point of view, from our point of view, it's disappointing because it feels like HB 315 is just basically crushing that for us. And that's going on with a lot of towns. So I hope we're seeing this for what it is. The idea that that Eversource was coming in to sort of clean up the language here, I think that's a mischaracterization. I think they recognized a sort of lull in progress and jumped in and said, here's what we want instead. So I hope everyone today can see that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any hands raised anywhere in the room or on the screen. So thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Moving on to the next speaker, we are going to recognize Ms. Donna Gamache from Eversource. Donna, you're on.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Donna Gamache, Director of Governmental Affairs for Eversource, and I have Matthew Fossum with me today, who's intimately engaged at the PUC on this issue and is available to answer your questions after. We support House Bill 315, especially with the amendment that's been talked about. It's important to note that we have worked with many communities in other states to successfully implement community aggregation over the past several years. For example, in Massachusetts, Eversource has worked with approximately 70 different communities to get aggregation programs on the ground. Of the 70, 10 have just completed the regulatory review of the programs by the Massachusetts version of the Public Utilities Commission, and they should be on the ground very soon. As you have already heard, there's a difference between community aggregation and community power, although they can be combined. House Bill 315 ends the holdup of rolling out community aggregation upon passage. We support the bill and the amendment because not only does it finally unlock aggregation, but it actually ensures that some of the risks to aggregators that exist today are removed. And it makes sure that they recognize that New Hampshire is serious on this issue. Unlike the open discussion that's taking place right now about this bill and what this bill might or might not do, and the upcoming amendment, unfortunately, in 2019, there were a number of last-minute amendments added to a bill where the language was vague and confusing. and there was no public input, there was no review, there was no public hearing. There are always unintended consequences when such complex and sweeping language does not have stakeholder input or review. So as a result, the lack of understanding and disagreement from a variety of interests over what the existing law means has resulted in rules being stalled at the Public Utilities Commission. A year and a half after the bill passed, no progress has been made. We're also seeing a number of bills that have already been introduced this session by other legislators and supported by different energy interests aimed at trying to clarify the law. So it is clear that a fix is necessary. Let's get down to the current problems. During rulemaking discussions at the PUC, several issues have come to light specific to community power plans, including problems with infrastructure and system changes that the utilities would need to implement, in order to implement some of these billing requirements. It includes potentially converting our meters to AMI meters, or what we call smart meters, that shares two-way information, and also changes to our customer information system. So between changes to our customer information system and in the potential for widespread, or we don't really know how much, new smart meters, we don't actually know what the cost would be for it because we haven't been told what the scope is yet. But we are on record in a specific PUC docket about the cost to convert to those meters, and that is on record in excess of $200 million. Given limited time to testify today, we want you to recognize that there are many, many other issues that are potentially costly and complex. I will submit written testimony that goes into further detail on all of those issues. But there is one particular issue that is concerning that I want to raise today. The lack of clarity in existing law about what is and is not included has led to claims that communities who undertake community power plans should or must have a view of our distribution grid to support plans that they may potentially develop in the future. While these plans are theoretical now, because the law is unclear, there is an interpretation of that language that would require a prototype for a brand new platform, allowing a town employee, employees, or some contractor perhaps to have a view into this grid, into the distribution grid. Let me be clear, there is nothing on the shelf that would enable this, and therefore no idea on the overall cost and who would pay for this. Set the cost aside. How would these communities ensure security of the grid? Every single week, we receive more than 1 million hits on our system, mainly by bad characters in other countries to shut down our system. We have a highly sophisticated security system. And as you can imagine, we're heavily regulated to make sure that we are always more than adequately securing the system. These issues are outside of typical aggregation policies in place in most states and make this law extremely complicated and expensive to implement. So in closing, I just wanted to reiterate that we support implementing a law that allows a community aggregation to move forward. But we also support still studying all those other issues, all the concerns that we just raised, so that we can find a way to move forward if it makes sense, if our customers want it, and if everybody can afford it. They're very complex, and we want to make sure that if there are going to be major investments and major ratepayer contributions, that it gets the light of day and it gets fully studied. So we believe House Bill 315 allows all of that to happen. And so with that, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that Matthew was here, and Matthew can respond to your questions because of his in-depth involvement at the PUC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Squash. Thank you for your testimony. Questions? I see Representative Samsich's hand up for a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Donna, for taking my question. I'm not surprised that Eversource is really enjoying this bill because they wrote the bill. So that's not a surprise to me. But I want to say to begin with that I congratulate Eversource for all the accolades they've been getting as one of the best utilities in the country for energy efficiency and even renewable energy efforts. Unfortunately, those efforts have not happened in New Hampshire, and that is a problem. And this bill is maybe reflective of what's happening to them here in New Hampshire.
Representative Samsich, is there a question coming?
My question is, don't you agree with me that it would be better for Eversource to be leading the charge for community power than opposing it?
Well, I am going to let Matthew speak to that, but I want to say that we would be happy to lead the charge on any clean energy programs, community power programs, as long as we know what the costs are going to be, that they're going to be secure, and who's going to pay the bill. But I can pass that off to Matthew, if you want to add.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Representative Brzezinski for question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Donna Gamache, for your testimony. Is it true that municipal solar power would not be allowed to be generated and sold to aggregated customers?
That I absolutely have to pass off to Matthew. Can you take that, Matthew, please?
I don't have Matthew.
Is he there? Well, if Matthew can't for some reason respond, here's what I'm going to say. I have not heard that. I've not heard anywhere that anybody, if a local community, there's net metering, if a local community wants to have their own power, they want to build their own solar, they can do all of that today. They do not need House Bill 315. They don't need to kill House Bill 315 to make that happen. So I don't know where that comes from, but I do wish that we could get Matthew to give a little more clarity to that.
I see that Matthew has come on, so Matthew, go ahead, you're on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just for 2 seconds. My name is Matthew Fossum. I'm an attorney with Eversource, focusing primarily, almost exclusively, on New Hampshire regulatory issues. In response to the question, as I understand it, which has to do with whether solar could be included in a community aggregation if 315 was to pass. I believe that it can, and it's not clear to me what provision or provisions would seem to indicate otherwise. I can only speculate that perhaps there's a view toward one of the proposed amendments that's in 315 that strikes out a reference to the plan, to an aggregation plan covering net metering. But that's not to eliminate net metering or solar generation. Those would stay. The intent, as I understand it, there is basically to leave those things more or less as they are today, not to eliminate them or make them go away.
Thank you. I see Representative Hamola has a question, please.
Yeah. Sorry. That's right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just had a quick question. Can things like net metering and energy efficiency programs be done separately from aggregation?
Yes, they can. In fact, I mean, there is a statute that exists and has existed for a number of years now in RSA 53F that allows for the establishment of energy efficiency in clean energy districts. Obviously, 315 doesn't touch that statute at all, and it allows certain activities to occur there, so that could be done before, can be done after, and so we don't see anything about 315 that would impede the creation of districts that would do that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGee, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fossum, for taking my question, or Ms. Gamache, whoever prefers to answer it. I'm curious about whether Eversource has AMI or smart meters in other states that they're serving in other than New Hampshire.
We do not.
So you don't have smart meters anywhere that you provide service?
So our service territory in the broader company covers Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, and in all of those states we employ an AMR, an advanced automated meter reading system. So that's the metering that we have in place across our entire service territory.
And can you explain to us how that's different in terms of smart, like what's missing? Why is it not smart?
Certainly, and you know, I'll note in this that at least in New Hampshire, I know there's an additional difficulty that that requires an opt-in for smart meters. But that issue aside, the difference is not so an AMR system functions much the same way as the older systems do. They, generally speaking, they take a single reading. Actually, they take multiple readings, but that reading is collected one time per month. And then that is the value that is used for determining the bill that's rendered to the customer. So on our current system, that's done by a drive-by system. The meters, a vehicle drives by and remotely collects that information. And then that's brought back into our secure meter data management system and used for billing. An AMI system, sort of at the basic level, eliminates that drive-by and has that meter data sent by wireline or wireless technology back to the utility. So that's sort of the one big difference operationally. Beyond that, depending on the type of AMI system that is installed, then you can have meters that can do more than a once a month reading. They can send out, as Mr. Bilo referred to, as interval meters. They can read and report information much more frequently than once a month, perhaps as far down as within 15-minute intervals. They would allow the utility company to send a signal to that meter to test it to make sure that it's functioning, and those kinds of things. Theoretically, some of these can do even more advanced things, but that's in broad strokes. Those are the big differences between them.
Thank you. And may I have a follow-up?
Well, no, Representative, you've already had your follow-up. You took it. I didn't give it to you, but you took it. You have 2 questions. So thank you very much for that. We have to move on. We have many other speakers. I don't see any other. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Representative Bernardi has his hand up for a question, please.
Mr. Kreis said that HB 315 preserves default service to the detriment of aggregation and the ratepayers. Do you see that as true?
I don't suppose it will surprise you to say I do not. As Ms. Gamache said it, we have no desire or intent to impede the rollout of community aggregation, and by that we mean the grouping together of customers to give them greater buying power and the ability to set their own priorities for an energy mix. That's not something we have any desire to stop or slow down, and we recognize that having customers served that way will have an impact on default service, and that is an impact that can be dealt with if it's done in a relatively orderly fashion. I think where our disagreement may lie is in some of the issues you've heard talked about, for instance, the timing for these aggregations to begin and the impact that would have on default service. Our concern there is that in the intent to achieve the best price possible for that aggregation, it may have a large number of customers leave or return to default service at inopportune times. And that could lead to increased cost for any customers remaining on default service. And so that's our concern there. But ultimately, if aggregation was to spread and cover virtually every community and default service would remain only for a tiny minority, then that's what will happen. And I don't think that we have any problem with that happening. Our concerns aren't with that kind of issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the interest, we're trying to get one more testifier in here before the end of the day. And so I will move on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Mark Brown. Mark Brown, you are on, the last speaker for the day.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi.
Chairman Bowes and members of the committee, for the record, my name is Mark Brown, and I'm the Executive Director, New England for Consumer Energy Alliance, or CEA. CEA is a nationwide association made up of both energy consumers and producers working to advance an all of the above energy policy that will lower energy costs for every American. CEA supports actions that thoughtfully advance our nation towards a cleaner, more environmentally responsible future. On behalf of CEA, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 315, sponsored by Chairman Bowes. The section of HB 315 in which we're most interested in is the section that actually referenced Representative Fromuth mentioned about incidental costs. The inclusion of incidental costs to non-participants who choose to opt out of a community choice aggregation program, it's problematic. Incidental costs are neither well-defined nor restricted in any way under the current statute. Could it include startup costs, ongoing operational costs? There is one potential cost to non-participants that concerns us more than any other, and that is the potential for an exit fee charged to customers who choose to opt out of a CCA program after its implementation. While this may seem unlikely, exit fees have been proposed and enacted in other states. In California, for example, a power charge indifferent amount, which is essentially an exit fee on customers leaving standard offer service to CCA programs, was authorized by the Public Utilities Commission of California to account for lost load and other legacy costs there. Maryland recently had a CCA bill, which was introduced in 2020. It ended up dying due to COVID probably, but it included language that gave the Public Service Commission of Maryland oversight over any exit fees. Now, whether or not these exit fees are necessary is debatable, but the common denominator of commission oversight in each of these scenarios isn't guaranteed under the current community choice aggregation statute. As Mayor Don just referenced, I think we can all agree that a great many consumers, including low and fixed income customers, won't initially be aware that they are now receiving their power by community aggregation. We should protect consumer choice by ensuring that those customers and those who choose to opt out aren't charged excessive fees or become responsible for other poorly defined and unrestrained incidental costs. To be clear, CEA is not opposed to community choice aggregation in New Hampshire, but current law opens a Pandora's box to potential costs that could hold consumers captive to CCA programs and restrict their ability to choose their electricity supply.
30 seconds.
HB 315 would eliminate that possibility. And for that reason, on behalf of CEA, I urge you to recommend ought to pass. Thank you. And with that, I'll take any questions regarding the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your testimony. Well appreciated.
Mike, Chair, your mic's not on.
Thank you for your testimony. Well appreciated. I keep forgetting that I've got to leave the button alone instead of holding it down. But moving on, I see a hand up by Representative Kelly Pitts for a question, please.
One question I have is we keep referencing community power. And I guess I want a definition of community power and aggregation. How large can these systems become? Can they be, a town, a city, a region, a county? Does anybody have any parameters on that?
I don't think it's limited. I think, I think if a number of communities want to sign up, they can do that. I don't think there's any restrictions there, not to my understanding anyway.
May I follow up?
Yes, follow up, please.
In your experience in other communities or other states, do people, do areas join? In other words, Portsmouth, Greenland, Kittery. Could we get together and do all this?
I'm not sure you could do it across state lines. And I'm not saying you can't. I'm not sure how that would work.
Okay.
I doubt you could, but yeah, it's, in California, communities have joined together to purchase,
purchase power. Thank you.
Right, to join community aggregation programs. So
thank you.
Before we move on to Representative Sumfich, Mr. Brown, do you have written testimony and did you submit it?
I'm sorry?
Did you submit written testimony?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Sumfich, you have a question, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for taking my question. First of all, Mr. Brown, I'm not familiar with the organization you represent. Can you tell me what the name of that is again?
Consumer Energy Alliance. I emailed the committee, I think earlier in the week. It's a national organization. We have over 300 business and, members. You have the list of members in an email that I sent you.
Okay.
I gave a brief explanation to who we are in my introduction.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, one follow-up, go ahead.
So, Mr. Brown, is a list of your supporters available publicly?
Absolutely. So let me give you an example of some of our members. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, National Association of Manufacturers, energy companies. We, as I mentioned, we are a mixture of producers and consumers. So.
Will you send us that list, please?
I did, and I sent you a link with both the members and the board of directors.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative McKee, you have a question, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to mention that I think we're at 5 o'clock, and I just wanted to mention there's a lot of people left. So are we going to have additional time for this hearing, or how is that going to work? Are we going to continue now? Because I know we usually stop right at 5 because there's people that want to leave the building.
Yes, I will hazard a guess from the chair that we will be recessing this hearing and picking it up at a later date. If I can get a concurrence from Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Yes, we can do that certainly, was his exact words.
Thank you.
So with that being said, and well, I see one, I'll take one more question from Representative Partial, please.
Yes, that's very quickly. Could you get the count on the blue sheets on this?
Yes, that's right.
411 opposed, 9 support.
I didn't hear that at all.
Yeah, what was that again?
411 opposed, 9 support.
Was that 111
No.
to 9?
411.
411.
Thank you.
With that said, I will recess this public hearing for a later date to be announced in the calendar. And now I will turn the remainder of the meeting over to Chairman Bose.
Can we thank Representative Homola for her work on our committee these past weeks?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely, we will thank her. Thank you, Representative Homola. And welcome Representative Plett back on next Friday. We will have our next series of public hearings next Friday. Then we will have our final public hearing on Monday, the 22nd. We will also probably continue the 2 public hearings that we recessed today on that date. And then we will probably have to schedule another meeting after that to finish our executive sessions on all the remaining bills. That's the way things are looking right now. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend and a happy Valentine's Day. And we'll see you all later. This meeting is officially concluded for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Murray, for your help.